Depends. Yeah, of course it depends. Depends
Depends
on
on
the
that.
Want it to be
Depends
what
on
the argument
atmospheric
is.
conditions and whether you've snorted or inhaled enough shrooms that day to be able to see straight.
Okay, can you tell me what is optical in Black Swan example then?
What is optical in the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Everything you see, the giant piece of refraction due to the
Okay. I will ask you another question. You say everything is optical. Is it water, ocean between two oil rigs real or optical?
The water is real, but where you perceive it to be is
Not exactly what
optical.
we just said.
That's what I'm seeing between two oil rigs. Is that real ocean or the reflection of the ocean?
God, it's like he didn't get what Injo put down.
Are you on about the water, or are you on about where you see the water?
The water between the oil rigs. Okay, there's water, so the rigs aren't touching each other. There's water in between them. There's one at 6 and 9 miles. So in between those rigs, there's 30 miles. Is that water real or optical? That's what Sasha's asking.
That is real water that you can touch.
Okay, that real
So
water.
the hand in front of your face isn't a real hand.
That real water is not optical then.
No, but the position of where you see it is optical.
What are you saying, man?
Where you observe the water to be is optical.
No, that's physical because that oil rigs are in ocean. That means that water exists. I can see that water.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that water's flat between those two oil rigs. You can see it.
That means it's not optical. It's physical.
The water is physical. Where you observe it to be is optical, but the water is physical.
Well, the water's going to stay in the same spot whether you're observing it or not.
Water's moving quite a lot.
If I put you between two oil rigs on that water, am I putting you on some physical thing or some optical thing?
You're putting me on a physical thing.
Good, great. If I put you behind the second oil rig, did I put you on optical or physical thing?
What, on the water?
Yeah.
On a physical thing.
Yeah, good. Why we have that physical thing behind the oil rigs?
Why do we have physical things behind the oil rigs?
Yeah, that's water.
Because the ocean doesn't end where the oil rigs are?
My goodness me.
Why
He's
we
not
don't have
arguing out of good faith.
I just had to pause it there for a quick moment, dude. Like, you know, these guys will come in and try to pick on guys like Sasha. It doesn't work. Sasha's saying obvious things like, you know, what's behind the rigs is obviously physical. It's not an illusion. So, I don't know why these goofballs get confused by that. But just checking in, guys. I got until like the top of the hour, so I'll be here for a little bit. Might jump on later. We got someone on the VC check-in for anyone that needs roles. We got Ava. We got Henderson Otterdam. We got Liquid, Mr. Logical, Sydney, Hensley. We got Timbo Slice and Sunny and Wave Mixer. So welcome one and all.
What's up, CB?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Creation Bear.
Howdy, CB.
What's good? I'm just checking in, guys. Just seeing what's going on. Yeah, like I got like 20 minutes. I can hang out with you guys for a bit. Maybe I'll jump on later. But yeah, man.
I'm almost home. My drive is just about over. So Thank you. I've been listening in most of the time, and I figured I'd just mic up for just 1 minute to say hi because it was a live voice on there.
That was a good discussion. It's always good to, you know, hear Sasha grilling people. But I just get the sense that people think they can like come and pick on folks like him, or you know, when we do ladies' night, you'll notice like people come out of the woodworks and they think for some weird reason that the ladies are an easier target, which they are not. they know a lot, and
the ladies are some of the hardest targets.
I was gonna say, like, you don't want to put, you don't want that lady smoke, bro. Like, they know just as much as everyone else here. So but they're not an easier target. So it's just funny to see how people will come out of the woodworks and try to come and pick on certain people. They're not going to come and pick on me or Wave Mixer or Timbo. So,
Spoken to Ava or AVA.
hey, but tune in. Do you want to chime in and say hello?
Hello. I'm a little tired tonight. I thought I'd come in and just listen to see what's going on.
I know that
That's
voice.
Ildico. How are you?
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. I've been fixated on the Maui fires. Been watching that all day, or trying to get as much information as possible because I lived there for 18 years.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't followed too much about that, but I'm seeing people make memes of like like a Mountain Dew flavor called Maui Burst or something like that. They're like, oh, see, look, it's a sign. I don't know. That's
I don't
unfortunate
know
what's
much about
happening.
that.
I'll see if I can find a picture for you.
Okay. There's a little bit of controversy around fire, and that that Maui has some of the most sophisticated early warning systems in the world because we have hurricanes and tsunamis there. But none of them, all 40 of them were silent. Nobody had any warning. So it's trying to get to the bottom of things,
That's a little suspicious. I posted in the chat there the Mountain Dew Maui Burst, but it's like, so the memes, I don't want to make light of it, the situation, because I don't know too much, but like
Yeah,
dew, if you look at like Mountain Dew, right, DEW, people have been proposing what that stands for, direct energy,
Oh, is it that about the direct energy? That's one of the conspiracy theories. The same thing that they said about 9/11.
Yes. So, and then Henderson, you cracked me up there, but yeah, the Maui Burst,
Oh,
right?
I don't buy that.
No, I mean, I'm not sure. This is just a meme I saw today,
No,
and I just thought it was really
no,
interesting. I don't know too much about the situation.
found what they did wrong was when the electrical poles went down because of the hurricane force winds. They failed to shut the electricity off, and it sparked the fire. So they were at fault there as well. So it was really a strange combination of failures that happened all at once to the entire city burned down. Nothing is left. I lived there for 18 years.
Yeah, that's amazing. Did your where you stayed, is that it?
I lived right in Lahaina.
Wow.
I had a business there.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Good thing I left.
I was gonna say, it's just so sad how it's like this. These are people's like biggest ticket items, their cars and their houses. They're just gone.
Yeah. And with the clothes on their back. They could not run the fire though because there's hundreds of people dead.
Crazy, man. It's crazy.
So I've been watching that all day, and I thought I'd come in here and get some soothing conversation.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, but it's nice to meet you.
Nice. Well, thanks for checking in. Yeah, I mean, it's a devastating situation that happened down there, and maybe I should do a little bit more homework and try to do some research. I've been so out of the loop on things like that, so it's such a big thing. It's been, the whispers are kind of hard to ignore. And a lot of people are talking about it, so maybe raise an eyebrow. But yeah, go ahead.
I've been watching it all for days now, so I kind of know what's going on so far. The people are being helped. There's a lot of aid coming in. But they're really very angry as well because they had no warning. And it's so odd. There's over 40 warning stations. I've heard they test it every month. It's eerie. Sounds very dystopian when you hear them. They sound all over the island, and they test them every month. Except that when there was a real crisis, they didn't work for some reason. That's some pretty incredible real estate that just is now up for grabs.
Yeah, that's the interesting part, right? It's like, oh, well, now this like beachfront properties are all now. It's like, really? Am I supposed to just ignore that? But who knows what their plans are?
Hey, you know what their plans are? They tell everybody what their plans are. They want to make it a smart island.
Interesting.
Completely smart. In other words, everything run on electricity. And even they're proposing AI running the entire government there on Maui. And they're meeting about it in September, coincidentally. So we might have our very first smart city in Lahaina, Maui.
I wonder why they wanted to do it way out there on the island, like off the continental land. Maybe
because it's a wonderful test base.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is the whole island is small, but there's many different communities, and they can be self-sufficient if need be. So it's a great kind of lab for the new smart city concept.
It will be interesting to see. Like, it's always obvious in the future what the grabble was looking back. Like with the 9/11 thing, while it was happening, it was so confusing. But then looking back on, like, oh yeah, like Dick Cheney had a construction company and he was ready to go before all of this went down. And in hindsight, like, you can see what their plans were. So it will be interesting, like 5 years from now, what problem, reaction, solution, what the solution was, and why that it all fit together the way it did.
The thing is, they always tell you what they're going to do, so they don't make a secret out of it. It's just they usually don't do it through the mainstream media,
right?
But the information is out there if you're curious enough. Find it.
The revelation of method, right? Ildiko? Yeah, I've heard that a lot. So
yeah,
they will tell you. You just have to pay attention.
Yeah.
It might not be directly on the news. It's
it's something about maybe even their satanic religion in that they have to announce their diabolical schemes before they actually commit them.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about that over the years, consent based and stuff. It's really interesting how that works. You would think that, well, if you had such power, why would you not just exert it? Why are you asking for permission? But who knows? Maybe they have a contract with a higher power.
They're under the impression that there are kind of laws of spirit, and in their own mind, they think that they're avoiding consequences, karma, the punishment.
Right. Can relate to that. That makes sense to me. It's like, well, maybe they're taking orders from up on high, and not just acting on their own. But it's just so I don't know, man. That's why I started getting more into this community, because trying to figure out their plans makes no sense to me. The music industry is doing this and satanic that, and it's like, well, why are they doing it? Well, I don't know. Just racks my brain trying to figure out these like.
The bottom line is always
deistic
control. That's why they're
control.
doing it. Controlling you and me.
The means
That's
are
what
so
the
strange.
are, you know, the digital dollar, the digital currency,
Mhm.
Fed coin. That's about control. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Bottom line. And
See that?
the spherical Earth is about control too.
Oh, big time. That's an easy one to see. Like, you know, like I have a meme that I made. Maybe I'll post it in the chat here.
Closing in 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll post it in the chat here.
What is it?
I mean, how basically, like you said, control. It's like a playpen for your mind, essentially. Put walls up around your mind and say, this is all there is. No need to explore more. And I think
Only
most of
we
us
can
have realized
explore. You
there's
can't.
probably more. Yeah, right. That's true.
Yeah, they take away from you the human desire to explore.
And I think that's a
Translate
natural thing, right?
that into their domain.
Yeah, it's a natural thing. If you put a human in a box, they're going to want to explore their boundaries a little bit, try to find any cracks or doors or to get out. So, in the same way, they put a playpen walls around you and said, well, this is the globe and there's nothing else to explore. Well, I think a lot of us are going banging on the walls to try to figure out if there really is more.
Well, it's a, you know, the human species has pretty much, at least as far as we know, has tried to explore the entire world to the best of his ability, but we have no idea as to. There's some strange news that came out about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, that I didn't have time to explore about some islands that appeared off of Japan that they never knew were there, which was really odd. Just out of nowhere. There's these islands that nobody knew of. Suddenly are there. Where did they come
too
from?
long ago.
Why in the world would they appear now? So there's all kinds of mysterious things going on.
Yeah, we talked about that not too long ago when they first announced that. It's like, well, they're telling us they're taking pictures of the Earth like every 8 minutes. So how do you take a picture of your face and then like all of a sudden now you have a bunch of zits on your face? It's like, well, how did they? You've been taking a picture of your face every 8 minutes.
These
They
are
don't
supposed
just.
to be rather large islands. You know, they're not small little tiny atolls. They're actually considerable size, apparently. So how in the world did they miss that? It's just bizarre things that come out. Now this fire that completely consumed Lahaina with the most powerful warning system in the world there. How did that happen? Little mysteries, you know.
Yeah, the mysteries are actually, I think, something that most of our opponents have yet to get a sense of. I think that's the further I get into this FE journey, the more I realize there's so much mystery. You know, there was a guy in the chat earlier, like, well, you have to give me answers for everything. Like, what is this and what is that? It's like, dude, get in line. We have questions too. We want to know just as much as the next person. FE doesn't mean answers to the universe. It means what is the surface of the earth doing? So you have to realize that there's so many mysteries, like Ava is pointing out here.
FE
A lot of things we don't
means
know.
flat Earth, right? Flat Earth, you're using FE to mean flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. FE core. Always bizarre to me that a flat Earth organization would call themselves FE core, because FE in the elemental timetable is iron.
Mm-hmm.
Iron core.
Yeah, field engineer.
The Earth, the spherical Earth is made out of iron. Why is just bizarre things,
Yeah.
I just wonder.
I think the FE core stands for Field Engineer Core.
Oh yeah,
But like you
what a
said,
coincidence, right?
I know
To get
exactly. It is a coincidence. It's a really interesting
Kidding me?
coincidence. Yeah.
Field engineer. Get out of here. There's something strange about it.
I agree.
Not
It's
accidental.
synchronicities.
Yeah, even the flat Earth, some of the people involved in it, I think, are questionable.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been around this topic for long enough, you should know that you can't just automatically just trust everybody because they say whatever. Some people need to be vetted, regardless of what they say. I'm gonna have to go here soon, folks, but just wanted to say it's been a good chat. I might pop on here in a little bit. It's been good chatting with you. I hope you're doing well. I'll try to check back in a little bit, folks. But you guys have a good one. I'll be back on later. I'm gonna restart the bot though for you guys. So, good chatting as always. I'll catch you folks and read it.
Why we don't have a sphere, man? With the geometrical horizon 1.22 miles, and we have a physical water behind there.
I just realized the space between those oil rigs is twice the distance the horizon is supposed to be.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Cool.
Cool.
The globe model
cool.
curve shape 1.2.
Fuck me.
Cool.
That means if the first oil rig was on the shore with the camera, okay, this would be a black swan. Okay, because you can see all the water up to the second oil rig. That means the horizon would be 2 times too far at least.
Okay.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
How you can say the sentence that water is physical, but when you're observing, it's optical?
I'm not saying the water is optical. I'm saying where you appear it to be is optical. The water is physical.
But it's an illusion. It's an illusion, mate. That water that you see isn't where it physically is it? It's all an illusion to these people.
By what he's saying, every single object on this, Earth realm, whatever, would have to be fake then, and not in its correct position. By what he's saying.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Define correct position.
Well, weren't you just? Well, let me ask. I want to ask you a question. Weren't you just saying the sun is the same angular size all the time?
Pretty much within probably.
Isn't that just optical then?
Throughout the year.
Isn't that just optical then? It's not physical.
Because we're looking through the atmosphere.
I wouldn't say it's purely optical, but you see the sun.
Oh my god!
The position you see the sun is optical, but the reason the sun stays the same angular size is geometrical.
Which it doesn't. That you just kind of half claimed just a second ago, kind of eased out of your mouth. Yeah, but in a bit it does. Yeah, it does change an angular size.
The reason you see
it has got atmospheric magnification. This is a demonstrable effect that you can't remove.
He's got this barrier. He's got this barrier with himself. It's not good.
I'll admit the sun does have atmospheric magnification, but during the day, it stays the same. Or during the same atmospheric conditions, it stays the same angular size.
During the day, huh? When do we see the sun that's not during the day?
Physical.
The nighttime sun. When did we see that?
Depends how high up you went.
Jesus Christ, bro.
You need to understand. You said this. The position of the physical water is not there.
Not quite. It's very close, but not exact.
Okay, that you said. The position of a physical water, what is physical, it's not there. That's not right position of the physical water.
If everything is optical and does not have a true geometric position, how was the globe model constructed in the first place?
how's the water obstructed?
How is the globe model constructed in the first place if we're not seeing anything in its true position?
Yeah. So remember when we said that you ain't seen the curvature of the Earth? That's what we're talking about. Because you keep saying refraction and the atmosphere, and so that's not possible. Then is it? That's the conclusion that you are literally going to have to concede to because it's coming out of your mouth. You can't see it, so how can you measure it?
You can see it. It's just apparent.
Can you measure? Hold on. Yeah. So what's its true position then? If it doesn't appear to you visually in its true position, then you can't see it in its true position because the atmosphere is in the way. That's what you said 20 minutes ago. We'd have to take the atmosphere out. I said, yeah. We all got to that conclusion because we don't see it in its true position. So how can you make a declaration to where its true position is?
By taking into account atmospheric conditions.
But you've got hold on, you've got no true position to backwards engineer any calculate. Hold on, you've got no true position to backwards engineer any of your calculations to have that fucking baseline. You don't know where it is.
Well, to make a baseline, so when we look at objects around the room, the amount they're shifted by due to atmospheric conditions is you can consider as negligible. Due to so that you can use it as a baseline. It's not perfect, but
awesome. So in my room where the surface is flat, measured flat, and the fucking builder's made it flat for me. Yeah. When I'm in my room and I notice that these things are out of position, do I then assert that my room is curved and the reason why they are out of position is because of the atmosphere is projecting the image to be flat? And we can understand that refraction is going to exist anyway, because the atmosphere is going to exist anyway, because we're breathing, whether the Earth be flat or a ball. So we've always got to take account for that anyway. But you're going to bastardize the idea that the Earth is a ball with a radius value to it and backwards engineer anything that you see to that presupposition that the Earth has a geometric horizon. You haven't seen it to prove your mathematical supposition in the first place.
Would you say that I haven't seen those oil rigs because refraction has occurred?
No, I'm telling you that no one can see, according to you and everybody else, because we understand refraction exists, the curvature of the Earth. So how could you measure to it? You haven't got a baseline to backwards engineer any refraction value to it, and I don't want to suggest that maybe you don't even know what refraction is. But ultimately, the atmosphere between you and the object, you would have to know every incremental piece of data along the way. For example, the heat, the pressure, and the moisture within that area, but you're not going to, and no one ever has. So you're just going to start asserting refraction as a magic that you can use to assert your idea. You've got no proof for either thing now, not what's between you, not the refraction value, and most definitely you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. So this argument really has to stop, and you have to say, shit, I haven't, and no one, it's not you, no one has measured the curvature of the Earth, and that is not physical obstruction.
Okay. I mean, look, I do love these talks, and but we all know that it's just going to go round and round in circles.
Because you won't make the concession. Yeah, we get it.
No.
But
so, well, it's all a bit of fun. At the end of the day, you know that I'm not going to persuade you, and you know that I'm not going to give you what you want. So, you know, I'm happy to leave it here for tonight and just not have a nice laugh, chat, or whatever. But if possible, like, I don't want to like sway how your debates go, but like we did with the rocket exhaust, would it be okay to talk about other topics other than like optics and horizon, because it always seems to tend towards that and we just end up in a feedback loop?
Hey, Rocket Man, if you woke up tomorrow morning and you had an epiphany that the Earth was a stationary topographical plane, not a spinning space ball in outer space, what would happen to you? How would your worldview change?
I would first have an incredible fight with the entirety of science.
Okay.
Well, epiphanies don't mean it's true, I guess. I'd be like, why do I believe this? Let me, talk to people.
That's a bad faith. You're using bad faith in this argument. You have to take every talk and things like that in a good faith argument. Hypothetically speaking, using the good faith argument, if you had woke up and, all scenarios included, Earth was flat, you just discovered it blew your mind, you had your epiphany, how would you therefore go about doing that? What would you do after that, is what he's asking. Not like, if it is. It's just you have to use the good faith argument whether you believe in that side or not.
Okay, so you're saying that if I woke up and the Earth did actually turn out, giant scientific breakthrough.
Whatever your necessary proof is for you, you had found that, and then the next morning, that was your epiphany.
If it would come as a conclusion through science and the scientific community had agreed upon it, and that was the general conclusion, then I'd get onto this Discord and I would laugh with you guys about how much of a stupid idiot I was, and we could all laugh about it, and you could take the piss out of me for as long as you wanted.
So Rocket Man, you said scientific consensus. So
yes,
you are saying Rocket Man. But you are saying, Rocket Man, before you decide that we don't live on a spinning space ball, you would have to get the approval of others and not think for yourself. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I would get the peer review of millions.
People would be thinking for you, Rocket Man, correct? Yes or no?
Myself.
You would. And I know you need to go. What experiment would you do?
Oh, there's so many to choose from. That's a good question. I'd have to come back to you on that on which one I'd specifically choose, which would be the best one. But whatever it may be, I would perform it. I would then show my results to other people that had also done the experiment, compare the results, make people check that my results are valid, and then if they are come back as valid, then yeah.
So how many experiments have you done to prove you to blood?
Personally, me?
Yeah.
0.
There you go. Other people think for you. The greatest gift you can give yourself, Rocket Man, is the ability to think for yourself. You have abdicated your whole life the ability to think for yourself.
I've also developed logical reasoning.
Awesome. So
along those lines, can I ask you a quick question? Hey, so just one quick question before you go. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
The fact that Earth is a sphere is used every day by millions of people across the world every single day.
It is perceived. It is not used.
Yeah, I believe so.
And I can tell you from military experience in all of our ballistics, whether it's missiles, firearms, aircraft, ships, everything is using a flat plane.
Navigation.
I care to disagree.
You can disagree all you want, but we have the manuals.
Hey, you're fighting the wrong person.
No, I get it, but don't go now while saying things like science and scientific experiments, because, man, I'd like to challenge you on the fact that maybe you don't know what a scientific experiment is. And also, please don't say that the Earth is practically used every day as a fucking ball, because we'll just point out the instances where the Earth is practically used as a flat stationary plane, especially when we're talking about navigation, communication, ballistics, blowing shit up. How the world is run every single day requires the Earth to be a flat plane, and has done for thousands and thousands of years. For example, we use triangles. We use triangles to navigate across the surface of the Earth. Triangles require 3 straight lines, meaning at 3 corners, vertices, where the interior angles reach 180 degrees through mathematics. So basically, we understand that the Earth can't be able to build a fucking triangle upon and to gain an elevation angle up to any celestial body in the sky. This is celestial navigation, which requires the Earth to be flat. So, I don't know, mate. Do you want to go now? I'll open the door for you. Or do you want to be challenged on what you just fucking said?
All I would say is, from what I've experienced in life, you guys have experienced different to me, but what I have experienced, I've come across lots of people that have used it from what they have told me. Like, you have found people that haven't used it from what they have told you and what you have found. We are blowing the same argument from different sides.
Rocket Man, do you want to point out a double standard? I just need to One sec. So he said if he found out the Earth was flat tomorrow, he'd go and do experiments. And then he admitted to himself that he hasn't done any to confirm that the Earth is a globe. So why does such strict double standard?
Sorry, that was very muffled. I'm just gonna. Did you say that? I would say if I would do experiments to see if the Earth was flat, but I haven't done any myself to prove it was a globe.
Correct.
Yeah. Mainly because.
No, Rocketman, do you want to hear what Jedi have to say about navigation and using navigation from the ancient time?
But hold on 1 second, sorry. Let him address what Timbo just asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to hear this explanation. I'm intrigued.
I would say because I've seen the reason I haven't done any experiments to verify for myself that the Earth is a globe is because I've seen the methods that people have done. I've used my logic of reasoning to establish that that was a very valid experiment that was performed, and therefore the conclusion they came to was also valid. Now, if I came to the epiphany that the Earth was flat, it would be a giant shake to my worldview, and I would be more than happy to go out and test it because it would be a very exciting thing for me, for my entire worldview to change. That is the reason why I haven't done it yet, but I would if I had the epiphany the Earth was flat. To address what Jedi said, all I would say is to have the debate about navigation, I would talk to someone who uses it. I don't use it. I've just seen and heard people talk about how they have used the Earth sphere. Like, it's debating with the wrong person. I've just seen what I've seen on the internet. I can't fight for them. If you want to talk about navigation, I would say talk to someone who has used navigation. I haven't. I'm more than happy to leave it at that.
Okay, but you know what a triangle is, right?
Yes.
Good. Awesome stuff. So we'll talk about triangles another time. You don't have to be a genius as an appeal to some kind of credentials to understand basic shit, like a triangle. So, we can leave it with that one, but we're definitely going to have that conversation about the scientific experiments you do that think can prove the shape of objects and the category error within that statement I've just made.
And don't worry, I'll make sure to leave out straight lines because I know that's a sensitive topic for Heretic.
Sorry, what's that?
Or just I was just talking about the straight line debate that we've had a few times, just a bit of banter.
Oh, that wasn't a debate. That was just you being a retard as usual.
Okay.
Yeah, an arc isn't a straight line. Google yeah. Go Google it.
I'll take your word for it, mate. We appreciate you being around, and you have been a really, really good sport, man. So we do appreciate it. And you are welcome again, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'd like to say thank you. It's been a lovely discussion again. It's been a lot better than what I've had in the past before, and it's made me a lot more enthusiastic to come back again and have these talks. So I appreciate having your time, gentlemen and lady.
Well, we appreciate the fact that you want to come back. Good night, my friend. We'll speak to you again soon.
Tags! What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Talk to her.
Welcome to the server.
What
are you talking about?
Life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah, just to give a quick rundown, she's a friend of mine, everyone. She's new to this, just kind of intrigue and want to see people. She might, I'm trying to convince her to get into the live stream sometime and have a discussion with people, but she just wanted to kind of have a sense of what the structure's like, how things go around here, and to not be too scared of these kind of.
I would say that that's wise. That's wise to find out what's going on first and then speak. That's a wise move.
Hey, Rocket Man, tell her that we don't bite.
I'll just jump back into the server and Rocket Man's still here. That's interesting.
I'm just showing my friend.
Welcome everybody. Thank you very much, Rocketman24. We got Dirt Block Caitlin. I think that's the person we're going to be speaking.
Yeah, Caitlin. Yeah.
Caitlin.
Yeah.
All right. So, see, Caitlin has VC verified. Caitlin, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So, what brings you by this Discord? Your friend Rocketman?
Yeah, thank you. It's just I'd always watch him have these debates, and I was just so intrigued as to how it worked.
Excellent. So welcome to the server, and also, would I just consider your position like Rocketman24? Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would just open up this floor for you just a moment so that you can ask any direct questions, and we'll directly answer you any of the questions you might have. And then afterwards, if we can ask you a few questions about why you think what you think, if that's cool. But we'll answer any questions you want right now. Just if you have any questions for us, the panel will answer you directly.
Okay. Oh, God, I don't know where to begin. Sorry, it's all a bit much.
Just start anywhere.
Just don't ask what's in the edge.
No, you can ask whatever you want. It doesn't matter what. Listen, I'm gonna have to pause Kel for a moment. Sorry, Kel. If you're not a part of the senior members that are here in this panel, I would ask for you to just refrain for a moment so we can introduce the person to this topic. So go ahead and ask your question.
Sorry, I don't really know because I don't know all like the law. Like, I know this is gonna sound stupid, but I don't even know what you guys think. If you think the Earth is flat, I don't know what you think is underneath.
There you go. So you don't understand why we say what we say. So maybe you should ask us why we say what we say.
Yeah. I'll ask that then.
Yeah. Why do flat earthers make the claim that the Earth is flat? You don't understand why we say that, so I'll break it down for you. The surface of the Earth is primarily water. There's a lot of water around, right? That's the surface of the Earth. Everything's kind of compared to that surface of the Earth. Sea level, for example. What's above it? Well, that's the land bit, and it obviously goes underneath it. But ultimately, we're talking about the surface of the Earth, and that's the water. And the waters of the Earth, they're observed to be flat. They're measured directly to be level from one distance to another. And they're also used practically when navigating across them as a flat plane, which requires the Earth to be flat in the way that we navigate across it, for example. So we say the things that we say about the Earth being flat because observably, measurably, and practically it is.
Thank you.
Any more direct questions, Caitlin? We'll answer anything directly.
I have a question.
I just sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, go on. It's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. Do I ask? Or...
Doesn't matter if they sound ridiculous. We'll answer them.
Is it so?
I have a question for Caitlin.
Go on.
Yeah.
What's at the bottom of outer space?
Can I answer that?
Now that's a good question.
Just
can
more
I
space, I guess. Space is expanding, so it's hard to define a bottom.
Fair enough.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting of this chat is that we're going to ask you to engage with your critical thinking, which a lot of the times in the idea that the Earth is a globe, you really don't do because everything's already discovered. And smarter people know about the Earth being a globe. So usually people defer to the scientists. No, I don't. And so what we like to do is the person we're speaking to, we like them to engage how they know what they know. So CB's question was in line with your, like, how you know what you know.
Yeah,
okay, so
I mean,
can I ask
like,
a question now?
I know like a fair bit of theory because like Rocket Man, I do aerospace engineering at uni, but like I don't know because I'm really new to this. I couldn't tell you like the exact definition of what level means, which I know is something that he knows.
Well, yeah, he's allegedly somebody who knows some things. That's great. But as far as what you know, we're going to go based upon your baseline knowledge of the things that you know. And now is the time for you to start to think like, what do I really know, right? From all these questions that we might ask you or you might ask us. And so it's just an exercise for you to actually start to think critically.
Also, could I just say quickly, sorry to interrupt, Kaylin, don't claim I know anything because they'll attack me for it in the next debate, please. Don't say I know anything, they'll attack me for it.
Yeah, we're going to zero in on it. Nah, it's cool. But what do you...
Just to remind me to attack you on that specific point, I'll throw that piece of paper away and put it in the bin. No problem.
Well, we're going to hold you accountable to the things you say. Don't worry.
So is there any other questions you like? Because there's a couple of questions that we'd want to ask you, and then you can respond. And just being intellectually honest in this conversation usually gets you a lot farther than just like trying to attempt to answer the question. Like if you don't know, just say, "Oh, I don't know." That helps us. Okay.
I mean, I guess I'd like to be able to picture what you're seeing, because when I picture, I picture like a globe, Earth, in like in a solar system, in a galaxy, in a universe, so and so on. But
I think Jedi can answer that question.
Ooh, and me too. Me too.
Or CB, or either one. Like I guess they can take you through the cosmology aspect, or I would say the dichotomy between what globe Earth tells you and what we understand.
All right, rock, paper, scissors, CB.
I was literally just thinking that. All right, ready? Rock, paper,
scissors.
Shoot. Rock. All right, I got scissors.
Yeah, I got rock, man.
All right, you win. Go ahead.
I get it. Thank you, my friend. So, yeah, we do appreciate that everyone's got this conceptualization, this God's eye view of the Earth being the ball and the heliocentric model placed between Venus and an orbit in the sun. So what does the Earth look like? What do we, flat earthers, say the Earth look like? Very little, to be honest with you. We can only tell you about the Earth that we're on, for example. We couldn't give you speculations about the parts of the Earth that we haven't discovered or ever been to. Like the edge.
Like the edge. We're gonna do a quick mic check. Y'all hear me okay? Or
yeah, we can hear you. Go on.
Okay. Who is that? I don't see anybody lighting up. Is it Swaggy?
Yeah, it's me.
That's weird, dude. My Discord is a little glitchy.
I can't see anyone. Yes, everyone's muted for me. I can't see anyone that's talking to it.
Interesting. How long you? So you joined the server August 23rd, 2021. So you've been here for a while. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't come here often, to be honest. So
cool, man.
To be honest, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a.
Fine.
But
it was in 2 days ago.
So, yesterday. It was yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday morning. Yeah. So, what's your evidence that you have that the Earth is flat?
Go outside. Sure. Well, Andrew, you want to lead this one? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, just go outside. Do you see any spinning or curving? I don't.
What? So, what about the sunset?
Can I say this real quick, though, Swaggy? A lot of what we do, a lot of the flat Earth stuff is a response or rebuttal to globe Earth claims. So I don't think really you can just kind of roll out of bed and skip to a flat Earth. I think you first have to start with what are they claiming it to be? Because a lot of the things that we present will be rebuttals to their claims. For example, say the Black Swan is a rebuttal to the claim that the horizon is a geometric physical curve of the Earth. So, like, flat earthers aren't really just coming out and saying, this is this and this is that. We're just saying what they're claiming about X, Y, and Z may not be true.
Exactly.
So,
because you have to have evidence against your point to back up your point. So, what I'm asking, do you think the whole every single planet is flat or just the Earth?
Oh, okay. Well, if you've been here for a couple of years now, that's an interesting question to pose this far into it. You'll be surprised to learn that our position, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think I can safely say that Earth isn't a planet. So there's no other land or other Earth type land up in the sky. So flat Earth doesn't mean everything in space is a disk now, which is kind of a misconception. Flat Earth doesn't go in outer space. It's in the same way that you can't load Halo into a PlayStation. You can't load flat objects into outer space and call that flat Earth. So, like outer space isn't really a real thing from a flat earther's perspective. It's just a fictional setting, books and movies and video games, but we don't think the Earth exists within a larger space. You know, most people see the Earth as an object that exists within this large space. I would say Earth is the large space. It's not an object within a larger quote universe. I would say Earth is the universe, if you want to call it that.
So I'm gonna say something, and can you give me an explanation for what I'm about to say? How do you explain like different time zones? And the sunset, when you see the sun, you see the sun go down, and in another part of the world. Wait, can I just finish? In other part of the world,
sun moves.
It's sunsets. Other part of the world, it's daylight, and for me, for example, it would be night. But the sun sets, it goes down.
It appears to. Does it actually go down?
So that's my. So what do you think it does?
It appears to go down. Does it actually?
Because we're spinning as well. Because we.
Well, how do you know that?
No, dude.
How do you know that?
It's science.
Well, what does science do to show that it's spinning?
No, you did not just say
it
that.
Makes sense.
It makes sense. That doesn't sound like science.
Because
it's not a very rigorous standard for criteria.
To be honest, I didn't do my research. I'm not that deep into the science and outer space. I'm not that deep into it.
So how do you know that there even is any science to support what you're concluding if you're not that deep into it?
Because in my mind, I just I can't put in my mind that it's flat and it's just
because most people don't really know what flat Earth is, so they're trying to, like I said earlier, they take outer space with all the planets and the globe, and they take the globe out, they swap it in for some type of flat object that they've come up with.
Like a disc.
That is why you can't quote make sense of it, because that's not compatible. You can't take Halo 3 and put it in a PlayStation 2. They're not compatible. So I think that's where a lot of people go wrong, is they're trying to imagine a flat Earth within this, previous universe. It doesn't work, bro. You have to start from scratch. The Earth does not move, so it's not within a larger space moving around.
How do you explain the sun moving?
The sun. Yeah, so the sun, bro, it's just like the boats. Right? So people say boats go down over the curve. Well, the whole idea for boats, this is going to sound funny, but it's like boats are designed not to sink. So it's like the boat isn't actually going down, it's just going away from you. Same thing with the sun. It's not going down towards the surface of the ground, bro. It's not going under the ground. It's not going under your feet. It's just going away from you. So if you look at a clock, I don't see spherical clocks. For time zones, I would say it works just like a clock. And that's not a sphere. A clock is not a sphere. You understand? So I would say it's probably closer to that.
But there's a big difference between a clock and the universe. There's a big difference.
Well, you asked about the Earth and time zones. I don't think time zones happen in the universe, bro. It's on the Earth.
Because it makes sense. Because how would there be different time zones? One part of the Earth is
look at a clock. Just look at a clock. You got 12, 1, 2, 3 all the way around. So imagine if you live on 12 and I live on 5.
Okay.
Well, at one point of the day, the hour hand's going to cross over you, and then it's going to come over me. I would say it probably works closer to that, and the way we're being told. So it's the Earth doesn't necessarily have to be circular or like a clock, but not all clocks are circular anyway. But
for me, what you're saying doesn't make sense.
The hands move over you. The sun moves. You see the sun and the moon moving.
Do you think the sun is round or flat as well?
Define round.
It's not necessarily a dichotomy.
Sphere. I'll say a sphere.
I don't. Well, if I'm being totally honest, bro, if I'm giving you the raw, when I look at the moon, sometimes I'll admit that there are times, very limited times, I look at the moon and say it can look spherical. But I look at the sun, it does not look spherical ever. I've done some sun gazing. Look at the sun pretty often. It doesn't look spherical, not even a little bit. Being totally honest. So no, I don't think the sun's a big sphere, but it also doesn't mean it's a flat disk either. That's
yeah.
So Swaggy, do you have any evidence for the Earth being a ball?
I don't really have any evidence, to be honest. I'm just trying to get some research. I haven't done any research. I've known since I was younger, and I've been told the Earth is flat. It's not flat. I mean, it's a sphere. That's what I've been told since I was younger. So
that's what they told you. Did they provide any evidence?
So the evidence is have we not been to the moon? Do you think we have been to the moon or not?
No.
That's a cool story.
So
any verification of it?
Have you seen?
I never thought the moon landing was real.
Do you think
you have?
Satellites are real?
I don't know. You don't look up and see satellites.
Okay, but have you seen satellites being launched? Have you not?
I mean, you can put things in the sky, bro. It's not impossible to have technology in the sky. That's no problem.
Exactly.
Well, when you say you see something being launched, okay, rocket leaves the ground, therefore Earth is a ball.
What? No, I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we have proof that people on the moon have seen the.
Well, where's the proof of that? There's people who claim that. Where's the proof of that claim?
Then okay, what's the proof of your claim that the Earth is flat?
Go outside. Go to the beach, dude. Do you see any curving water? Any lakes? Any oceans curving? I don't.
What do you mean? Because
it's not a claim, though. You gotta understand. No, you don't know how big the Earth is. So,
So, I know it's very big.
A little bit. Well, we're saying it's bigger than you think, but they're claiming the Earth is a very specific size. So,
yeah, you might.
No one's measured that. Anyway, exactly. I just want to say we're not claiming the Earth is flat. They're claiming the Earth is something very, very specific. It is a globe. It spins and it has this size and it exists in this location. We're addressing those claims and saying, well. One, if you're saying that the Earth is so big, where's the measurement for that? There isn't any. We can send you on a goose chase looking for something that's not there, or we can just tell you it's not. No one measured the Earth, so we don't know how big it is.
I was interested. I found this research that says the Earth could be bigger than we actually think, and there's a lot of the Earth we haven't even explored yet. And that philosophy actually really interested me.
Who measured that radius then?
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, but
it can't be bigger than if the Earth is a globe. They've already taken all these pictures of it, the Himawari and all these things. It can't just change. They can't just update the DLC like a freaking video game and say it's different now.
Yeah, but I agree. I said it interested me.
Have you noticed though, Swaggy, that when water is at rest, it is flat on its surface?
Yeah, but your eyeball can't see that deep.
So you're saying that you can't see it curve. Can't see it curve. So why do we think it does?
There you go.
Because
why would you think that the water is curving? It's time zones doesn't make water curve, bro. The question is, regardless of whether you can see it or not, because there will be people who say that all water curves, even in your cup. You can't just tell. You can't tell. The question is, at what point does the water actually curve like that? Whether you see it or not, when does water actually do that? Bodies of water.
So you can't see with your bare eye.
Then why do you think it does?
Because the Earth is really, really big. To the point you can't see with the bare eye.
Yeah, you're telling me that it looks flat again. We know that's our point. So why do you think it's curved again?
Because what do you mean?
Well, you're just telling me that it looks flat. You go outside and it just looks flat. Okay, so why are you concluding that it's not?
So if you're saying it's flat, have you ever watched a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, but that doesn't make the surface of the Earth change. What things happen above in the sky? But the question is, brother, I want to ask. So if you're saying that the water is curved and you can't see it, is all water curved? Or is it just oceans or just lakes or what?
The whole Earth.
And down. So all water, even if I put water in a cup, that water is curved too?
No, that's different because that's a flat surface.
Okay, so then when we go, what about like natural bodies? Say like a pond. Is the pond curved as well?
Yeah, but slightly to the point you can't even see it. Earth is that big.
Okay, so I want to know, how do you know that?
Yeah.
So
you can't notice it. If it's not noticeable, how do you even know it to begin?
Yeah, how'd you notice it if it's not noticeable?
So it's a theory. Like I said, everything is a theory. If you think, for me, I believe that we have been to the moon, and there are scientists that have proved. That's my belief.
Oh, so this is a belief system. So this is like a religion, basically.
You could say that.
Okay. Yeah. So there's no empirical validation for these things. It's just stuff you believe.
So
okay
I'm not really deep. I'm going to tell you I'm an expert in this topic because I'm not. I'm really not.
You don't have to be. That's okay. You don't have to be to know.
I'm an expert in going outside myself.
I'm not that deep into it because
I'm pretty deep into going outside. I can tell you what I see out there.
So why natural bodies only? How come say like a swimming pool or if like a man-made sometimes like you'll see a construction site and they'll kind of dig out a spot for water. Why is it just natural bodies of water that curve? Not like a bigger say a swimming pool.
I can tell you. I generally can tell you.
Okay. But would it be fair to like our position is that the water no water does that ever, period.
At any scale.
So what's the evidence
water?
For that? So you could not.
The observation is that. Sorry, the observation is that. That's what you observe.
Yeah, you already agreed that that's the observation because you told us. Well, it looks flat. Can't see it curving.
Yeah, because to the bare eye, to the naked eye, you can't see it.
So how do you know it actually is then?
Faith, to be honest. Faith.
I thought so.
Well, that's honest. That's really honest of you, bro. Super honest of you.
I'm not
like
you
got to admit that you've never seen a body of water ever do that.
Nah.
Ever. You're describing this like hill, like a hump of water. Water doesn't do that, bro.
What if I told you that nobody's ever seen it do that?
Yeah, because you can't see it in bare eye.
Then who came up with this idea that it's curved?
From space you can. I believe, and I've
Bro, you're not seeing anything from space.
Wait. What do you mean? People in the moon can see it. Like
that's not a location you can go to.
Is this not like general chat? Or is general?
Live stream voice text you can post in there.
Yeah, here you go.
But look, you gotta understand that the only POV of the Earth that you have is your eyeballs.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
You don't see the Earth from quote space. And like to go to pictures, like, well, I could show you pictures of Bigfoot and be like, well, here's Bigfoot. Like, would you accept that? Probably not. So we're saying that pictures of the globe are like pictures of Bigfoot. They're not. They don't match reality.
Yeah. So I'm generally just trying to get more information about this topic. It's interesting.
Yeah, water rests flat.
If flat Earth is confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Central were thinking the exact same thing. There, it's like if the word flat Earth confuses people, you could just swap out Earth for water because we're saying the water is flat, all of it. Ups, swimming pools, ponds, lakes, and oceans all do the same thing. They lay flat. So regardless of whether it looks like it or not, you can go and measure it. Of course, if the Earth is a globe, it's supposed to all look the way it does now. But that's why you go and test and measure. You don't just flap your eyelids at the ocean. You can go get a laser or do long distance observations. Test that curvature.
Yeah.
To just look.
The thing that really just like made it a fact for me is the time zone. That just connects, that clicks in my mind. That there's a time zone. The Earth goes around the sun for 364 days.
It's not what you see.
No, bro.
That's not what you see happening.
That would explain. That was being time. How do you explain?
Or I give you an example of a clock.
Can I
give you an example of a clock though, because like
clock doesn't.
I don't know.
Big difference between a clock and
no, it's not. No, it's not. Think about it. You literally have time zones. You have 12, 1, 2, 3. Those are the different zones, right?
Okay.
You have two hands. You got your sun and you got your minute hand and your hour hand. You can look at those like the sun and the moon. So as the hour hand goes by each zone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say you live on 5, I live on 7. Oh, we have at one point the hour hand's going to be over you. That's what do they call that? Noon. No, that's
okay.
So it's above you. That's noon. So it's the same exact way, bro. It works like that, not like clocks aren't spherical.
Wait, so when you see the sun, where do you see it? Do you see it above you, under you? Where do you see it?
Never under you. You can bank on, because there's a lot of things we don't know about the sun, but I think you can bank on one that it's above you always, moving.
Okay, then
whatever it is.
Have you seen a sunset? A sunset, it goes under. It goes under.
Yeah, well, we just say
it
looks like it's going down, but it's not actually going down. It's just going away from you, like boats. Cool. They say boats go down over the curve, but we say water isn't curved, so it can't be going down over a hill of water. It's just going away from you because you can zoom in on the boat and you can zoom in on the sun again.
If it goes away, it would fade away. It wouldn't wait. If it went away from you, it would fade away. But it doesn't make sense that we could only see half of the sun.
Oh, no. First of all, we don't know what the sun is, so you shouldn't be saying it should or could or would be doing. I don't accept that. No, I don't think you can finish. No, you can't finish because you're saying, well, the sun should do what I say. No, it shouldn't. Why? We don't. First of all, no one knows what the sun is at all. So you are not the arbiter. You shouldn't be saying it should do this and it should do that. No, you don't know that.
So
stop.
It sort of sounds like what you're saying is based on what you see the sun do, it must be vanishing over a curve.
So what do you think the star is?
Well, am I right, though? Did I get that right?
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat, please?
It sounds like what you're saying is based on what you see the sun do, it must be vanishing over a curve.
So, no, what I see is the sun going like us, rotating.
I'm just asking you a yes or no question. Is that what you're saying?
You don't see that. You don't see us rotating.
Yeah, I see that.
So you think it's going over a curve based on what you see it do?
I see it go down. I see us.
Dude, can you just answer the question?
I said yes. Go on.
Yes, okay, so whoever measured that curve?
I don't know. Say shit up.
Well, this is a critical question. If you're saying the sun is going down, it has to be going down over something, which is called the horizon or the curve. So we argue that the horizon isn't a physical thing for anything to go down over anyway. So that's what he's asking you. Who measured that? But no, you don't observe us rotating. No one observes that.
Well, how do you think the gravitational pull works? Then?
Not like that's a bit of a subject change, but that.
But it does make sense because a gravitational pull would not work on such like a big surface.
Oh, really? What's gravity?
You don't need gravity. You don't need
gravity. Pulls you towards the gravitational pull.
What is it?
No, nothing's pulling you down.
No, because the gravity. What explains there's in the middle of the Earth. There's a gravitational pull that pulls you towards it. Am I right or am I wrong?
Middle where? How do you know what middle? Middle how?
Middle
determined by what? That's a cool idea, but it's like the only people have dug into the Earth only like maybe 7 or 8 miles. So who the hell is going to come around and tell me what's 10, 15, 30, 50, 3,000 miles underneath that? Hell no, I don't accept that.
It sounds like you're telling us a story about how things get pulled to the center of a ball Earth.
Then how do you explain gravity?
Well, is that what you're saying or not?
No.
No, you're not saying that things get pulled towards the center of a ball Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. Okay, so then that ball Earth must be curving on its surface, right?
I'm saying it's a sphere.
So then sphere has curvature on the surface, right?
What?
Sphere has curvature on the surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth must be curving on the surface.
Yeah.
Okay, who measured that?
What do you mean who measured that? No one's gonna
who measured that?
Okay, then who said the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't see any measuring a surface.
That's the observation. You yourself admit that it looks flat.
Oh, it looks to the naked eye.
No one needs to say it. Hold on. Yes, that's the point. It's the observation. No one needs to say it. That's what you see.
So you're going off naked eye. That's what you're saying.
No. You're testing the surface, bro. You see flat. Even if it was a globe, we'd all see the same thing. So that's why you have to go out and test what the surface is doing. You can't test it by looking up at the sky at eclipses and stuff like that. You have to actually measure the surface of the Earth. And that's why we ask you, who did measure the surface of the Earth to determine that it's curved? The news flash, no one did. That's what we're here to tell you. We're not claiming the Earth is flat. We're just measuring the surface, and that's what it is.
So
that's like, it's hard for other people to understand.
Yeah, because how old do you think I am?
Doesn't matter.
You seem like you got a head on your shoulders. I mean, you're maybe 20s, 20 some.
Nah, I'm 13.
Oh, 20s?
13. No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if I buy that, but go ahead.
Hey, come on. 2010. I'm still in
Wow.
space.
That's some quick math.
I don't
there,
believe that, but it's okay.
I live in the Middle East, so believe it or not.
Oh no, it sounds like your balls dropped a long time ago, but
Yeah, it's the Arab genes.
I don't know, dude. Gravity pulled your balls down. I don't know. Anyway, but you don't need gravity as well. You brought up gravity. Nothing is pulling you down to the ground. Those are two ideas that people have. Is number one, that they should be floating or flying, which is just goofy to the max. Why would you think that your natural baseline for reality that you should be floating or flying? You're not Goku. We can't fly. Not born with the ability to float. So first of all, nothing needs to prevent you from doing this. So you don't have those abilities. So just take away those ideas. Number one, you can't float, you can't fly. Number two, nothing needs to hold you back from floating or flying because you don't have that ability. So just take them away. And you don't need gravity for any of that at all. If I put my arm up to the sky and point, you put your arm up to the sky and point, we're pointing in the same direction. This is Lew's law. Down is down. It's the same for everybody. The only reason people need gravity is because there's supposed to be some people upside down underneath you. We're all being pulled towards the center. On flat Earth, you don't need that. We're all just standing on the ground. All the same. Point down to the ground. We're all pointing in the same direction.
So, I'm going to go back to the point you said. You said it's easier to go to space. You said it's easy, and we have been to space. You said
who the hell said that?
No. You said it's easy.
No one
to go
said
to
that.
space.
We did not say that.
You've seen,
you can't go to a place that doesn't exist. You can't. You cannot travel to Narnia. You can't go to King Kai's planet. Those are fictional locations that you can't travel through reality to arrive to.
The one you think is above all the stars in the sky, or everything in the sky. How does that work?
Outer space.
Not outer space.
That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know because that's what people think it is. They think, well, I see black, therefore outer space. I see stars, therefore outer space. No.
Then if there was no,
because you see black and stars, it doesn't mean outer space.
So do you think up above us is there gravity or not above us? If you see that,
what do you need gravity for?
So there's no gravity. What are you saying?
No gravity. You don't need gravity for anything.
You defined it as a force that pulls you inwards towards the center of a ball that nobody's seen or measured. So that's just a fairy tale.
So what do you think? How do we go around the sun?
I don't see us doing that.
No, we don't.
How do you think the weather changes? We get close to the sun in summer, and we get further in
Nah, you got it backwards. The sun comes closer to you.
Is that what you think? You think?
Yeah, that's the observation.
That what you want to describe it from the naked eye? I see the sun go down, and the other part of the earth is daylight. And
but you couldn't point to the curve that you think it goes down over, so it never really goes down. It's still above the earth. It just went away.
If you were at the same speed of the sun, us rotating, you would follow the.
We're rotating.
Yeah, we're rotating.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
We're not.
Because time zones, like I said, time zones.
That's okay. Time zones. You just see the sun.
Wait.
If you
just see the sun move. You just see the sun move. You just see the sun move. You don't see yourself moving. So why are you interpreting it that way?
So the sun moves around us. That's what you think.
Well, that's what we see.
That's what you see.
That just doesn't make sense in my mind, to be honest.
It's exactly what
makes sense to you. That's fine.
Sense? Isn't your vision one of your senses? Isn't it? Like your eyes? That's one of your senses. And what do you see every day? You see the sun moving across the sky, don't you?
What up, Jimmy?
Okay, that's the naked eye.
The apparent motion, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, your senses, right? You said that doesn't make any sense, but immediately you can admit, and everybody can agree, that with your eyes you can observe the sky moving, don't you?
Not if you look right at it.
Do you? Do you observe the sky moving? Yes or no?
Yeah,
you can't see it.
The naked eye, yeah. I see clouds moving. Yeah, that's what I see. I see the sun moving.
So how about the sun? Do you see the sun moving with your eyes?
The naked eye, yes.
Yeah, so exactly. You said that doesn't make any sense, but you using one of your senses, right? Your eye. Turn around and you say that doesn't make any sense. That the sun is moving, but you can look at it and it's moving. Your senses are telling you that. At least your eyes are. Your observation. So yeah, when you say it doesn't make sense, yeah, you saying that doesn't make sense. Claiming the opposite, saying the opposite of what your eyes are telling you, it will be nonsense.
The opposite of what you sense.
So this the gravitational pull. That's the main thing in my mind.
What's that?
The gravitational pull pulls you down. Is that true or not?
No. Hell no.
He already told us that gravitational pull is just a pull inwards towards the center of a ball that nobody's seen before. So it's just a cool story.
Then how do you explain gravity? How do you explain?
What do you mean? What gravity? You haven't presented anything.
Explain gravity to me.
Explain what?
Explain more cool story to you.
Dragons.
I already did.
Explain gremlins.
I don't know what that is.
I already explained your cool story.
What is gravity?
What?
My bad, guys.
It's okay.
We don't know what this gravity is you're talking about anyway. So just like goblins and grablins and dragons and demons.
So you
don't have to explain those things because they don't exist.
So you don't believe in gravity?
It's not a belief. Do you believe it? Oh, so you don't believe in dragons?
No, I do not.
Oh, so you don't believe in dinosaurs? Oh, you don't believe in
I believe in dinosaurs.
Oh, I know you do. But so why don't you believe in unicorns?
Oh, so you don't
why
believe
don't you explain it?
So wait, you don't believe in dinosaurs as well?
We can get into that later. But the point is, you don't have to explain things that aren't really reality. Explain unicorns. Why?
That's fictional. Fictional.
Exactly.
There you go. So explain gravity. It's like, what do you need? What gravity?
So if you went up out of the ozone layer, what would happen? What would happen to someone if they went out of the ozone layer?
You can't leave the Earth. You can't leave reality. You can't poof out of reality and then go outside of it and then take selfies. Just like you can't sit, even if the Earth was a globe and then we went to outer space and then we tried to leave outer space. Can you leave outer space? I don't think so. So in the same way that in your worldview, you can't leave it.
Yeah, so think of Earth as the final frontier.
So for that reason, you can't leave. You can't pop out of it. Yeah, so you can't pop out of your reality to like go take selfies with it from the outside. In the same way, you can't pop out of reality as well to go and leave the ozone layer. You can't leave reality.
Have you seen I can't even speak. Have you ever seen a rocket launch?
Yeah, I did rockets.
Yes,
when I was in Boy
I've
Scouts.
seen many rocket launches.
Stuff in the sky, that's fine. But nothing leaves reality.
Nothing leaves you. So you've seen a rocket leave the ozone layer? Yes or no? With your bare eye?
No,
you've never seen that.
Leave the ground. You've seen a rocket leave the ground.
Yeah, you see the rocket leave the ground and leaves your eye view. You can't see it anymore, and then you turn on the TV and you look at the cartoon stuff. You say, look,
there you go.
that rocket that I saw leaving the ground, now it's in Narnia.
Yeah, that's a TV show, Swaggy. You haven't seen anything go to Narnia in the real world.
Yeah, never seen that, bro. You've seen rockets going up? Sure, me too. I've seen them.
You've seen them?
Yeah. You can't believe.
Where do you think they go when they disappear? What do you think happens to them?
Not to Narnia.
Why can't they just go out of your
Not to the fantasy land.
See it for yourself.
Well, if it disappears and you can't see where it went, then you don't know.
Right, we'll get to you in just one second.
Yeah, if it disappeared, you didn't see where it went, then you don't know where it went. Why conclude that it went to some hypothetical, outer space thermodynamics violation?
So people have been and came back saying that they've seen it and they've seen everything. Moon launches.
Let's take a look at their claims. Let's get some citations to see if they're any good.
Because anybody can say anything. Niggas can just say whatever they want.
Yeah,
you don't just
that's
go
the
off
problem.
what people say.
Yeah, exactly. People can just say whatever they want to, so let's get some verification.
Wait.
You know, some people tell you, we've been to the moon. I heard it in the radio.
So
must be facts. Nah. Not really.
So you're saying 20 people have been to the moon?
Can 20 people lie? Can 20 people lie?
100%
20
of the
people can't lie, bro.
Wait, 20 people have walked on the moon, and you're saying 100% of those people are lying? Is that what
you know, more people admit they've been in the moon in cartoons and movies, right? Have you ever seen like Star Wars or that stuff? And they they're acting, and you see them walking in the surface of planets and this and that. You don't believe they've been there. You know, it's a cartoon, right? You know, it's like a TV. But then the other guys, the other 20 guys, they tell you, hey, we've been to Narnia, and you just believe it because they said it is.
Then what about
it doesn't have to be this huge entity.
It only takes one person to prove that they went
there. There's
there.
a lot of people
just
that are
one.
just believers.
It only takes
Not
one
really
person to go against the laws of nature. That's impossible, bro. You can't go against. You can't lead.
That's right. Yeah. So, what do you think is more? What do you think is more likely, Swaggy, that the second law of thermodynamics is false, or that people lie?
I don't even know, because
the laws of nature are false, or people lie. Which one is it?
The first one.
The laws of nature are false. Okay, they must be false because people can't lie.
He just said he doesn't have. Listen, you ask him that question, right? And it's on topic question, but he said he doesn't have any idea what the laws of nature are. So this is bad.
Enough.
Yeah, bro, I'm not even in high school. So
the thing is, you're making claims that contradict the laws of nature, but because someone told you that they've been to a fantasy place and you believed it. And I mean, it's okay that you believe that. But that's not how things work. Just because someone said that doesn't mean it's true. Because there is laws that we have to work with. I mean, to follow. And 20 guys went to the moon. Okay, cool story.
That's cool folklore. You never went. You didn't go with them. You can't verify anything that they said. It's just a cool story that's been passed down to you. Meanwhile, water doesn't curve. Gas pressure requires a container. So their story is nonsense on its face that violates the laws of nature.
Reynolds said it takes one guy to prove that someone went to the moon. One guy. That's it.
Still waiting on that one guy.
Yeah, I'm not saying they did. I'm saying, but it only, as you guys got into the numbers game, it only just takes the one, right? If one guy
waiting on him.
You're waiting. I'll admit that you're waiting. I'm just saying it doesn't take thousands of people. It just takes one person.
We know.
That's how science works.
I get it, but remember, they're claiming the opposite of the laws of nature. So who should I believe?
Well, when people say things, those are words, right? Those are things people just say. Those are words.
Exactly, Mike. Yeah.
Oh, okay, exactly. And when you articulate the laws of nature, those are comprised of words. Those are just things people wrote down.
Yeah, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can observe it. It's demonstrable.
Well, that might be true, but then you say things like the atmosphere should just fly off into space because it doesn't have a container in the absence of the laws of nature, which say gravity, regardless of what you think its cause is, if you drop something, it falls, including gas particles. They fall.
Gravity is not a phenomenon.
You're saying that I'm not sitting in a chair right now.
Gravity is not a natural phenomenon.
It's not natural. What is it? Supernatural?
No. Explain why I release a balloon and goes up. Where
helium. You're saying gravity things go down because gravity. How about helium?
You asked me to explain something. Why, when you let a helium balloon go, goes up, right?
Why things go down and why things go down go up. Explain
They're
that gravity. Explain that gravity.
Well, I can't explain
You
gravity.
can't.
I can
shut up.
No.
If
no,
you
I can
can't
explain what it does.
it,
Well,
if
the
you
only
cannot,
reason
No,
why,
yeah.
well,
Well, you're
because
cutting me off. You're just cutting me off.
helium balloon goes up.
Yeah,
because
just relax, guys. It's okay.
Swaggy.
Helium is less dense than air, so it's gonna float. That's just science. It's
thanks.
And
Density.
an
Okay.
and there was
Thanks.
a research done.
Yeah. Density,
And there was
buoyancy.
research done where someone from Egypt and someone from Cyprus at the same time looked through a telescope, and the person from Egypt could not see the same stars as the person from Cyprus. How does that make sense?
That's cool.
He looked up. He couldn't see the same stars. The same stars because they're not Cyprus, somewhere else. I don't remember.
Okay,
are you saying that? What is he saying about looking to the stars? He's saying that looking at the stars. What?
Yeah, what he's saying, it sounds like to me, is that there must be a curve blocking some stars depending where you are on the face of the Earth. Is that right, Swaggy?
No. So what I'm seeing is one person on one side of the Earth, other side of the Earth. They're both looking up.
Doesn't sound like you listened. So are you saying that there's a curve blocking some stars depending where you are on the Earth?
No, I'm saying because space. Do you think space is? There's no limit to space. Space is infinite.
Dude,
you think that?
dude, it's a yes or no question. Is there a curve? Is there a curve? Is there a curve of the Earth blocking some stars depending where you are on the Earth?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well, what's the point of your story?
I'm saying because the space is infinitive. Because if you look up and if you look down from the other side of the world, you look down. You're not looking in the same direction. South Pole, North Pole, they both look up in the same time. You're not going to see the same stars. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So, because there's a curve of the Earth, right? So depending where you're standing on that curve, you're going to have a different vantage point looking out into space, right?
I'm saying it's opposite sides.
Hey, Swaggy, I was talking about gravity. Why you are talking about stars?
Because
you are talking too many things. Don't mix it, okay? You are right. We have density.
Go talk about gravity. Talk about gravity.
Okay,
We're talking about helium balloons.
Hey, Ray, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I was talking to Swaggy.
Helium is less dense than air. That's just science.
Just relax, Miguel. It's okay.
Swaggy. And I'm saying you are right. So we have density and buoyancy. Why we need gravity?
Well, because gravity, there's air and gravity. We need to breathe. We breathe oxygen. We breathe H2O.
Just a second. You said there's density. Why you need gravity? Okay, so if it is density, forget that fairy story about gravity.
Because if it's just density, why doesn't it just go up?
Reynolds, why you are over talking?
So you asked me a question. You asked me a question. Why do we need gravity on Earth?
I was agreeing with you. So we have density. So we don't need you are the one that talk about density. So I accept that. My question is why you need to talk about gravity in fact it is density and buoyancy.
Because can I go back to your first question? You asked me why we need gravity. Can I answer that question?
You said it is density. Why you need other word?
Because we need gravity because the sun keeps the sun's gravity keeps the Earth in an orbit around it, keeps us at a comfortable distance so we don't burn. That's the point of gravity.
Wow. So if it is density, let's call it density, not any fairy tale stories, Because density, we can prove it and test it, but that fairy tale about gravity, pulling things to the ground and things go up because of gravity, things go down because of gravity. I mean, you see the contradiction.
You could take a cloud, so you could take smoke. Its density is lighter than air, so it would go up. That's what you say. So, a cloud in the sky, its density is lighter than air.
Okay, accept it. Why you? Yeah. Okay, it's density. Yeah, it's proven.
Wait. That analogy, right? I mean, could it not just be that there's wind? I mean, what if you put smoke in a vacuum chamber? Does it sink? I don't know. Or does it just sit
If
there?
you put a vacuum next to smoke, the vacuum would inhale the smoke.
You see the problem of that ball Earth. You put inside a vacuum chamber, and nothing it works. Even that ball, it goes down.
So I have a question for you. Why do you think we haven't been like in the middle of the Earth? Why do you think that we've tried to dig down? Why do you think it hasn't worked?
Is everyone went to the center of? To the.
No, and there's a reason for that. Do you know the reason?
Can you go there?
We cannot due to high intense heat.
I don't know why. That's irrelevant, you know. Why are you talking about? Suddenly you decide to go to go underground. You see the problem. You are mixing many things. I agree with you. It is density. Let's stay with that. We can test it and prove it. But that fairy tale about gravity. Don't you know?
What do you think gravity is exactly? Do you think there's no gravity?
It's your claim. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I think the gravity is the reason we're on this Earth. If there was no gravity, we would be floating. Is that true or not?
No. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
No, because it would go. It would like explode.
Okay. Awesome. You like a tire, no? You have gas pressure inside the tire because the tire is the container. So.
And that's the ozone layer. The ozone layer contains the gravity and the oxygen.
What?
The ozone layer, it contains the gravity and the oxygen for us to breathe and to inhale.
What the fuck? Ozone layer contains gravity. Define gravity.
Oh my god.
Gravity pulls us down. We need to define gravity.
Gravity pulls us down. That's not really a definition. What is it? Define gravity.
Why the clouds stay there and this gravity doesn't pull those clouds down?
The definition of gravity is a force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth. That's the definition.
Not according to your heliocentric paradigm, it isn't. Hasn't been a force for over 100 years. Heard of Einstein?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. So where can I read your paper debunking him? Because he says it's not a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time.
How do you think?
So how do you know that the bending and warping of space-time is responsible for anything you observe in reality?
So let me go back to the first. You said there's nothing as gravity. Am I right?
I don't know. I don't know.
You said you don't think gravity is real. Am I right or am I wrong?
All I did was ask you questions about it. You're the one who thinks it's real. I haven't said anything in that way.
Yeah, because it doesn't. If you went out of the ozone layer, went into outer space, would you go down?
That's a cool fairy tale.
That's just a fact, and it's been scientifically proven. People have been to space.
That's a fact. You're a fucking moron.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, you're a fucking moron. You don't know what's science. Find natural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finish your sentence. I didn't hear shit.
You said gravity was scientific. Which gravity are you talking about?
The gravity. What do you want gravity like? There's only one gravity.
Really? You sure about that?
What do you think?
You're absolutely sure about there's only one gravity. Do you have a citation for that?
Then how do you think?
Yeah, but how do I think? That's not the answer to my question.
No. I'm asking you a question.
You fucking clown.
Fuck you.
So, yeah, you fucking moron. So I'm going to debunk you right now. Can you read what's in live stream voice text at 5 minutes after the hour? You said there's only one gravity. Fucking read that.
Yeah. You think the Earth is flat? Don't talk to me. You think the Earth is flat? Don't talk to me.
You dumb fuck. Hey, dumb fuck. There's two versions of gravity. Newton and Einstein from NASA. You're debunked.
So you're just gonna say?
So you're debunked. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Back to natural science. What is natural science? Define that.
Bro, honestly, I'm 13 years old. What the fuck you want from me?
You're a retard, ain't you?
You're a fucking faggot.
Yeah, you're a retard.
Yeah.
You just got debunked. Mr. One version of gravity? Not according to NASA. You just making shit up.
Yeah.
Put like 15 versions in the chat.
Okay. So
you just making shit up. Yeah. You fucking clown.
Bro, listen, you're living in
What's scientific evidence?
You're living in the cartoon.
What's scientific evidence, clown fuck?
Cartoon. You're living in a cartoon.
Yeah, I'm living with your sister. You don't know. You don't have any idea what gravity is. You don't know what the scientific method is. You don't know what scientific validation is. You don't know dick. Right? Yeah, right?
Yeah, I know your mom's pussy. I know
You're a dumb fuck.
Last night, dumb fuck.
Yeah. You're finished.
That's cool globe proof.
Yeah, you're done. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's muted. I think Reynolds might be more of age to know about what gravity actually is.
Reynolds, he's dumber than the other guy is.
I know what ISO means.
Yeah, you don't. What's isotropic mean?
I don't know what you mean when you say you know what ISO means, like the standardization organization.
What's isotropic mean, dumb fuck?
The QE tried to tell me what ISO meant.
What's isotropic mean, dumb fuck?
It means uniform across something, right?
Hey, dumb fuck. Isotropic. That's the prefix. The whole word is isotropic. What's it mean?
Across the medium, right?
Across the Don't ask me what's right. Go ahead and post it. Citation in live stream because we don't trust what the fuck you say.
It's something that has the same property.
What the fuck did I just tell you? Post it in live stream. You are untrustworthy. Anything that comes out of your mouth is fucking horse shit until proven otherwise. So post it in live stream and then discuss it. Isotropic. It is great for the community. Taking a giant dump after I rip your head off and shit down your neck.
Can't post it in the community because you blocked my chat.
Ray, you clown, retard. You're going to post that sometime soon. While we're young.
He can't post it right now.
You blocked me.
While we're young. I didn't block you, you fucking idiot. Post it.
No,
you're not coming off moot.
You can see the chat. You can definitely see the chat, Ray. It's right here. Come on. Right here. You're tagged in the chat. Go ahead. Post the citation if you will.
We want to see isotropic. Because you probably forgot what you were looking for.
So I posted in the chat earlier before I joined the VC with the citation on not on isotropic but on ethos. So I thought this played a role here.
I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for the meaning of isotropic.
Well, we gotta wait. Oh, here it goes. Adjective physics of an object or substance having a physical property which has the same value when measured in different directions.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what I just said.
Yeah, I know. That's one fucking medium. What are two different isotropic mediums?
Two different isotropic mediums.
Yeah, thanks. You're a fucking retard, man.
I'm really hurt.
Well, you're really a dumbass. We just exposed that again.
Yeah, because I was wrong where.
Yeah, you were wrong where. Because refraction, you dumb fuck, requires two different isotropic media.
No, it doesn't.
Nuh-uh. Okay, let's post that fucking shit again. Of course, you're going to be shutting up the whole fucking time, right? Better be. We don't want to hear your dumb ass. So, let's check what refraction is. Nuh-uh was your remark. Yeah? All right. Let's see what we can find.
Did you have something, Kiwi? Because I have no clue why it doesn't or does.
Why what doesn't or does?
Refraction.
There you go.
Doesn't or does require two media.
Yeah, there. Now you fucking know. At 10 minutes after the hour. Want another one?
Hold up. Used to describe the relationship between angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media. So this is from Wikipedia, right?
Yeah.
And who did they say? This hyperphysics?
No, that's the second definition of it.
Okay. That's just what they cite. They must have cited somebody, right?
Yeah, they cited themselves.
Yeah, so that's bullshit, right?
Oh, it's bullshit. Really? How so, fuckwit?
Citing yourself?
Citing yourself. They're hyperphysics. It's Georgia State University, you idiot.
Wikipedia is Georgia State University?
No, Georgia State's Georgia State. Wikipedia is Wikipedia.
That's what I was talking about, not Georgia State.
Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about Georgia State now, since you don't take Wikipedia, which I can understand. I'm tracking with it. Do you understand what two media are? And a boundary and a fucking interface. Do we have that in the fairy tale atmosphere?
I think I do, but
you think you do, right? Boy, that's reassuring. Could you tell us how so? You know the gas.
No, I won't, because
you know the gases don't have surfaces. You fucking retard. So how can you have an interface?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Go back to primary school. Back to Ray Notes, dumb fuck. Yo, dumb fuck. Hello. Isotropic. Do you see what's on those law?
I posted it in
diagram.
The chat.
Shut the fuck up. Do you see the interface?
Read
what
I wrote.
We went through this the night before. I posted the formula.
The night
you
before.
Talk through me, you fucking piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm done with you. Come back here when I'm not here. You can talk to other people that entertain your retard shit. Your fucking Elmer Fudd sophistry. That's all you got. Where you fucking train wreck yourself with every other statement. We'll go back to crazy case on. Hey, Holmes. Were you the one that was talking about gravity before?
I don't know who that was. Some swaggy. Okay.
I'm sorry. Muted. That wasn't you. Do you have any scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion?
Can you explain why you called me a spinning ball space monkey religious
Can you tell me why you called me? Are you sensitive? I didn't call you that. I said for your religion.
You claimed I have a religion.
You claimed I have a... Yes, you do. Do you know what religion is?
I mean, I never claimed to believe that the Earth is a spinning ball space monkey. That sounds like
really?
a belief about that.
Oh, you're not a spinning ball space monkey?
And I don't believe in spinning ball.
You don't believe?
Space
So you're not a balltard?
Ballpark?
Balltard.
Balltard. Ah, sure. Yeah, sure.
So you're a spinning ball space monkey religion believer? Yes. So that the answer to the question is yes. So, back again. Let's go over what religion is so we can establish it, because it's connected to my question. Do you have any scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion? And what's a religion?
Well, still,
I'm sorry.
It's still not my religion. So
I'm sorry, that's too much. Let's go back to what religion is. Define religion.
I mean, you used it in a sentence, right? So you should define it, not me.
Belief without evidence, which is connected to my next query, which I've asked 3 times that you've been feebly diverting from. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. Now, until
not my
you
religion,
provide,
and I'm not claiming any evidence of.
I know you have a problem. You just diarrhea of the mouth, right? So it's a religion because you have yet to provide any evidence for it. Now, once you provide evidence for it, then it's not a fucking religion. Do you follow that logic?
I do, but if I don't believe it, then it's not my religion.
I don't believe you said you do believe it because you don't have any scientific evidence for it.
If I claim the Earth is flat, you say I still believe
the Earth is flat. What is? Can you please provide? You're already guilty. Do you know why? You don't. You're a dumb bastard, right? What you should have told me immediately. What you should have said immediately to my query, scientific evidence for the spinning ball or the spheritard, right? What you should have said that QE, that's a malformed question because scientific evidence, that is natural science, only deals with cause and effect relationships. It doesn't establish the what is or shape questions. So you're already compromised there, sunshine. How you like that?
I could also say you
fuck off. How about that? That'll be the end of that. Mr. Yeah, Swaggy's back. I don't think so, sunshine.
He can't seem to concentrate long enough to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Jumps all over the place.
Yep. Let's see if Crazy Khan has fucking assimilated that information I just gave him. Yeah. Why didn't you say QE? That's a malformed question.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I didn't have the same explanation, but
No,
you
didn't say it. You didn't say it. No, you didn't.
By analogy, sure.
No, you didn't. You didn't have a fucking analogy. It's not analogy worthy. You should have said QE. That's a malformed question, dumb fuck. My God. What are you, some type of Elmer Fudd fucking retard sophist?
Can I say only one short?
What?
He didn't have analogy and he didn't say that.
No
Only
shit.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you delusional, crazy case on? You didn't do any of those things. Meaning you're a pretender clown. You're a fraud. You shouldn't be in this discussion. Maybe whose favorite color is the best or fucking sewing forms. Maybe that's more your speed.
Is there a reason that you are?
Yeah, because you're a pretender clown fraud. Yeah, that's the reason. That's why you're feeling the wrath. That's exactly. Do you got the reason why? Yeah.
No, the reason let me ask the whole question. A reason why to what? Because I didn't get that far.
Go ahead, get that far. Hurry up.
Yeah, a reason why you're hot on the.
Shut the fuck up. The reason why I'm hot, God made me that way. There you go. There's an answer to your fuckwit question. What? Let's try this. Let's start off with your ABCs because we got to start out the foundation. Please recite your ABCs. I don't think you could fucking do it. Go ahead. We're all waiting.
Just you waiting.
No, that's all of us are waiting. They're well aware of this tactic. And how do you presume what everyone else fucking knows? You got like special Evo mind powers or something?
Same goes to you.
Yeah, same goes. Well, I know these people in here. I'm familiar with them. You don't know them.
Been here a few times.
Oh, a few times. I've been in here for 6 fucking years. Let's start off. What is natural science? Let's evaluate your science acumen. Yeah. Let's start there. What is natural science?
Let me get the citation first.
Please.
Everything what has ology on the end.
Check, mic check. Oh, there we go.
It's incorrect right off the bat.
I'm detecting some salt from the chat.
They're not concerned with descriptions. You're
Ray.
You're the one that you just parroted.
Hear me
You
okay?
said
Or
natural
what's up,
science.
Kiwi?
Just relax, Creation Bear. 1 second. Or do you got some admin issue?
I think he's probably lagging or something. I don't think he hears you.
Yeah, well, I think I'm lagging. At least probably me. But what's going on, Ray in the chat? Rating in a little bit of salt is okay. Is it okay? As soon as I left, it popped off. So
CB, are you hearing
Creation Bear? Just hold on a
No,
second. We're in a
we
we're
drop
in a
out,
discussion.
rejoin.
Yeah. Crazy K-Son. So you got this definitions of natural science, right? Archived from where the fuck was it? youpeople.edu? Okay.
There he is.
Natural science is one of the branches of science that's redundant. Number one, concerned with description. Natural science isn't concerned with descriptions at all. Understanding.
University of the People, maybe this is a BS.
UOP, yeah, whatever. Well, it's not about descriptions at all. That's what is questions. Understanding and prediction, not predicting natural phenomena. That's incorrect. Let's try this one. Let's go with Oxford Dictionary, so we're on the same fucking sheet of music. So
These guys are
natural
good.
science is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing a systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation. We agree with that? Your definition is all kind of fucked up.
I'm just trying to get the link you have. It's diverting me to their homepage. Trying to get the.
It doesn't. It's Oxford Dictionary's definition. It's fucking pretty encompassing, I think. It pretty much states what it is. Yeah. I just wanted you to notice the end part where it said observation and experiment. Yeah. You got that part?
Yeah, that came on mine too, based on empirical evidence.
Yeah, that came at the end of a clusterfuck that everything was wrong before it. But yeah, it did. Yeah, you're right. You got 1/3 of it right, meaning you got it fucking wrong. Or whoever you parroted got it wrong. My question is, can natural science be conducted without experiment? You want me to say it again?
Well, look, I mean, I went to Oxford English Dictionary. It seems like they have a different definition than yours.
Yeah, sure. It's not mine. It's Oxford Dictionary's. The fucking link's right there.
I've put my link. It actually goes to the site.
Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Is my question.
I don't think so. Because you need empiricism.
Right. So natural science can't be conducted without experiment. That's a good fucking job. That's the right answer. So my question is, paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever the fuck that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, can they conduct experiments?
Astrophysics, like you could measure where planets
No,
are.
I'm not talking about measurements. I'm talking about experiments. Maybe we have to go into what an experiment is.
You need a controlled variable. So I mean,
you need a lot more than that, Sunshine.
You could take a measurement, but not everything's controlled.
Measurement's not a fucking. Do you know? Okay, what are the key ingredients of the scientific method? That's not a good question. Nah. Don't give him that yet. Can you have an experiment without a hypothesis?
Don't think so.
You don't think so? So you need a hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is? If you don't, just say
best guess.
No, it's incomplete. It's not a best guess. If I guess your weight, you weigh 245 kilos. Is that a hypothesis? No. So it's not a best guess.
Hell no.
So what's a hypothesis? All right, so let's try this. At 27 minutes after the hour, from Colorado State, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. That's backed up by Colorado State, Long Beach, 2 variables, cause and effect statement, independent variable, dependent variable, and then from Kristen McClellan, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method, from the Geological Society of America, fucking pseudoscientists. They can talk the talk, but they can't walk the walk. They tell you that a hypothesis is a prediction, right? These are all echoing each other. That needs a dependent variable and independent variable. So you say in astrophysics can perform experiments. Can you post in the entire history, I'm going to give you 3 of them, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, in their entire history, one single viable scientific hypothesis? And if you can, please post it down here. It could take you a few minutes, and that's fine. I'll give you a couple minutes to get. You can go look for it. You don't have to know right off the bat. But all I need, not the experiment. I just want a viable hypothesis so we can get to the experiment. Those 3 disciplines, please.
I'm pretty slow here. I'm still reading your
okay.
27 after the hour.
Okay.
I think this is important, right? There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable.
Correct. That's why you only have one independent variable. So what I'm searching for is one viable scientific hypothesis that contains an independent variable and a dependent variable. Just a simple statement in any one of those disciplines, ever. You know why I'm asking that? Because of what Sean Carroll said at 30 minutes after the hour from Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote science journal in the entire fucking world. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're the whole fucking point. Meaning that to be natural science, you have to be able to construct viable scientific hypotheses. So my question again, it's not a hurry, is please post one viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics, confirming that there are actual natural sciences. You follow my train of thought there?
Not how it's a question, though.
Say again?
Not how that's a question.
Not how what's a question?
The please post one. It sounds like a demand or a request.
It is a request. You have to post one to prove that those three disciplines are natural science. They have to have one. At least one. You'd figure they'd have thousands in their entire history. I'm just asking for one in one of their entire histories. I think that's pretty fucking reasonable. Don't you?
Yeah, I mean, currently I don't have one, and off the top of my head, I don't know of one.
I don't want you to get one off the top of your head. You're not going to think of one if you're not an astronomer, an astrophysicist, or a cosmologist. You're not going to have that at the top of your head. You can go find one, though. That's why I said take your time. Should be easy. Just post in Google hypothesis in astronomy, or hypothesis in astrophysics, or hypothesis in cosmology. Should be easy. You should be overwhelmed with millions of fucking hits.
Yeah, but I'm slow.
You're slow.
You, man. Not you. Experiments, like a million of experiments.
Not experiments, Sasha. Stay out of this.
Yeah, hypothesis.
You're not. Is your Google? Do you have a good connection?
No, it's just I'm trying to keep up. There's so much going on in the chat.
Don't look at fucking chat.
Conversation's got like five different things in the background, and I'm only able to keep up with one of them.
Just focus on, listen to the words, all right, my brother. Listen to it, have a conversation. We'll be in the chat, tolerant, so always go back and find us in the chat. So just focus on the convo for now.
Tell that woman what is behind it that come later.
So what's the hypothesis from natural science? Is this it, or am I looking for independent, dependent variable?
I want not the hypothesis. That's non sequitur. I want a single viable scientific hypothesis from either one of those disciplines, astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics. They would have to if anything you post, it better have a viable independent and dependent variable in it, because we just went over, that's what a scientific hypothesis is.
So I got DuckDuckGo, so the results are slower too.
That's
Not
fine.
as good, but some privacy here.
That's fine. Take your time.
And just for context, I searched a hypothesis from natural science.
No, not from natural science. A hypothesis from cosmology, astronomy, or astrophysics. I'm going to have to go for about 5 minutes. So you got 5 minutes, you're clear? Right? Now, if you post it in here, no, just take your time is what I'm saying. I'm sure Heretic can take over while I'm gone.
Sure, I'm good to go.
Yeah. So I'll be back and then we can evaluate. You got to find there's something out. There's got to be something out there if they're natural sciences, right?
Maybe I have to go to Google.
Yeah, that's fine.
Shit.
I'll be back and give me 5 minutes, man.
All right. I was a bit in and out there. Where were we?
Wrap up. I'm Googling maybe you guys can help too, because right now I'm not finding anything. This is the topic. I put it in the chat. We're trying to find a hypothesis from cosmology, astronomy, or astrophysics.
Yes, we are looking for one of those still.
Yeah, all I get is definitions of what they are.
Sort of a goose chase. We're sending you. Often you might find yourself sent on a wild goose chase looking for something that isn't there.
No, I figured as much. I figured that.
I could just tell you and rip the Band-Aid off and say it's not there. But it's almost better for a fool to persist in his folly, and then he may become wise.
Well, no, I wanted to get at least somebody that claimed to have one, right?
Right, to claim to have one. I think the idea, though, is that it's an exercise in demonstrating that these are pseudosciences.
Crazy, Kason, do you know that everyone who made experiments, real scientists, who is like, for example, some chemist or biochemist or some real scientist, they know that all these things what you are looking out for, that is not science. You know that. The people who made experiments, they know that they know that astrology and all that stuff is pseudoscience. Do you know that?
Astrology for sure.
Do you know that some chemist who made experiment, he knows that some geologist or some or some how is the name? Wait, just a second because of my English.
Michio Kaku.
This is the closest thing I got.
Anthropology. Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Cosmological tests of the hypothesis of dark matter as bound neutrinos. I think this. I'm trying to see if it's got the.
What kind of shit is that? I'm telling you this. Do you know that every scientist who made experiments, with empirical experiment, know that astronomy and all that stuff is pseudoscience? Do you know that?
I don't know that, but it's.
Oh, I'm telling you that from good sources, from scientists. You know? Scientists told me that all these techniques are pseudoscience, that it has nothing to do with the science. That real scientists told me.
Science has become one of those terms people wear. Like, you know, when you go to Whole Foods, maybe you have a dispensary or whatever. You go there and they'll wear like a jacket or they'll have a lanyard and with a bunch of pins on it. And like what people do nowadays, they'll wear a pin called science. They treat it like a Boy Scout badge or a pin they wear on their apron when they're clocked in. Science is a method, something very specific. Nowadays, people just throw the word around willy-nilly. Oh, I proved this with science. We did this with science. Science this. Science says. They just throw the word around super loose. And so that's something I've come to learn is that it's something very specific. It's not a badge you just wear on your jean jacket when you go to the grocery store. It doesn't work like that.
Do they
I trust science.
Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to feign credibility where there isn't any. Do they have a viable dependent and independent variable in this paper that you provided?
I'm still trying to get the hypothesis out of it.
Yeah, me too. I skimmed it, didn't see it. It's sort of like CB is saying, like they're saying they have a hypothesis, then you look for it, and where is it? Oh boy, ADD guy is back. Yeah.
Swaggy, I did unmute you, but was he the one saying fuck you and stuff? I think, right?
What?
He got really triggered by QE, and he can't seem to stay on point at all every single time we ask him
so
something.
listen, Swaggy, I'm taking Swaggy, I'm taking the bullet for you, okay? I unmuted you so you can have control over your mic whenever you want to actually talk with people in here and have a back and forward conversation. But if you start like, fuck you, and interrupt the conversation, and let's just 1 second. If you want to say something, just wait for the other person to finish. Say what you gotta say. Answer the questions, right? Back and forward. But remember, if you don't do that, you're just gonna get muted. I just want to unmute you again if you get muted for silly reasons. Okay. So for now, if you don't got anything to say, just mute yourself and wait whenever you have a question. Go ahead.
Are you using my rollback? Yeah. Okay. Wait, I'm on a phone call. I'll be back. Wait.
Is he hot micing or talking to us? I can't even tell.
I'm not sure. That was a good message there from Gemsy. I hope he caught that. But Maybe he'll just be back. But you honestly, you get what you put out. Look at this crazy Kason. I'm not seeing him get muted. You know, I see other people come through and have the QE quote experience. They don't get muted. So it's like it's you, man.
Hey, I've spoken to Crazy Kason many times. He's super cool. Everything is cool with him. It's just that obviously when QE has some specific questions, he wants to keep it very hyper specific, and sometimes not even I can have that conversation. So it's all good.
I just wanted to know though, because I haven't quite caught it, Kason, what is your position on what the Earth is?
We talked about it, I don't think 2 days back, and I can't draw a conclusion from any evidence that the Earth is this or that. So.
Okay, can we get back? Sorry, I'm back. Can I?
Oh, I'm sorry that you're back.
Hey, there he is.
You're sorry that I'm back. That's a good one. So you did post something in here, cosmological test of the hypothesis of dark matter. This is going to be a lot of fun. Can you print out the hypothesis, please? This is a whole reference. Can you peel out the hypothesis for us?
So I'll put. It's unclear right now. I've been trying to find a specific hypothesis, but this is the closest I've got.
The
Section 3 applies the hypothesis to neutrinos, but it's like referencing the hypothesis without stating it.
Yeah, that's not the hypothesis. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Did the observed phenomenon take place in the early universe?
Well, who are they, Doc Brown?
Yeah.
I think they define it as a theory. They say the theory is anomaly free and normalizable.
Nope. That's horseshit. You don't know what a scientific theory is either. Do you have a science background? Natural science background?
Mathematics.
Yeah, that's not science. So you don't know what a scientific theory is. You didn't know what a scientific hypothesis was. So this is kind of academic and like an exercise in futility here. Let me just summarize. You will never, ever find a scientific hypothesis in the following disciplines that call themselves science. You know, when you walk into university, they have the like ivory archway that says science. And when we walk through the archway, right, you see paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology. Yes, I'm still laughing. Whatever the fuck that is. Cosmology, astronomy, astrophysics, you know, and well, obviously theoretical physics. There's no experiments there. But in all the other ones, they will never be able to post a single scientific hypothesis in those disciplines in their entire history, not a single one. So my question is, how the fuck can they be natural sciences and not follow the scientific method? Answer, they can't. They're pseudoscience religions, each and every single one of them, demonstrably, by definition. That's my point. That was my whole point.
Together with the carbon dating.
Yep. So there you go. That's all I wanted to point. You know, I don't want to, hog the whole. Thank you. I'll be in the area all week. I want to thank all my friends. I want to thank my mom for having me. That's I don't want to. I don't want to take over. I don't want to take over the discussion and let somebody else go. So there you go. That's all I had.
It is a good point, though. I had to make this point today. Someone was like, I studied astrophysics in college.
Conclusion, believe it or not.
My response was like, it's not even a science. So that's an important point.
I think, who was it? Notes was saying something about replying to what Kiwi said. Go ahead.
I was just saying that his summation there at the very end, I actually kind of agree with that. I mean, if you can't test it, make a prediction and test it, and then see that the prediction comes true, how can you even call it a theory? How does it elevate itself to the level of a scientific theory? You have to be able to test it first. So, the disciplines he enumerated there, I don't know that they've ever performed a hypothesis and proved any of those things.
Said. Yeah, that's another word we'll just throw around, theory. Well, you don't get a theory unless you've got through the hypothesis test first. So, yeah, that's just people just throw around.
And it has to be a valid hypothesis. So forgive me, bro. To that point, it has to be.
Go ahead.
It's not gonna be like something. Oh, in Narnia land, I have a hypothesis that the lion talks to the witch because he has like an iPhone hidden in his fur, and he's translating, and the iPhone is the one talking, right? You can't have that type of hypothesis.
But he doesn't need to worry about science, because he said that he's good in math. If he's good in math, that means geometry. Man, you can realize that in geometry you don't need to know anything about science, making an experiment. If you know math, man, you will realize everything in 1 second.
Yeah, you can do things like 4 and 5 dimensional shapes and mathematical geometry, but
yeah, because you have sphere in the math. That's geometrical object and has the radius and drop over distance, and then you check that, and if you have dimension of the sphere, even it's easier. Yep, that's all.
I want to check on the new people real quick. Anybody has any question related to the topic of the server? We have Criminal listening in the chat. If you have any questions, let me know. Might bring you up to the VC and you can ask the panel. Just reply to me in the text if you like to speak in this VC. Go ahead, guys.
What's the topic? I mean, tonight. I know the general topic, obviously.
How to use science and to change sea level.
I mean, like change sea level, like tides, or why is the sea level and not curved?
Whatever, however you want. How to sea level? What to do with sea level?
I would say that water seeks low ground, right? So in the popular model, there's a globe. Gravity points towards the center. All the water's going to just float in that direction. Is that what you mean, or not what you're talking about?
Hold on, gravity. Which gravity you're talking about?
And there is
Just
no center.
The thing that makes us feel like stuff goes downward.
No, not all stuff goes downward. I'll release a helium balloon.
Well, the air goes down around it, right?
Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, right. I want you to define gravity with citation, please, and then I want you to scientifically validate it. Not you.
Just feel. I was saying it feels like things go down.
Not you personally. We don't care about what feels and shit. We're talking about science, empirical data. Now, I don't mean for you to do it, but you can go find the scientific evidence for gravity, right?
I've never seen it. I've never seen one. I mean, I've never seen an explanation for gravity. Maybe is it the Higgs boson particle? I mean, mystical, magical stuff. But I've never seen a.
Did you say anything?
Hold on a second, Sasha. You appealed to it, Ray,
because we experience it.
Yeah. So we experienced something that you never had explained to you. Lovely.
Yeah, like a caveman experiences fire, but doesn't really have any idea what it is.
We're going to need a little bit more cowbell. I need you to define gravity, which one you're talking about, and then I need the scientific validation, because this is science, right?
Well, we're talking about the way things are.
No, I'm talking about natural science and validating gravity, which is supposedly physics.
We're just talking about the nature of reality.
Yeah, the nature of reality, fucking physics.
Well, physics is a science.
Oh my. Okay, Ray, if you don't mind, you're a fucking retard, and you're going to go on mute for right now. Because I'm not dealing with Elmer Fudd sophistry. You better get your fucking act together before I fucking mule kick your dumb ass. I'm not playing any fucking reindeer games. You got me, sunshine. Now, I've given you a number of chances, but you fucked them all up. You better get your ass in gear. When I'm around, I don't know. These people might entertain your dumbass, but I'm not going to. Maybe a stepwise process, maybe in another 18,000 months, we can have a conversation. For now, we can't. Just shut the fuck up. You're a dumbass. Elmer Fudd sophist, fuckwit. Demonstrated over and over and over again. By me personally. I took time out, 45 minutes a whole fucking day, yesterday in the evening, to fucking just expose your dumbass, and all you said, I don't know what I thought with. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to primary school. You fucking half a sissy. Crazy K-Son. You said you got a mathematics degree, right? Or you study mathematics?
Yeah, I got a degree in it, yeah.
Okay, so you understand geometry, correct?
Yeah, I mean, understand it. I have background in it, sure.
Listen, I'm not going to ask you any fucking crazy questions about geometry and stuff, man. Just relax. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the #1 flat Earth proof. You ready?
I think I've heard it, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. So here it goes. This is real easy. You've heard of celestial navigation before, correct?
Is this, I mean, I've heard the word, but the definition, I assume, is like tracking stars? Or
yeah, celestial navigation. They've been using it for the past couple centuries. What they use is certain stars, not all the stars. I think there's about 67 of them, if I'm not mistaken. It's around there that you can use to successfully find your position on Earth. Okay? And what they use, we're talking about a marine sextant. We're not talking about aviation bubble sextants. Let's just stick with marine sextants. You're on a boat. You don't have to be in the Navy or anything. You're on a boat, and all of a sudden there comes a storm, and you're thrown off, where you think that you are, right? So celestial navigation allows you to acquire your position if you know some of the attributes of the discipline of celestial navigation. Are you aware of that?
I assume time. Oh, man. I think time, because you need to know something about time.
Yeah, you do. Don't worry about it. We're not going to get into the mundane details later on. We're just on the surface for right now. You understand?
And you assume that the stars are always kind of relative to each other. If you look up one day,
don't go there yet. Don't go there yet. All we're establishing now is that the stars, certain stars, can be used to ascertain your location using a sextant.
A sextant, that's some sort of device, right?
Yes. A sextant is a tool for measuring the angular altitude, that is, the elevation angle of a star above the horizon. You need citation for that?
No, that seems consistent with what I've heard in the past.
Okay. Do you know what an elevation angle is? If you don't know, don't.
I do. That I do. No.
You do know. Okay. What's an elevation angle?
So you have a reference plane?
A reference plane?
So something that you take as flat.
And what are you taking as flat?
Well, in the example, the horizon.
Okay.
You have an observer, which would be the user of the sextant, and you have an object. So this elevation angle is then the angle at the vertice of the observer when you form a triangle between.
Okay. So we can go with the exact definitions at 55 minutes after the hour. Sorry to dominate the conversation again. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. So at 55 minutes after the hour, I have from radar tutorial and IGCSE angles of elevation. So elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Yes? Good?
Yeah, that's where I was trying to get, I guess.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Can you get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent?
If I could just change the topic for a second. So,
fuck no, you won't.
I was trying to respond. I was just thinking first. So, I mean, if you can make the assumption that the curved space is relatively flat. I mean, but a precise elevation angle would require that it is indeed horizontal, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning request. Smoke 'em if you fucking got 'em. It's as easy as that. You can't have right triangles on the surface of a sphere. Can't do it. You know the definition of a triangle, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. It's over. I know that sounds crazy to you, crazy Kason, but it's that fucking simple. It's over. I'm sorry.
What sounds great? Sorry, what sounds crazy? That we can't have right triangles without a line?
Yeah.
No, that's basic
can't.
mathematics.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Prosecution rests. Although I wasn't prosecuting you, crazy Kason, I was just making a point. It's for all the other idiot baltards. Simple geometry.
Well, he said he has a degree on certain mathematics, and so I guess he's like a witness actually in the case.
Well, there's nothing he could say. I mean, if you say a curved adjacent to a mathematician, he's going to look at you like you got 35 fucking thousand heads. Rightfully so, because it's an oxymoron. It's a paradox. It's a married bachelor. You can't have. It's like dividing by zero. It's undefined. You can't do it. So it's over. It's just over. It's not only over with celestial navigation. You can't obtain an elevation angle off the surface of the Earth on a sphere. That's any elevation angle. You must deny, as a baltard, as a sphere believer. I'll try to keep it clean, crazy Kason. Not you specifically. You must deny, as a globe believer, the very existence of any elevation angle measurement device. Any of them. It's just as simple as that. And many people say, wow, is it that simple to debunk the sphere? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it is. That's how easy it is. Yes. Yeah. All right, I'm done dominating the conversation.
So
Oh, you want to continue?
No, I'm just I'm trying. Yeah, I guess you could say that. But you could propose an elevation angle, right, within a certain tolerance. I'm just thinking. Say I'm doing a measurement on my driveway. It's not perfectly flat, but you could say that the elevation angle is within plus or minus a degree.
We're not talking about driveways. We're talking about 5,400 fucking miles.
Right, but then your window of error is just much larger.
Well, you can't obtain any elevation angle off a curve. Can you have a curved adjacent?
What was it saying? My head's going.
Yeah, curved adjacent.
54,000. There was a saying you had for if you said that to a mathematician.
Yeah, that's right. Because that's exactly right. You'd say, "What the fuck?" Yeah, exactly.
But I can if I believe in fairy tales.
No, you can't. No, we're not talking about fairy tales. We're talking about actual reality. These people do this for a living. You got professional navigators in the Navy, and if you're a fucking sailor or a boat enthusiast, your ass better have you some acumen with celestial navigation. Yes. Yeah. It's all over with right angle triangles and elevation angles, because that's what an elevation angle is. Yep. You listening to this, Jaren? You fucking retard. Hanoi Jaren, are you listening closely? Dumb fuck. That's all I got. Like I said, I don't want to dominate the conversation, so I'm going to probably... I just have this knack for dominating conversations, so I'll leave you guys, because that's the only way it's going to... That me not dominating the conversation is going to fucking happen. Yeah. You all agreed I should take my leave?
Is it
I don't mind.
Just here
Yeah,
that you
I
have
need
that?
some
You have that
entertainment
now?
at work. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Crazy Case on there.
Is it just here? I don't, because I feel like it'd be hard to go through life dominating everywhere.
I don't dominate everywhere, no. Just mainly in this topic and genre, science, geography, those types of things.
And
Not in
bows
everything,
and
no.
arrows, he dominates there.
I'm not an expert just yet in those, but in subjects that I'm that I have an expertise in, I tend to dominate. Yep.
QE, can I say something?
I am aware of my surroundings there, Crazy Kaison, and I know my limitations. Go ahead, Sasha.
Okay. I was listening today that Thursday passed. Great. Now it's freedom. The guy, the showman guy, asked this question to our Nathan. Like, can you give me another example of that science proves something, but don't tell me about boiling water and don't speak me about vitamin C. And that was like okay. And I stopped in that moment to listen, and I went to my wife and I asked her the same question, and she told me this. Yeah, there are thousands of examples.
Yeah, exactly.
And I said, what? And she said, every acid, every alcohol, like millions in genetics, blah blah blah.
Yes.
Okay. And I said, okay, thank you very much. That was like, oh my God, thank you, my wife, thank you, my love.
Yeah, there's millions of scientific hypotheses. That was only, if he did that, that was just a fucking idiot diversion attempt. Feeble.
Yeah.
From a moron.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's hundreds of thousands of hypotheses. But he only needed 2 to expose Hanoi Jaren. Right? Because it was heat will cause water to boil. Somebody was talking about vitamin C, so I'm figuring vitamin C came up.
And do you remember that I told you yesterday, can I tell you something, GQ? And he said, no, I don't want to hear it.
Go ahead.
Remember?
Yeah, go ahead.
And okay, it was like this. I wanted to tell you, Nathan need to go there and say, I'm Nathan, I'm doing this for 6 years. I'm doing that what I'm doing, and I'm exposing that people who are doing what I'm thinking it's not good to do because I'm doing, that's my YouTube show. Okay, good. This is QE there. There he's the web page. It's saying this. This is sorry because of language. QE. I need to think elevation angles, elevation angles, gas pressure, thinking like that. Dear Jaron, there is a guy, YouTuber, it's called Quantum Horizon, and he has also the web page. You are spewing on his work in this moment with your claims. Do you know that? I don't have that web page, but QE has. And that guy now it's a little bit angry. What are you doing outside? Yeah, you're a YouTuber, but that's not YouTube like your tube. That's the mainstream. That means I can be YouTuber and I can make, for example, my channel can be called "Let's I Don't Like Jera," for example. And now I want that he lose all subscribers, and I want to make everything and even call him names and everything, and I want to get people to support me, and that we and Jeremy said, why are you doing this? Whatever. I don't know why, because I'm YouTuber, I'm doing what I want to do, that's my opinion, and then whatever. And whoever it is, Nathan is doing 6 years what he's doing, and you claim something, and why you, Jaron, making shows about Joe Rogan? Why you making shows about Red Rhetorics? Why you making shows about Professor Dave? Professor Dave showed you that there is 10 debunks about flat Earth. Why did you and your Orglobuster made like a debunk videos of stupid Professor Dave? Why? He's a good guy. He's 99% of people. It's the same thing, That's why, Mr. Jaron, I was fucking subscriber of Jaron all these years. I came from Jaron to Nathan. Doesn't matter, but I'm speaking like a subscriber of Jaron, like a man. Can you only tell? Okay, I fucked up this. Like I can say, I'm Sasha. Fuck, I don't know something about science. If I start to speak about the spectroscopy, oh my God, what I can tell? Nothing. Fuck, I don't know anything. That mean, shut the fuck up if you don't know something. Say, I made mistake. If I made mistake, I will say I made mistake. Like you said, don't go into experiments. Sasha did that. Okay, I will not go. Fuck, I don't know what that mean, or blah blah blah, or what variables, blah blah blah. I don't know. I will not speak about it. But you are famous guy. You made so many shows. It's okay if you know. Now it's okay if you use pseudoscience.
Holy shit, Sasha! Just tell us how you really feel. Shut up, Flatsy.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah,
Sasha,
it's bullshit, Yeah, bullshit, like all this drama and shit. Man, come on, it's only argument. Nobody care about your fucking subscribers or
Sasha,
whatever.
your monologue.
Tell us, Sasha. Tell us how you feel, bro. Come on.
No. We got it so far. So, Woody, let me translate Crazy Case on. See, we got pretender clown flat earthers in our community, just to let you know. So there's roosters in the hen house, and we're about to root those fuckers out. Just so you know, Crazy Case on. That's what he's speaking to.
Flat earthers? What's that?
You following Crazy Case on? I'm just giving you a summary of what he's trying to talk about.
How much?
Hold up, Sasha. Hold up, Sasha.
Sorry.
We just want to let a Crazy Case on understands the situation currently.
Yeah, I'm trying to be more of an observer here than anything. But the conversation is enjoying, so I partake.
Yep. So, like I said, we got pretender clown flat earthers in our midst. We identified them. However, there's a lot of community this and community that, and let's sing Kumbaya in our open-toed sandals and really bad breath. There's a lot of that out there. So we gotta, they're dug in like Alabama ticks. So we gotta root those fucking frauds out of our community. Follow?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So that's sort of our second job now, is because we destroyed the Globetard about 6 years ago, officially in 2000 with the Black Swan, but people haven't caught on to it yet. So really, the globetards, your brethren are vanquished. In actuality, all this is just background noise. Now we're trying to root out pretender clown flat earthers that are actually baltards in flat earthers' clothing. That's the current situation.
So do you have a more lay explanation here for because pretender clown flat earthers versus baltards?
Yes.
To me,
yes. When I say pretender clown, I mean frauds. They're pretending to be something that they're not. So they're actual frauds. And some flat earthers that have gotten in their mind because they have like larger YouTube channels that speak to everyone. And they've been sort of self-perpetuated as like the leaders of flat or the actual fucking communists. Right? So we're going to root those guys out currently. That's the current situation that we find ourselves in as flat earthers. When I say baltards, I mean globe believers. But you got two types, right? You got actual globers, like my neighbor. An actual glober, he doesn't know dick about the heliocentric model. Then you have this population that are called anti-flat earthers. So there is, I would say it's 95% anti-flat earthers that are out here posturing, right? Not actual globers. So these anti-flat earthers, they're a rare breed. They're a left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. So they don't follow the pseudoscience routine or, you know, what Wiki or Discovery Channel parrot. They just make shit up. Case in point, you have some anti-flat earthers that are saying, well, there's no elevation angles in celestial navigation, meaning there are no triangles in celestial navigation. It's just one example. Or the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the Earth. See, those are anti-flat earthers, not globers, because globers aren't that stupid to say anything in the vicinity of that horseshit. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't hear you. Somebody rumpused you.
Me and somebody else are following.
Okay, good. Yep. So that's basically the layman's version of what's going on currently. I just wanted to update you.
No, that's good to know. That's good context.
Yep. Good. So do you guys want me to leave so I don't dominate this shit?
No, I don't want you to leave.
Please leave.
Can we have a vote? 1, me leave. 2, me stay.
Don't you have to go cook some ribeye?
We got criminal in the live stream, so I think that you should stay.
Swaggy but 1. Let's see what Ray Notes put. Come on, Ray Notes. You hate my guts. Put a fucking 1. The platter 3. I knew that was coming. $39.59, Sasha. That's a good one. Yeah, you guys are silly. All right, I'll stay.
Okay, cool. So follow up.
Oh, yeah.
Follow up was the lay definition of the flat earthers, because we did the what was it, the globers and the anti-flat earthers are part of the, what was it, globetard, and then there was
no, I don't. No. So let me differentiate a little bit more specifically. A glober is like they follow the actual heliocentric model that doesn't exist, by the way. But they're not really in tune with all the specific details, like my neighbor. Like, I'm not going to go over to my neighbor and say, "Hey, globetard fuckwit." No, I'm not going to do that. But he's not out here posturing and pontificating the religion of the heliocentric Baltard. They just go along with it because that's what they've been indoctrinated with, ever since a young age. Now, I'm not going to go over to him and say, "Hey, globetard moron. I mean, what's your scientific evidence?" I'm not going to do that. But with the anti-flat earthers, those are the people, they're actual fucking retards, right? They're just parroting Wiki and Discovery Channel. They feel some type of obsession to come out here and posture and pontificate the left-wing fuckwit faction of anti-flat earth. That means anything flat earthers say is stupid, and they'll just make shit up on the spot, right? It doesn't follow actual eccentric model that doesn't exist. Okay? So they'll just make shit up on the spot, right? And then attempt to divert, mainly diversions, and then talk about their feelings and how they're treated and shit like that. So that's the difference. Any more detail?
So I get that difference, but what then are flat earthers? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, there's a certain. It's not all flat earthers. Maybe I need to delineate that too. It's not all flat earthers that we have a problem with. It seems. What? That's lovely. What the fuck is that? Is that Heretic? Is that you or Ethergress?
It was Swaggy. I server muted him.
Oh, sorry. I charged you two guys with Jimi Hendrix fucking feedback.
I'd be freaked out if it was me. I got pushed to talk.
I'm sorry, crazy Queso. Could you ask your question one more time, please?
Yeah. So it wasn't what are globers, because this was one thing we addressed.
Yeah.
But what are flat earthers?
Oh, that's right, flat earthers. It's not all flat earthers. We find ourselves in a predicament that I actually predicted 5 years ago. I just didn't identify who they were. It's specifically, I'll just come out and say it. Globebusters crew. You got, Bob, who has recently passed away. Jaron, who has shown that he's an absolute treacherous, treasonous traitor. You got Witsit, who I call Shits at 60, who just pulls stuff out of his ass. He thinks he's some god of debate or something. But they are high echelon flat earth. They are the ones from Globe. I call them Globe Dumpsters. Do you know Globebusters? Do you ever hear that YouTube channel?
No, I'm not very familiar with much
Okay,
YouTube at all.
for the past 7 to 9 years, that Globebusters channel, they got, they were pretty good in the beginning. They got stuff rolling, call it NASA fakery and stuff. And there's a lot of people that were new into flat Earth that they gravitated. Sorry for the terminology, but I digress. They gravitated towards this Globebusters, and they had a big show, and all flat earthers would, tune in to their show to get information. Now, that shit went on for about 7 years. The first couple years, no problem. I mean, they were exposed. They were doing a good job, right? But, it got to their fucking head or something. I can't speak to their motivations. I don't know. I can only look from the outside and see what's happening just on its face value. And it seems that they were fuckwit pretender clowns, right? They went on Netflix and fucked everything up and made flat earthers look stupid. Yeah, that was the first shot across the bow. Of course, I knew that they were pretender clowns well before that. In 2017, I was going to expose them, but I had a lot of flat earthers, the kumbaya flat earthers that wanted to keep the community together. They didn't want any, ruffles in their feathers. but I knew they were fucking frauds from the beginning, right? Sort of like fraud infiltrators that will upset the apple cart. But this perpetuated. A lot of people just ignored them because they thought they were fuckwits anyway. And we went off and we discovered, what science is. We discovered the geometry of the earth. We started testing things, right? While those guys were stuck behind, the crazy Globetard or Globebusters crew were debunking NASA for 7 or 8 years. Probably would have just took like 1 or 2 weeks, but they stuck on that. And now they've been perpetuating, like making shit up to replace everything that we've debunked. They're attempting to replace things. Like they got replacements for gravity from Globebusters. They're incoherent dielectric acceleration horseshit. They just made it up. The biggest one right now, I'd figure, is ether. Now, it's been going on for some time that these fuckwits think that ether exists. What they did was they got this from a baltard, right? That they think he's a Jabba the Hutt fucking idiot moron baltard. They've subsumed his ideas, and they think that they can upset, all of science with ether. But the problem is they never had any scientific acumen to begin with. And they think that remember all the disciplines that I told you before? They think that since paleontology, archaeology, anthropology, geology, archaeology, evolutionary biology, yes, I'm still laughing at whatever the fuck that is, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, they identified via me that those were pseudosciences. And they've been lying to us for better part of a century, probably even longer, right? They identified that, but they identified them with science in general. So anything science in general will be thrown out. So what they've thrown out is quantum mechanics, chemistry, parts of chemistry, biochemistry, and parts of biology. They've thrown the baby out with the bathwater. They're saying more or less that science doesn't prove shit, and they all have lied to us. Basically, that's where we're at right now. So I want to say some of the flat earthers. There's a majority of flat earthers that already know, the vocal type, that already know we're invaded by absolute fuckwits. They're dug in like Alabama ticks. And we're in the business of exposing them right now. Do you follow that up to this point?
Oh, sorry. I was, and then I missed right before the Alabama.
The Alabama ticks?
Yeah.
You want me to start over?
No, I got up until the...
No, please. No, thank you. No, don't start over.
Sorry, my attention got diverted. I'm in the middle of reading
Hey, I paid attention to you. I got it.
Don't be reading shit when I'm talking, man. Shut the fuck up.
I've read one sentence and I got diverted. Sorry.
Man, so just basically, many of the so-called upper echelon flat earthers that have been out in the public, that have been fucking sabotaging the entire flat earth movement, are now off in the Never Never Land, creating all kind of disparate explanations for shit. Because everyone thinks they're flat earthers, just the rank and file flat earthers. They got a big following, but they're trying. What's happening? I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know their motivation. All I can say is I look in from the outside and what's happening. It seems like that it's been subterfuge of the actual flat Earth movement for some type of second grade playground ego and money, because a lot of these people have YouTube channels and they get, now they're not going to be millionaires or anything. However, they get a certain amount of financial support for their horse shit. And they think that because they've been out here for the longest that they're like the oracles, right? And we just should follow along with them. But that's horse shit. I'm gonna hang them motherfuckers from a yardarm. Are you following? Are you tracking with me?
Yeah. So I mean, what I'm getting at is that the this Discord, this is different than the common term for flat earthers.
Yes.
Okay.
So now that we're up to speed, like we haven't forgotten about the incoherent baltards, the anti-flat earthers. Because they more or less everyone knows they've been vanquished because we've exposed them. But Mae West is in the corner, fucking blushing. You know what I'm saying? So now, me personally, right? I've been out here for a long time. Me personally, see, I'm going after those pretended clown flat earthers. Me personally. Now, every once in a while, I'll go slumming and deal with, the rank or the skank and foul baltards. Right? But my main mission is to root out the cancer at the fucking root. Well, that's a bit redundant. Root out the cancers that dug in like Alabama ticks.
Okay, I got the analogy now for Alabama.
Okay, fair enough.
And I got the mission too. Cool.
Now, there's a lot of flat earthers that think that that's not too kosher because I'm upsetting the apple cart, but I don't really give a fuck. Right? So I'll just go on my mission, and every once in a while I'll go slumming and destroy baltards. I could do it in my sleep. I could do it in my sleep at this point. You felt a little bit of that. Right? But I like you for some reason. Yeah. So I was sort of light on you. I gave you a little bit of latitude, but you said you were a mathematician, so I knew I already had you. As soon as you said that, it was already over. But my main mission right now until the foreseeable future is exposing pretender clown flat earthers. That's my main mission. Yeah. Good? We good?
Yeah.
Carson, are you taking notes about everything that's been said?
No, I feel like that's, without asking. I shouldn't do that, right?
He gets it. He's not a dumb fuck.
But for context,
didn't the other day you said you were making a paper about something in relation to some of the topics? Didn't you say something to that nature?
I am, but I'm not taking notes on you guys.
All right.
And the paper is with relation to echo chambers.
That's one thing we're not.
Yeah, so I'm currently reading a paper, and that's what I was distracted by. I put like a table in the chat at 23 minutes after the hour, and the whole paper is like case study of how flat earthers are in echo chambers.
Oh, flat earthers, that's a stereotype fallacy.
Or the origin here, I have here the section I'm currently on, research context. The origins of the flat earth movement. They talk about Samuel.
That's a genetic fallacy. You're all fucked up with fallacies, man.
No, maybe it would be the people that wrote this paper are, if anything, right? I'm just reading.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was you. Yep. Yes, they are. That's a genetic fallacy involved in a stereotype fallacy. You know what logical fallacies are, right? Yeah.
I do, but I'm gonna look it up too. I haven't used the term in a sense.
You're gonna have to study logical fallacies because any argument that begins middle, and ends with a logical fallacy, the entire argument is fucking void. Because of false reasoning, yes?
Laws and reasoning that undermine the logic of an argument, so it makes sense why it's void.
Yeah. There you go. That's an ancillary part. That's an important part. I don't want to say too far ancillary, but it's an important part.
Jeez, you got a fucking vocabulary, man.
I'm fucking old, man. What the fuck do you expect? I'm fucking old. So old equals, I guess old equals, with that logic, that's some faulty logic right there. Old equals
well-versed.
Expanded vocabulary, I guess that's wrong. So I'm guilty of, that's a fallacy. But it's one reason why. They fucked up, man. You know how they fucked up?
The paper you're talking about?
No, not that paper. They fucked up with me. They educated a creationist. They made a big fucking mistake there. Follow?
Creationist. Yes, you got all these words.
Creationist. Yeah, I'm a creationist. Yeah.
And what is that? I'm sorry.
A creationist, that means I am a creator, knower. I know that what we call this and the universe, whatever you think that is, was created by an intelligent designer. And they fucked up and educated me. So I grew up on the street. Part of my life, this is going to be an intervention. I grew up on the streets, my childhood, part of my life. And then I went into the military and the infantry, the lowest of the low. Right? All fucking heart. Right? And then I got educated at university. So you could say I'm quite eclectic. They fucked up. So the latter half of my life here has been exposing pretender clown frauds. Everything from PhDs in astronomy, all the ones that I've spoken about, even PhDs in actual science disciplines. So I just fucking go around exposing them for the past 16 years. Every statement they make. How about that? Is that good?
That's good. I looked up the eclectic word too. That one's nice.
Well, thank you. Somebody's messaging me. Good point.
He
messaged me in between when I circled back and I said old, doesn't mean all those things. That was a fallacy. I think I dealt with that before even seeing the message. You agree, V? Sorry, you're not a party to the conversation in chat, but yeah.
Crazy. That's only my opinion, but he is the man.
So essentially what I'm saying is the moment I stepped into Flat Earth, May 15th, 1916, it was the end of Globetards. It's all over.
1916?
Did I say 1916?
Grandpa in the house.
No, I said May 15th. I'm sorry. May 15th, 2016. Did I actually say 19 fucking 16?
You did it. I'm like, homie, what?
That's that vocabulary, man.
Grandpa QE in the house.
That's that vocabulary, dude.
That's because of Einstein.
So May
Grandpa
15th,
QE.
May 15th, just fucking relax. May 15th, 2016, it was over for the Globetards. It was they're finished. Essentially. Holy shit, Davey.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, 10
There's
years
something about
before
that
that,
day
I had
specifically,
spent. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Creation Bear.
I bet. I think I'm lagging a little bit, just a little. But no, just the fact that you remember that specific day. What was it about that day that stood out? Was it something that just popped its head out, or what happened?
Now, it was the day before, and it goes back a long way, back to 2008 when I come out on the internet, and I was shocked at Evotard. So I was in the evolution genre at that point, and I was surprised because obviously I have a natural science background. I was surprised at all the horse shit that was coming out concerning evolution. I was like, what the fuck? And I used to argue incessantly about all their fairy tale fuckwit proofs until it took about 6 months or so when I said, wait a second. Can you fucking define evolution for me? And then after you define it, give me the scientific theory and then post the hypothesis that have validated it with experiment. And then ever since that point, it's been like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. It is all PhDs, microbiologists, cellular biologists. I'll eat their fucking lunch. Geneticists, they're finished. Right? So it all took off from that point. And then I started getting into astrophysics, cosmology, and astronomy. And I was like, this isn't fucking science. Are you guys on sometime? You starting lewds? So I started holding their ass to the fire. Right? So I already knew back in the day that all these were pseudoscience, right? So it came up to May 14th, and I was given, I was in a discussion on a forum. I can't remember what, I think it was a Christian forum, had a whole bunch of evotards in there, and I was explaining the second law of thermodynamics. I busted it down to Gibbs free energy, and we were going through spontaneous reactions, and everyone knew that I had acumen with the laws of thermodynamics, specifically the second law, because that I have a history with that. I have an expertise in it. And I guess somebody was in the background, and they weren't in the discussion, but they posted. I can remember it was just somebody that was just somebody random that posted in a forum, and they said, "Yeah, I got a question. How can you have gas pressure without a container?" On May 14th, 2016. And I was used to answering, like I would fire back because I had acumen with all that stuff. But when I sat there and I thought about it for a minute and I said, you know what? I can't fucking answer that. It's impossible. That's a violation of the second law. I couldn't go against, everything I know with the second law of thermodynamics. Instantly, I became a flat earther. Because I already knew all the others were pseudosciences, right? And as soon as he said that, oh, shit. I'm a smart ass that thinks I live on a globetard, right? And from that second, it was instantly, I've been a flat earther. So I already knew they were fucking lying. So now, from that point on, I just said, okay, liars lie, but liars have a big fucking problem. All their contingent necessary facts must support every single claim they have. So, being that they're liars, it was like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. I just went back each step to confirm each of their claim, and it all fell apart. Like the whole vacuum of space, that all falls apart. So, any claim concerning the vacuum of space, that mean any claim of sun, parallax, the whole fucking thing is debunked. I don't have to be concerned about that. I already know it's all horseshit. They've never gone out and no second law of thermodynamics. So all the space shit, that went by the wayside. Then I shifted my attention to, okay, what is the proof of the globe Earth? What? Now, not scientific evidence, because it's not science. I already knew that. But what is the geometry? So I had to go back in history because it's been a long time, 93, 94, that I aced trig, geometry, and all that. So it's hard to, those are what we call in the industry skills that, how would you put it? If you're not doing them every day,
right,
they're like,
use it or you lose it.
Yeah. So if you're not doing all that shit, so I had to go back and refresh my memory of what I aced in the past. So I started looking at all those, and shit just not lining up. First of all, crazy case on, when I first came out here, all that we were told, the flat earthers were told, it was preached from the rooftops, that if you believe in flat earth, then you must deny all of science and all of physics. So right there, I know they're compromised. I know they're full of shit. Every single one of them are pretender clowns that never graduated 5th grade fucking general science. So that's where my attack first went. Right? It was a full scale on attack to compromise their dumbasses. That was easy. I'm still doing it today, like I did with you earlier. Right? But after that, I started to get into geometry. And then I started looking at, okay, if the globe is true, which is, I already knew it wasn't, then all of those contingent facts must line up. Right? So what's your fucking evidence? Right? And what I found quickly was, and this is really scary, was we could see too far. Right? So I'm not a fucking optical scientist or anything like that. I had no acumen with that. So I had to fucking, get my acumen up and figure out what the hell is going on here. Because then I start thinking back in the military, the Coriolis effect and all those things, because I fired all types of weapon systems, and I was never taught anything about any Coriolis effect, and I'm not fucking moving sitting in my chair.
Hell no.
So I had a background in anatomy and physiology, vestibular apparatus, all those types of things, and all those things come rushing back to me, all of it from every different direction. So I had to consolidate it and then make some type of coherent claims out of it. And that's what I started doing like 5 years ago. Well, there you go. That's the fucking story. Here we're at.
Good. That's pretty good. 2016, you said? I mean, I didn't even hear the words flat earth until 2017. The last thing to go for me was outer space. So it seems like for you, outer space was already like hanging on by a thread. So didn't last long.
No, you forgot it was 1916, man.
1916. Grandpa Kiwi.
Yeah. So I got a little confused with the general theory of relativity and when I started out on here. So please forgive me.
That's all good.
But actually, it was November 1915 that general theory of relativity was out. So I just compromised myself.
Okay.
But 1916 is the date that, general theory of relativity. I already knew Einstein was full of shit. I was doing presentations on CMB, fucking Einstein's horseshit with black holes, long before flat Earth.
Wow. OG, man. OG.
What the fuck does OG mean?
Original gangster. You've been doing
Original gangster. Too funny. So you got my story. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Love it.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm looking. This says that the contemporary theory dates back to something like in the. It doesn't give a date here.
What, the theory of relativity? November 15th.
Like when the flat Earth. I guess it, like when it gained popularity.
I
It
think
says
it's been,
here in the.
Go ahead. I think
2010s.
it's been. I said go ahead. So go ahead. Sorry.
In the 2010s, the flat Earth group grew because of YouTube, but you two, you might know better.
2010. No, I don't know better. I told you 2016. I wasn't involved too much with YouTube, so that may be true. But I didn't know of it. I wasn't involved in YouTube. And just to, look at a couple videos, I would guess. I wasn't involved in that.
Sorry.
I'd say 2014, 2015.
Say again?
2014 and 2015, I think. That was the big push on YouTube.
Yeah, that was when it really took off. I didn't like I said, I wasn't involved in YouTube, so I didn't get the message.
If you can hear me now, if you can type in the chat, I'm curious if you guys want to type in the chat what year you got started. For QE was 16, for me it was 17. I'm gonna type in the chat. I'm curious. 1817.
18 platter, you fucking
Legendary.
platter.
But I'm curious to know, like a little poll, what year you guys got involved. But I was a class of 2017.
2016.
2023 says OG. 17 for Sasha. Yeah, since about like 16, 17 was kind of the pop-off year for a lot of people. When I hear people say like 14 or earlier, I'm like, damn, man, like you've been heard this. 15 says Timbo, 2019 Mr. Logical, 2016 Old Dude, 2022 for Platter, 16 for Kimbo. Cub says 2021. God Rockin' 2019. Yeah, you have your pre-Coco flat earthers and your post-Coco flat earthers. It's cool to see. Thanks for the feedback, guys. Appreciate it. It's good. March says flip. Nope, it sounds good. Go ahead. Yeah, when you first unmuted, it was something. I don't know if you heard us. We were like, "Holy shit, dude!" But yeah, you sound all right now.
Whoa, what's that weird sound coming from Davey's mic? Just kidding.
What about you, Davey? What year did you get involved with the conversation? When did you first hear the words "flat Earth"? For me, it was 2017. 17.
Well, if that's the question, when do you hear flat Earth the first time? My answer will be when I was probably like in the 3rd or 4th grade, maybe. When yeah, they say Christopher Columbus proved the globe, debunked the flat Earth, proved it wasn't a flat Earth because he made it to America. He proved the globe.
Yeah.
They told me that in class. I was like, oh, cool. Okay.
That's funny. I've heard that from other people as well. As they were told that like, oh, he didn't fall off the edge, so it can't be flat.
Yeah, yeah.
I was never presented with that as a kid. I never even heard those two words put together until 2017. So, flat Earth, what the hell is that? Yeah, it does seem like some people heard it when they were kids. So, not me though.
Yeah, because if you label yourself a flat earther in the mainstream, that means retard.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, definitely don't go out there trying to get business and say, "Hey, I'm a flat earther" to your business partners. Definitely don't do it.
Yeah.
Not get a good deal.
Right. Auto believers. You know, you can put a when you're flying a plane, you can put it on autopilot. People do. They just go on auto believe mode. Whatever the news says, whatever the articles say, whatever YouTube says, whatever the text box under the video says, just go with that. Auto believe. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure, buddy. Well, 666. Well, you have two modes, right? You can fall into the auto believe, then you have the opposite side of the coin, which is like the auto hoax. And I think a lot of us fall in the middle. We don't just auto believe and we don't just auto hoax everything. We kind of go through things with a fine tooth comb. Okay, what is this saying? Oh, you're going to present to me Einstein's gravity. Let's go through that specifically. What's the hypothesis? Oh, you
I'm in
want
the
to see?
habit now of not thinking anything unless I have a reason to.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's good advice. 'Cause then you end up falling into one of those two camps. You're either like, oh, everything's fake until proven, or you go, everything's real until it's
Everything
debunked.
is fake. Everything is a lie. Everything is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
sure.
I'd be more careful of falling. You shouldn't fall into either one of those camps where you're like everything's true or like everything's fake. You should kind of go through things whenever they're presented. Oh, you want to tell me that oh, safe and effective? All right, well, show me. We'll go through it then. Until then, I'm like Central and Gemsy. I'm not gonna pay much attention until then. Yeah, it's good to see. Seems like a lot of people have been around this topic for a while, though. We had a 2016, 2019, 2016, 2017, 2016. So you did have some people that got into it post Coco. I respect those guys, the ones that were like at home, not at work. They couldn't go to the grocery store to buy toilet paper, so they were at home, possibly researching the Earth not moving or whatever. So I have a lot of respect for those guys that got into it after, uh, you know, the the Coco era. You guys know what I'm talking about. I would say you're a little bit late to the party, but hey, we're glad to have you. It's well, not you specifically, but anyone that got into the flat Earth discussion 2021, 2020, 2022, 2020. I would say it is late, but it's like there was an obvious precursor. There was like a kickoff point that got people sitting at home thinking about the world. Oh, I have respect for you. If that's what did it for you, good for you. If you if you still haven't figured it out in 2023, rest in peace, man. You're just far gone, too far gone, perhaps. Mm-hmm. Ladder says, "I can't believe I didn't see it earlier." I mean, to be honest, man, it's not like they presented us with other options. They were like, it's a globe, that's it. It's not like they said, well, here's some other options to think about. At least not for me. Maybe for Gemsy or some other people, they were told like, oh, well, Christopher Columbus, could have been on a flat Earth, but that was never an option. I'd never even heard those words before. So Yeah. You know what's interesting, bro? It's funny you bring that up. That's what I love. That I love about flat Earth is that we don't have to go into like revise history and say, well, this character proved it was flat with sticks and shadows. That's what they do. They come up. I would not be surprised if some of these characters in history, Alberoni, Eratosthenes, these figures didn't even exist. They've been written into the history books. That would not surprise me whatsoever. And that's what I love about flat Earth is we don't need that. We don't need people in the past to have done things for us. You can do it today.
You know what's interesting about that, and this is just, I don't know, just put your tinfoil hat on for this, I guess, but after the Library of Alexandria burnt down, one of the books that was supposedly salvaged was Eratosthenes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wow. We gotta save the best ones. No, dude. Get out of here.
Hey, CB, you're starting to sound like an auto hoaxer, mate.
Auto hoax.
I don't believe that any of these characters existed.
I just
I know
wouldn't
you
be
didn't.
surprised. I would not be surprised if that's one of their tricks in their playbook is they just write people into history that so-called prove the earth was a globe. Oh, well, this figure did it.
So this Eratosthenes character, and we hear that he was a librarian at the Library of Alexandria. Was he there when it burnt down? Was he at that period that it burnt down? Does anyone have any information about that?
I thought it was a raid, right? Like the Roman or not? I don't know if somebody raided it and burnt it down. So he would have been like a bookkeeper or librarian in this what year when they came in? Is that the question?
Yeah. The question was, when did it burn down, and when was he supposedly a bookkeeper there? Or what?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people.
He sailed from one landmass to another. That proved it.
Bro, you know what the kids say? There's a word the kids say these days. It's called reaching. That's what a lot of globers do. Oh, he went from this landmass to this landmass. It's a globe. That's called a reach, as the kids would say.
Didn't Christopher Columbus use triangles to navigate?
Yeah. Forget about it.
I don't know. I don't know what Christopher Columbus used to navigate. He got lost, apparently, right?
Yeah, well, that's why they called the American Indians, because they thought he was going to India.
Exactly,
Bro,
bro.
it's in the history book.
Yeah, it's on the
Yeah, well,
History Channel.
And then, like, you've got
Yeah.
the Caribbean as well, which they named the West Indies. Like, it's fucking way off.
Oh shit. EC 33. Yes, sir. Yeah. I know, right? Imagine
But
if we had like
why would he
characters
be
that
called why would he be called Christopher
proved the
when he
Earth was
was an
flat. Yeah,
Italian?
like
Well, in Spanish,
no.
they told me that his name was Cristobal Colon. Cristobal Colon.
Yeah, Colon. Yeah, he's from the Colon family. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, it's Gne. Colon.
Alone.
Colon.
Interesting.
Otne. Colon.
I would say that Christopher Columbus is just an English translation. I wouldn't use that as an argument.
Yeah, because what's Christopher in Italian? Chris.
Cristiano. I don't know.
Isn't it Cristoforo?
But that's Christian.
Yeah, Christian.
What's
Yeah.
that?
I think it's Cristoforo.
Not exactly. Chris. I don't know.
Yeah, is there just
make it
Christoph?
Oh, dude, yeah, that's the thing. Just write them into the history books. It's fine. Cristo. Yeah, maybe.
That's Christ. Christos.
Cristobal Colon.
Christos
Yeah.
Colon.
Yeah. But that's the thing, bro. Just write them into the history books, and then everyone will, that's it. All good. Either way, the way they depict the journey is scary. Like the fact that you're just gonna you're gonna get in the water. Say you live in San Diego, right? There's a huge ocean right off the coast. Oh, you're just gonna get in the boat and just start set sailing. Yeah, maybe that's my black in me speaking, but I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. No. Oh, go ahead. What is that? Tell us about it. I'm terrible with movies, bro. I'm so bad with movies. Like, what is it? Like they go in the water, or yeah.
Well, I think that movies are kind of what we look to sometimes for truth, and that's not always a good thing either, because we need to be able to have discernment. Also, be able to, you know, tell when something is given giving us information that we don't need to like take as truth. If that makes sense.
Just don't watch movies.
I shouldn't just not watch movies. I think that you should be able to process information with tools. Like you can disseminate information if it's bunk. You can take apart a bunch of information if it doesn't have any like base of truth. So the truth always stays the same. The lies are what have to change.
Bars. Well said.
Yeah, I just avoid the storytelling. I'm not interested.
I don't know, Central, man, dude. Like I've been saying for a while that I think these movies and these TV shows are probably closer to depicting what reality is like than, say, CNN or whatever, like the news, right? They
So
say
the truth is presented
truth is
as
in
fiction, fiction presented as truth.
Yeah, something along those lines. But I mean, it depends on what you're watching. If you're watching like Real Housewives of Miami, that's not it. They're not gonna. You're not gonna find it there. It's elsewhere.
Oh,
So you
come on,
have to.
DB. That's as real as it gets.
Timbo loves his Real Housewives. Oh boy.
I do.
Dude, I can't watch that garbage,
Hey,
dude.
I've watched the one from New Jersey, but it was a long time ago.
I can't
Yeah.
do it, dude. But like, there are certain times when you'll be watching a certain show, you're like, wow, man, they seem like they're hinting at something. And that's what I love is that they truth in fiction quote that you'll hear from time to time. I think there's some truth to that for sure. So it's not like the news is going to tell you. The news is right now telling you there's aliens, bro. Like, if that's not the confirmation you need to know that this is all cap, then I don't know.
It sounds the same as a movie to me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, you're finished.
Yeah, I think it's more alarming that people aren't even considering that it's something to pay attention to. I think it's more alarming. I think it's more alarming that people are just like, "Oh, I have to pay my bills. Why is the government telling me about this?"
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're literally not like the regular people that the normies, whatever you want to call them. They're not. They don't care about the alien thing. They don't care.
Isn't that weird too?
You're
Because like
saying
I
that they're
remember
not even.
researching it.
Patsy,
I don't really
you're
care
saying.
either. I think everybody should just ignore them.
Yeah.
Patsy, you're saying that you're concerned that nobody is even asking why are they putting this crazy story out there. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think that, and I'm Flatsy, not Patsy, but also I love that I'm being called Patsy. That's great. Anyways, I'm
Sorry.
saying, yeah, it's kind of messed up that they're not even concerned with the fact that this kind of information is being uh, put out there. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
little. It's a little messed up for real.
Yeah,
Maybe people have
should
given
be
up on the
asking
news.
why. Yeah, they've given up on the news, but they should be asking. They should, even if we know the news is all fake, they should at least be asking, well, what are they up to here? I think that's what Flatsy is saying, is that what are they up to here? Why are they even doing this? That there's an answer to that question, and
Well, if nobody's tracking
asking
with them, they can't lead it anywhere. That's why my philosophy is just to tune them out. Screw them.
Me too. Me too.
So,
Well,
Ray,
I get that, but also if they're able to get that past you, then they're able to get anything past you. So,
Ray, you agree that all the news is fake?
Fake, 100%.
Oh, good man.
Oh,
not all of it. Come on. I mean, like when they say on the news that there was a shooting downtown, a couple miles away or something. You can.
Well, I mean,
go
dude,
there
I
and-
mean, I don't just accept that either. Are you serious? I don't know.
Well,
Why
if
would
you
you
go and
accept that too?
be right
you
back.
go and
Okay.
you talk to the people in the
That's
community.
the thing you should be more skeptical about.
Did the shooting happen? Probably.
I mean,
Do we know why?
with
Probably
my own
not.
eyes. At least I want to say I've seen things with my own eyes that have then been on the news. I've talked to people who have been on the news, right? So, like a video of somebody on the news, you can go talk to them. And they'll say, "Yeah, I was on the news."
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say everything, yeah, but like you should go through it with a fine tooth comb. You shouldn't just accept everything they say as fact.
Yeah.
Right.
We're talking about
That's what I was saying. Not all of it's bullshit. There's
Not
there's got to be
100%. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
We're talking about
99.7.
information that they're putting across that affects people. That stuff is fake. Not all this, local kind of news. Oh, a local, the milk bar down the road got robbed.
Well, I mean, think about
No,
like,
that's fake.
school shooting,
Yeah, they didn't
right?
put in a bike lane. That's a lie.
A local school shooting to me made national news, right? So it's some things.
If it's being pushed to you, yeah, I would be a little bit skeptical. Why is this on my front page? Why do they want me to think this? That's not a bad, couple questions you could ask. Why is this being presented to me? So topically, why do they want me to see this so bad?
Because they want you to give up your guns, like they did here in Australia.
Yeah, that's possibly makes sense. But sometimes it's just like they want sympathy for the community or support to fix things that are broken.
Or they want the public to fight against each other over another issue that comes up politically, so that next time they either vote blue or red, but it doesn't actually matter who gets it. But they want to keep you arguing.
Yeah.
Take out God, make the God.
Think about how many headlines read "What to know." I mean, that's literally in a lot of headlines. What to know, which is basically akin to saying what to think. That a lot of headlines have that in recently.
People will go with that too. They'll just auto believe. Like I said, you fly a plane, you can put it on autopilot, let it do its thing. People do the same.
You're a different type of
Same thing
globey
with the
there,
beliefs. They just go in
Ray.
auto believe mode. Oh, the news said it. What's that? Yeah, I know, right? Where do you draw the line, bro?
It's
Like,
flat
if you
Earth.
say the news is fake, like, why do you draw the line with? Well, SpaceX is legit. Like, where do you draw the line exactly? I would say it's okay to draw a line. Not criticizing that. Just curious where you put it. For Ray, if you're listening, Ray notes.
Sorry, you cut out. What was the question?
Where do you draw the line? Like, if you're saying that the news is grabbled and they say things in the news that aren't necessarily true, the news also tells you that they, about space and this and that and the other. So where do you draw the line?
I guess I have to weigh it against my personal experience. Like, how do I perceive the world around me? And then apply some critical thinking. And then, am I right? I don't know if I'm right, but I do the best that I can.
Okay. Fair. Like that. But what personal experience do you have of this quote globe or outer space as they claim it? It's not like you have experience of those things, just like we don't.
Well, I guess when I look at the night sky and having done for like time lapse photography, watch the night sky rotate around me, it looks like I have to make a choice. Either everything I'm looking at is spinning around me, or I'm on a platform that's rotating. So I just makes
The
more
first
sense
one
to me.
is what the first one is what you said you saw.
It's the observation, like Central is pointing out there. Like,
Yeah.
the second option is, if you really look at it, it's a little silly. I mean, even though that's most people's beliefs, kind of silly to think that, like, say, if you're sitting in a building, if you're in your room, say you're in a house, you're observing through a telescope or your camera through a window out to see these things. You have to assume that the building you're in is moving.
Well, no, because there's all these fixed geometric points around me.
Moving buildings.
Yeah, the buildings around me aren't moving. You know what I mean?
Not independently, but they would be moving with the ground. If you're saying that either the stars are moving or the surface of the earth is moving, then if you're in a building and
There's a frame of reference there. Like if I'm looking at the sky seems a lot bigger than everything around me. So if I had to deduce which one of these two things is moving, it's going to be the smaller thing, which is me, versus the entire sky, which seems a lot bigger. So just to me, that makes logical sense that I'm on a rotating platform, not that this entire expanse of sky is spinning around me.
Whatever the sky is.
Yeah, whatever, regardless of what it is, it does appear to my eyes to be much bigger than me. And if I had to guess which of the two of us are moving, I'm going to put the chips on the roulette wheel color that says I'm the one moving, not the sky.
Then we must be accelerating.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're spinning around, that's acceleration. Someone must have measured it.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'd be changing direction. That came up earlier in the chat tonight.
Well,
so the
first,
idea would,
we couldn't spin at a constant velocity?
No.
Well,
that doesn't make any sense.
No.
It's self-contradictory. Spinning around is change in velocity. You're changing direction constantly.
Correct. That's right. Yep. That is 100% true. So, yeah, the idea would be that
going in an orbit around the sun. You forget.
I didn't hear that.
Just said plus going around an orbit around the sun.
Yeah.
2 accelerations.
Yeah.
Yep. There's 2 of those. Yep.
And then the one traveling around the Milky Way galaxy too. That's another one. We've got 3 accelerations and 3 motions. What else have we got?
Well, in theory, the Milky Way galaxy is spinning and it's flying through outer space, right? So there's all these theoretical motions.
So we just out in our hands, we just counted 5 constant velocities and 5 accelerations.
Yeah. So I guess we have to try to figure out where the disconnect is between what we think we should be observing versus what all these theoretical claims are making. Like, we have to find that gap, that discrepancy between the two.
Well, we shouldn't be observing circular patterns in the north, should we?
Circular. I'm not quite tracking, sorry. I apologize.
In the sky. If they are what they say, they're fixed and we're doing these 5 motions, then shouldn't we be seeing some kind of spirograph?
No, they're not. They're so far. The orders of magnitude between each one of these 5 motions that you just described, that they would almost, well, there's only a couple of them that even have observable effects within a human lifetime. And I think the other 3 they're not observable at all in a human lifetime, unless you're going to live to be several 100 million years old. But the first motion, of course, would be a day, right? So we're gonna make a circle, and it's going to take us 24 hours to make that circle. So to whatever degree you might be moving forward, doesn't matter what the speed is, even if that speed is 1,000 miles an hour, if you're only changing direction 15 degrees in that hour, you're probably not even going to feel that acceleration that was previously described.
The difference is that one part at 6 a.m. the Earth is moving away from you, and then at 6 p.m. it's moving towards you. So would you not feel that?
Okay. Oh yeah. You're saying, so the way the Earth rotates, at least this is what I figured out when I was like 13 years old by watching the sky, if the orbit was real. The Earth, basically the way the Earth rotates is that it rolls around the sun. So at nighttime you would be moving faster than at daytime. But this is what I was talking about, the orders of magnitude. It takes 365 days to make a rotation around the sun, but only 24 hours to make a rotation around the Earth. So those two, they're so disparate that the difference in speed is not that great. In other words, if you measure the axis of the Earth, it's rotating around the sun at about 66,000 miles an hour. But even at the equator, then you're only adding or subtracting 1/66th that speed, depending on whether it's day or night. So would you notice that over a 6-hour or a 12-hour period? Would you notice that acceleration or deceleration over a 12-hour period? There's nothing in my experience.
It's practically the same as no acceleration.
Yeah, you wouldn't feel it. It's there, but you certainly couldn't.
How do you know it's there then?
I guess I should rephrase that. If it were there, you would not perceive it through your sensory perception. I would say it that way.
Would you perceive it if it weren't there?
Absolutely. Well, no, you can't perceive a thing that's absent.
Okay, right. So why would you think that it was there if you can't perceive it is there?
It can be measured, and people have. That was asked earlier tonight.
I did measure it. It's 0.0.
No. How is it measured? How is it measured? If it is there, so you can provide that it is measured, that it's there. So go ahead.
No, I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to provide it, but
but there's somebody that has provided it. So we're asking you to provide it because you're saying that it is there, and nobody else that would be able to provide it has provided it. So that's why I'm asking you, because you just said that it is there.
No, I didn't say that nobody has provided it. Yes, of course.
I'm saying that nobody has. You're saying that it is there, so why don't you provide it if it is, because nobody else has?
Yep, and we need citation and also demonstration, please.
Yeah, so that question was asked. It's in the live chat. It was from much earlier today. Someone asked me about it. I think it was about 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
You didn't provide any evidence of the motion of the Earth. What are you talking?
No, they asked me who measured it, and so I didn't know because I'm not a historian and I'm not a scientist. So I just Googled it and I gave the name. I don't remember. It was like Foucault. It was the guy's name, and he created quite an elaborate experiment that demonstrated basically the changes in acceleration.
Why you have to move the Foucault pendulum?
Stop the cap.
You see the problem there? You can put the pendulum right there, vertical, but you have to move it. Thanks a lot.
Are you sure it's an experiment?
Yeah, it was a physical demonstration.
Yeah, you know what is a physical demonstration?
An experiment.
It's doing buildings with the plumb bobs. You see this? It's not a pendulum, but it looks like so. It's not moving, and they construct these buildings with levels and plumb bobs, and it is working.
So what is it demonstrating?
Well, it demonstrates that due to the inertial forces of the rotation, that it would have an effect on a body. It just happens to be that because it's so slight, you have to use these. Obviously, with something the size of our planet,
so what's
you would need enormous.
What's the inertial
force? You need an inertial reference frame for those, right?
Yeah. What's the inertial reference frame?
You can definitely calculate those. So, if you look at, if you basically measure the downward force that you're being pulled to the Earth with, right? And then you measure the outward force of the inertial force. Basically, it ends up, if you do the calculations, I think the last time I had this discussion, I did it at the 45th parallel, so halfway between the equator and the North Pole. The ratio between those two forces was 2,900 to 1. In other words, the gravitation, or not, whatever you guys want to call gravity, that downward force that pulls you to the Earth is 2,900 times more intense than the inertial force of the rotation of the planet.
Though, right? So
that's what I'm saying, rotation.
The pendulum is supposed to be demonstrating Coriolis effect, right?
Yeah, which it will, because
once deviate over the rotating reference frame, right?
Yeah, like if you've ever been on a merry-go-round and then held your arms out,
I know,
right? And then your arms will start making circles, right?
Yes.
On a merry-go-round. Have you ever done that? I've done that lots of times. Your arms just make circles. if you relax your arms on a merry-go-round when you're just like sitting on the edge.
Try to ask you some
Hold
questions
on.
about the so-called measurement here. So, in order to have Coriolis effect, you need 2 reference frames. So, is the Atmos spinning with the Earth?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that question. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that it would be.
If I look it up on Google,
possibly.
that's what they're going to tell me, is that it spins with the Earth, which then constitutes one single reference frame of Earth and Atmo.
Well, I don't know
You would
what the
need 2.
atmosphere has to
You
do
need
with what we're
2.
talking about. I feel like we're changing subjects or suddenly. I'm
Well, you need
confused.
2. What I'm telling you is for it to show what you said it does, which is Coriolis effect, you need 2 reference frames, a non-inertial, that would be the rotating one, and the inertial, which is not rotating. Right?
Well, when I'm on a mirror, I mean, just bear with me for 1 second here. When I'm on a merry-go-round, I don't know if you've ever done this, but I remember very clearly doing this many times as a kid. I would stand with my legs on the bars.
No, that's 2 reference frames. That's 2 reference frames.
So I'm rotating, right?
Ray notes. Before you keep going, we already know what Coriolis is.
Yeah.
We
And
know exactly what you're going to say. Yes, Coriolis definitely exists. When you're going on a merry-go-round, there's 2 reference frames. We're talking about the Earth-based Coriolis. There needs to be 2 reference frames in order for that to be the case.
Right.
Okay.
But the 2 reference frames are air and Earth, right? Well, if I go on Google right now and ask if the Atmo is spinning with the Earth, they're going to tell me it is. So then that's just one reference frame. I don't have one that's stationary and one that's just spinning, right?
No, that makes no sense. No, it's definitely not the air. That's not what the other reference frame is.
Okay, what is it?
I'm on my phone, so my screen is blank right now. But the other gentleman said that the person pushed the pendulum into motion, so that gives it its first inertial force, and then the second one would be rotation. So once you get that arm, that pendulum in motion, the fact that it moves in a circle is the secondary force. So that's what I always experienced as a kid on a merry-go-round. If I just held my arms out, they just hung straight out. But if I pushed down on one of them, they'd start making circles.
Okay, but it has to be in an inertial reference frame relative to the spinning Earth if that's what it's showing.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay. What is that inertial reference frame it's in?
The inertial reference frame is that the pendulum is moving along with the rotation of the Earth, right? So
that's a non-inertial reference frame.
All right, then I'm confused. You'll have to help me out here.
Yes. Well, if it's moving along with the rotation, then it's rotating with it. It's in the non-inertial reference frame. It has to be in the inertial reference frame if it's showing Coriolis, right? If it's just rotating along with the non-inertial Earth rotating, right?
All right.
And there's no
I'm
Coriolis possible.
All right, I'm tracking. All right, so the inertial reference frame is the linear motion that you would have at any point during a rotation. So if, for instance,
it's angular velocity.
No, hold on. No, I'm not done yet. If I'm on a merry-go-round and I have a tennis ball in my hand and I'm spinning and I let go of it, that tennis ball will fly perfectly straight because the inertial reference frame of the
That's what I'm telling you.
Yes, but then you add the turn into it, the angular.
It's not turning.
That's the acceleration frame, right?
That's what I'm telling you. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Yeah, so there's an acceleration frame and an inertial frame. The inertial frame can be taken at any instance of the direction of your absolute motion.
Well, listen, according to what you told me,
listen,
I know what it is, but according to what you just told me, though, there isn't an inertial frame.
Well, of course there is.
Relative to the Earth.
Well, yeah, there is, because at the instant, if you were to measure, take a snapshot.
Listen, you told me that there isn't one because you said that it's spinning along with it. That's non-inertial. So in that scenario, there isn't an inertial frame.
That's because I was using your initial framing of
it's not mine.
Acceleration.
It's ours.
It's not mine. It's a globe plane.
No, I mean, when we turn, if we change direction, that's acceleration, right?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
So if we turn, that's acceleration. But if you were to take a snapshot of if you were to take a snapshot and create a vector of the direction that you're traveling and stop rotation at that moment, you would fly off into space in an absolute straight line. So that is your inertial reference against acceleration, which is the turn. So you have those two things are occurring simultaneously. One is at any one moment you're moving in a particular. It's not like you're not moving in some direction. You're definitely
That's
moving
false.
in a
That's
direction.
false. That's false. By the way, that's false.
Yeah. So it's going to be rotating and then it's going to come to a dead stop.
No,
I don't really know how this even applies to the pendulum.
I'll try to explain again. If you took a snapshot, not that you stopped everything, like you took a photograph.
Oh, okay.
Of all the forces at any one moment, and then stop the rotation, like you would still be able to draw a vector that's a straight line of the direction that you were traveling in that moment. Of course, there has to be force applied to make your direction change. There has to be force.
I'm not really figuring out where the inertial reference frame is supposed to be through this, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
where is the inertial reference frame? Because you know that this has to be applied to the scenario that you're implying means that there has to be an inertial reference frame for Coriolis, Earth-based Coriolis, to even be a thing. That means that there has to be an inertial reference frame.
Right. I 100% agree, and that makes
So what is that?
Because you are moving, right? You are moving. You're not just purely
Non-inertial reference frame then. So you're completely like negating everything that you've said if you say that.
So you're saying that you can either accelerate and have no direction, or you can have direction and not accelerate?
The Coriolis effect happens relative to the rotating reference frame, right? From a non-rotating one.
That's correct.
Within the non-rotating reference frame, the inertial one, the thing appears to deviate because you are in the rotating reference frame. So just trying to get you to tell us which are those two reference frames.
So the two reference frames, let's go back to a merry-go-round because we can all relate to that. So it's a great analogy. There's two reference frames when you're riding on a merry-go-round. The first one is
no, that's not an analogy.
We're asking about the Earth.
Well, I kind of feel like you don't want me to explain it because you know it's going to make sense.
You're going to just tell me what Coriolis again is, and I've already been telling it to you this whole time, so I definitely don't need that. I just want to know what the non-inertial and inertial reference frames are in the Coriolis test, which proves the motion of the Earth.
So the non-inertial is the change in direction. The inertial is the direction.
Dude, now you're telling me what those are again after I've been telling you what they are this whole time. I'm asking you, what are the two reference frames?
Oh.
Using the pendulum. You've got the Earth, that's obviously the inertial
perfect.
one. What's the inertial one relative to the Earth?
The inertial one is the fact that the pendulum was already in motion with the Earth. So that's its inertia.
That's non-inertial.
How is moving not inertial?
The Earth is rotating. That's non-inertial. If the pendulum is rotating with that, it is in the non-inertial reference frame. It must be in an inertial reference frame relative to the non-inertial one in order to display Coriolis.
Non-inertial would be its change in direction, right?
Yes.
That's the acceleration. But it is moving.
Oh my God.
It's not OMG, right? It's just simple that it's moving.
It can't be in the non-inertial reference frame if it's being affected by Coriolis.
And if it's changing direction, that's the non-inertial reference frame.
If it's showing Coriolis, it has to be in an inertial reference frame relative to the thing that's rotating. That would be the non-inertial one. So I'm asking, what is that inertial reference frame? All you've described is a non-inertial one.
I've lost you here. You're gonna have to help me out.
Well,
what is the inertial reference frame?
Flatsy, maybe you can interpret for me if you want, because Yeah, he's not picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I apologize.
If you're still there, Flatsy. Nope, I guess not. So you need the thing that's spinning and the thing that's not spinning. The merry-go-round, right? It's spinning. Right? The air above the merry-go-round, not spinning, right? So you got a stationary reference frame and a rotating one, right?
No,
Then you can have
say my arms are the pendulum, right? And I'm on the edge of the merry-go-round. What is the non-inertial reference frame with me? I'm on the merry-go-round and it's spinning. What's the non-inertial reference frame?
The air above it would be.
No, me. I'm the physical body. If we're talking about the pendulum is obviously part of it.
In the non-inertial reference frame, if you're spinning around with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something else has to be in the stationary reference frame relative to the one that's rotating in order for Coriolis effect to happen.
No, that's not what a non-inertial reference frame is, from what I understand.
Oh my God.
There's two reference frames as far as I know in physics. Well, you can help. Well, you can help me understand, right? Because
look,
behind the curve.
I don't know.
I'm behind the curve here. No pun intended.
I'm out of ways to say it. I mean, I don't know what else I can say.
Well, let me say what I think let me explain my understanding in very simple terms, and then you can just tell me where I'm wrong. Okay, so there's two reference frames. There's an acceleration reference frame and an inertial reference frame. Those are the only two. So when you say non-inertial reference frame, I'm thinking acceleration.
That's the one that's
happens
spinning,
when you turn.
right?
Yes, that's what happens when you turn.
Yeah.
So the inertial reference frame is the vector of the motion that you are at any one moment.
That would be the reference frame that's not accelerating. So the one that would not be spinning, right, relative to the one that is spinning. That's what I've been saying this whole time.
That's what I'm trying to. We're disconnected on terms, so that's what I'm trying to come to ground with here.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
So even if you're on a merry-go-round and it's spinning, if someone were to take a picture of you, and a physicist had to draw a line of your inertial reference frame, they would draw a straight line of your body tangent to your rotation. That is your inertial reference frame at the moment that picture was taken. Now, if they played a video for it and watched you, your non-inertial reference frame would be the rotation or the arc that your body's following as the merry-go-round rotates. So those are the two reference frames that are available to a physical body in motion at any one moment. So when we talk about the Coriolis effect, someone built a gigantic pendulum that would do absolutely nothing but just sit there until someone comes along and pushes it, which gives it an inertial reference frame, and then the Earth's rotation takes over from there with its non-inertial reference frame and begins to push it in circles.
If someone starts to move it, that's acceleration. So that's not what an inertial reference frame is. Inertial just means not accelerating.
Well, of course you can't. How do you go from not moving to moving unless you at least accelerate once?
The point is it's supposed to be showing Coriolis deflection, right? Because it's in the stationary reference frame, right? Not rotating with the Earth that is rotating beneath it.
But I've done this 1,000 times when I was a kid on a merry-go-round. If I hold my arms out nice and steady, they just hang there at whatever angle and the speed that the merry-go-round's rotating. They just hang there, motionless, until I push them up or down. And the instant I do that, and then
your arms aren't
start
connected
going in
to your body.
circles.
Your arms aren't connected. Your arms aren't connected to your body.
No, they are connected, just like a pendulum.
And your body's not connected to the spinning reference frame of the merry-go-round while you're on it.
I'm not sure where you're going with this. What do you mean?
You're rotating with the reference frame.
Just like the pendulum
Coriolis
is
happens
experiments.
outside of that reference frame.
Which reference frame is outside of it?
It requires both reference frames. Technically, it happens from within it. It's an observed apparent deflection in the inertial reference frame from the non-inertial one.
I think because I'm trying to follow this, and honestly, I'm no expert on the Coriolis effect, but I think the underlying point here is that there's two observers, right? And you can't say that your body and your hands are the two observers.
It doesn't make sense. It's really simple. Maybe instead of using the terms inertial and non-inertial, I should just put it like this: rotating and non-rotating.
Right.
One thing is rotating, something else isn't.
Right.
Where the merry-go-round's rotating, if I throw a ball through the air above the merry-go-round, right, it's not in that rotating reference frame of the merry-go-round, right? So that would be the inertial, the stationary reference frame that ball is in. And it would be...
If you were on the merry-go-round and you threw the ball, from your perspective, it would look like it followed a curved path away from you.
Exactly. It would look like it did, right? When it didn't, it was just that you were rotating, so there was that apparent deflection of it, not actual, right? Because it was in a reference frame that was not rotating.
Yeah. So we're tracking.
Right. So that's all it is, right?
So that example doesn't make any sense in either direction, whether you threw it from the merry-go-round or threw it over the merry-go-round, because in the experiments for Coriolis effect, there is some connection to the rotating Earth at that moment, whether it be a large pendulum or whatever the case is.
That's where I've been going this whole time, right? So even according to their own claim, right, it's all still taking place within the non-inertial reference frame, right? When the pendulum must be outside of that in order for it to show any Coriolis effect.
No, that isn't how I would sense it. When I was a kid,
that's what's required. I mean, that's what's required for Coriolis effect. It needs the two reference frames. Has to have them.
I guess I would put it this way: with words, you can say that, but in reality, that's not how that actually works.
No, that is how that works. I could cite it for you too.
But a citation is language, right? Not physics.
That's how it works. That's what Coriolis is defined as. That's what it is. It's an inertial force, right? It requires the non-inertial and the inertial reference frame.
Okay, so if I were to record a video of me on a merry-go-round with a ball on a string, so it's a pendulum, right? And I had someone spin me, so now the merry-go-round is spinning around, and the ball is just whatever the centrifugal force would pull it outwards, right? So let's say the ball's at a 45-degree angle, and it's just sitting there, following me as I spin around in a circle. And then if I make the ball go down, and then from that point forward, let me finish. This is what you guys always do. You don't let anyone finish their
It's not going anywhere.
Well, you can say that until I've said it. When I said it, you said it goes nowhere.
You just denied what Coriolis is, and your whole argument for
then I don't understand.
Coriolis.
Okay, fair enough. Then I completely don't understand it, but please let me finish my example. Once I push that ball downwards, what's going to happen because of the rotation is the ball is going to start swinging in a perfect circle, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to go up and down. It's going to go in a circle.
Really doesn't matter here. We're just trying to find out what the inertial reference frame is that you would be getting Coriolis from.
Why does the ball move in a circle on the string? Why does it move in a circle?
That really doesn't matter. All we need to know is what the inertial reference frame is relative to the spinning Earth. That's all we need to know. Otherwise, the pendulum doesn't show what you said it does. That's it. That's all.
But the pendulum does move in a circle, just like the ball did in the merry-go-round example. Perfectly. The two are exactly
What do you mean?
the same.
Well, not necessarily. It precesses, allegedly.
Well, when they measure them, it moves in like an elliptical type trajectory. The telemetry is
it
not
just goes
straight.
back and forth, and they say it precesses. Do you even know what the pendulum does?
No, I'm telling you that I'm ignorant.
It goes back and forth, and it deviates over time, right? And they say that it's a deflection because of the spinning Earth below it, right? Well, if that's the case, you're going to need the inertial reference frame relative to the spinning Earth.
All right. I'll have to take your word for it.
Well, listen, that's what Coriolis is. That's what the Foucault's pendulum is. Like, I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
So you're saying, because that's news to me, so you're saying that those pendulums go back and forth perfectly straight. They don't make any sort of angular motion other than...
Well, they precess over time. Just maybe you need to watch some more videos on Foucault's pendulum. What they're saying is they precess over time. Right, so there's a deviation over time. It's going back and forth, but slowly it's going to be precessing around, right, due to the rotation of the rotating Earth below it. But in order for that to actually be the case, it's got to be in a stationary reference frame relative to the spinning Earth.
What is the periodicity of that precession? Is it a day or a year?
It doesn't really matter if there's no inertial reference frame for it to happen relative to.
Just for my benefit, because I guess I'm trying to learn here. Just for my benefit, it makes a difference whether they're saying it precesses over a year versus it precesses over a day. Because over a day, then the analogy to the merry-go-round makes sense. If it's not a day and it's something longer than that, then my example of the merry-go-round doesn't have any bearing whatsoever on the Coriolis effect. So
well, they're going to tell you it's relative to latitude, but anyway, for that to be the case, one thing's got to be spinning. In this case, that would be the Earth, and then the reference frame that the pendulum is in would have to be inertial relative to that.
Yeah, I guess I'm still trying to look for that periodicity. Sorry, it's late.
Because if they don't have the two frames, then what they say is happening just isn't happening. That's it.
The two frames are endemic of the fact that A, you're moving, and B, you're turning. Those are the two reference frames. You're moving and you're turning. So you have a direction, and you have the rotation as acceleration force. So you have a vector of forward motion.
Is somebody else wanting to try? I'm tired of this.
I mean, it could. I admit that maybe I just don't know. And then
well, okay, like I mean, I'll just say it again. So when you throw the ball over the merry-go-round, right, the ball is not attached to the merry-go-round, right?
Yes, I don't understand what that has any bearing to do with what
it's not attached to the merry-go-round, so it's not spinning with the merry-go-round.
Okay.
It is in the inertial, the non-accelerating reference frame, traveling straight across above the merry-go-round. Okay. It's not spinning with it, and as you pointed out, Coriolis is the apparent deflection seen from within a rotating reference frame of something that is in the non-rotating reference frame.
Yeah, but if the Earth is the merry-go-round, then that example doesn't really tie into what we're talking about.
Well, that's my point.
But
His example doesn't
pendulum
apply.
is on the Earth, right?
It doesn't apply because there is no non-rotating reference frame relative to the Earth. It's all just supposed to be rotating, they claim. Right? So it would all be the merry-go-round, the whole thing.
Yes, that's what their claim is, that everything is the merry-go-round.
So it can't show Coriolis then.
Maybe under the terms of your understanding, that's probably true. I mean, I don't know how to counteract
You need the two reference frames. That's all there is to it. So whatever's going on, it can't be that without those two reference frames, because that's what Coriolis is.
Yeah, I'm taking to heart to what you're saying, and I'm going to do a little bit of homework on it. I really am. I'm not joking.
Okay. That sounds fair. I have to get back to work here for a second. So, yeah,
there's a
Effie Dude can take over. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
There's a good GIF in the live stream voice text that kind of shows how that works.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get back to that because I'm on my phone and I'm a boomer and can't figure it out.
It's the top left. I think it's top left button. I don't know. I'm not on my phone, but
damn it!
If you click that, then
click on the arrow pointing.
I'll go jump on my computer. It'll be a lot easier to navigate.
Click on the top left hand of your screen. There's an arrow pointing down. That'll take you back to the main menu.
And then you'll see all our names, and right above that.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
The live stream voice text.
Okay, I'm there.
So the ball goes straight as it's spinning. Even though it looks like it's curving, it's not. That's just
right.
It's a really good analogy of a really good visual for the Coriolis. Anyway,
I guess from my understanding, the Coriolis effect, it required either it be a pendulum. In other words, it would be fixed to that apparatus, right? That's rotating, or it would have a gyroscopic effect, say like from a spinning bullet. So that at the point that the bullet was fired and the spin was there, because of the spin of the bullet itself, the telemetry of that bullet is somewhat predictable, particularly if it's going a long way. You have to actually calculate the Coriolis effect into it, because that gyroscopic effect is going to have a bearing on that. But in this, the GIF in the chat, the ball is not connected in any way to the apparatus that's spinning. So, but I will admit that could be due to my ignorance of not understanding when they say Coriolis effect.
I don't know, over the years, we've been out here 8 years, but over the years, we had a lot of snipers coming in and people, military, marksmen, stuff like that. Nobody's ever accounted for any kind of spin of the Earth when they're shooting something.
Also, it doesn't matter because Coriolis needs an inertial reference frame. So if you're going to claim that there's Earth-based Coriolis, there needs to be some sort of inertial reference frame. You get what I'm saying? So there's none in your paradigm if you're going to claim that the Earth is spinning, and then there has to be some sort of like inertial reference frame for it.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, and I could be particularly confused. The inertial reference frame is the direction that you're moving at any one moment, according to the spin, which you guys don't believe in, but I'm just saying.
No, I'm trying to tell you right now that if you're going to invoke a Coriolis effect, you're going to have an inertial reference frame. And
Right,
that is always, in any case that has ever been presented, the Earth is the inertial reference frame in that scenario, which means that the Earth is not proven to be moving.
Yeah, I guess I'm drawing a distinction between the acceleration frame, which would be the change in direction that would occur incumbent upon a rotating body like the Earth, because it's rotating, right? So you're changing direction. And then the inertia would be the speed at which you're traveling. So the change in direction is the acceleration frame. The speed at which you're traveling along that route is the inertial reference frame.
No, the inertial reference frame would be the non-moving.
No, inertial reference frame would be moving. That's what inertia means.
No, the non-inertial reference frame would be the one that's moving.
No, that would be the one that's accelerating. That's what there's the only other outside of inertia. There's acceleration. That's it. Those are the two.
Okay,
so when you say non-inertial, we're talking about the turn.
What you're saying, so what you're saying is that the non-inertial reference frame is the one that's accelerating, right?
Yes, that's the turn.
That would be the
non-inertial.
atmos. So that would be
no,
the
it's nothing to do with the air. No, it has nothing to do with the air.
Okay. Well, that's what the Coriolis would invoke, that the air would be moving in conjunction to the Earth.
I mean, I can't speak to what that says, but maybe
that's exactly what it says.
That it has something to do with the air.
Both. You can't have both. You can't have the air is like moving with the Earth, and you also you can't invoke that the air is moving like different to the Earth, because your inertial reference frame in a Coriolis effect with what they say is Coriolis, Earth-based Coriolis. They would say that the Earth is moving and the air is moving in a different reference frame.
Yeah, I'm not evoking air or atmospheres. I haven't, at least.
Okay, well, that's what they invoke in your paradigm with the Earth being a globe rotating.
Well, I can't vouch for those people.
Well,
I don't know what
that
they're
is,
saying, but
look, okay, I understand how you're like, I don't have to vouch for those people and all of that, but we're talking about the globe Earth and what the claims are with alongside the globe Earth. So you subscribe to the globe Earth. You can't just bring your own globe Earth to the table. This is what is like, what they
so
all claim. So you can't just bring your own cosmology to a flat Earth server and say that we're wrong when we're challenging the main narrative. You get what I'm saying?
so you're saying that because I'm not choosing to fight with the narrative that the Globers have, I can't bring my own argument to this group?
No, I don't care about Globers and you and all of that. Like when it comes to the claims of the globe Earth, it has nothing to do with the Globers or you. It has to do with the main, like the presented narrative and the claims that are presented to us that we've challenged outside of all of you who come in here and tell us that we're crazy, that we're flat earthers. You get what I'm saying? We're not challenging you specifically. We're challenging the whole paradigm of the heliocentric paradigm. And that also includes your Coriolis, which is earth based. They claim that it is earth based and that there is a Coriolis force for the globe Earth, not even a Coriolis effect. Here's where the circular logic comes in, by the way. So they say that there's a Coriolis force and a Coriolis effect for the globe Earth. That's a cause and effect right there in both. But we can just look past that. So we're looking at inertial and non-inertial reference frames. And you're talking about uh, not your claims, but the globe Earth claims.
Yeah, I was
We can
trying to.
dispute.
I
We
was
can
trying to.
dispute the globe Earth claims, but when you come in here and you throw the globe Earth claims under the bus and you provide us with whatever you want to, that's just BYO your own cosmology. So you're bringing your own cosmology at this point.
Yeah, but what if I'm right?
Oh, well, then you can get a Pulitzer for the globe Earth. And I
You should
commend.
go challenge them, bro. You should go challenge them. If you go against them, you should go challenge them. Go ahead, bring it to them. Bring it to NASA. Bring all to all the whoever that believe in the heliocentric model. Go for it.
Yeah, I guess the one thing, Flatsy, that I would say is that I never came in here and said that you guys were irrational for what you believe or called
you did
anyone
not.
crazy.
No, I didn't say that you said that. No, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just trying to give you a bit of like background. Hey, we're not challenging you specifically, even though you're coming in here and you're saying this is how I understand it.
That's right.
That's fine.
Yeah, I
But
am
the way
challenging
that
you guys, but I'm not calling you
yeah, but
crazy.
the way that you understand it is not something new. We're having to deal with people coming in here all the time that's challenging us that don't even know the globe and the heliocentric paradigm that they're advocating for. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
We've
would.
been challenging the heliocentric and the globe paradigm for a long time now. So it's really silly when somebody comes in here and presents it in their own understanding and it's completely different from what is presented to us by, like, NASA or what have you, like any kind of
Yep.
yeah. I just want to. I want to
I
say
get
that
it,
at least, like,
but
you need to be able to uh, put yourself in that kind of ball field.
no, I get it. But you do understand that every scientific breakthrough that humanity's ever experienced was some jerk coming in with their own ideas.
That's right.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I'm
So
there.
you think
Believe
that's
me, I'm
you?
not. But No, not at all. But I'm saying just because I'm someone that's coming in and not necessarily following the Glober script, that doesn't mean I'm wrong. That's not evidence that I'm wrong. And that people who have been against the contrary, some people who have been against the grain ended up being right. After all, that's a lot of how.
We're the ones against the grain, buddy, not you.
Right now you guys are on the fringe, but as the ideas go, they start on the fringe and they're largely rejected. And if they're true, they slowly work their way into the center and they become generally accepted. But they won't get there unless they're qualified, right?
But you don't think that there's like people? You don't think that there's people lobbying?
No, it's
you don't think that there's.
No, it's
hold on. You don't think that there's people lobbying for what is pushed as the consensus of quote unquote science?
Consensus.
Like there is people lobbying for political figures. You don't think that?
It's the opposite of what that's the opposite of what I just said.
There was a consensus years ago that bloodletting would help you. Long time ago.
How did I describe what new ideas are? They're on the fringe. They're not on the fringe because everyone loves them. They're on the fringe because the official narrative pushed them there. So I agree with what you're saying. I get it. Oh man,
scurvy. They thought scurvy was something else completely. It wasn't lack of vitamin C. It was. It was for years, man. They were like, "What the hell's going on?" And somebody's like, "Dude, lack of vitamin C." Hey.
Yep.
Fixed it.
That's where the British got their nickname limeys, because they would bring limes on their journeys to make sure that they had vitamin C.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there was something that you said. There was something that you said, Professor Dude. Oh man, you said something I really wanted to reply to. It was a good point, but we kind of. It won't come back to me. I'm too tired.
Appeal to authority, census.
Oh yeah. It typically the breakthrough ideas are the ones that are contrary to consensus.
Exactly.
The accepted narratives. There is a lot of vested interest in preserving those. People make a lot of money doing those things.
There's so much money, man. I mean, especially in the universities level, where if you're going to go in and get a whatever cosmology degree or whatever it is, you have to toe the line, man. You can't be coming there and going, "Hey, man, Earth's flat. You guys are all wrong." That's you're fucked.
I get it.
You imagine somebody who's like, there have been people that have been, the Earth is flat, and they.
Yes, there has.
Honestly, their jobs have been challenged by people that are anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, they bury those guys. Nicholson, Morley.
Yeah, they've gone out.
Buried those guys, man, in history.
Well, no, I think that
not appropriate.
One of them,
Brian, they just buried these guys. They don't teach you about that shit in college, man. We had to learn that shit out here on the street, man. Fuck.
So,
I get the idea.
This whole subject has not been something that's just sprung up lately.
Right. It's been around for hundreds of years.
Yeah, it's been something that has been fighting the main narrative for a long time. So you can go back and you can learn what we learned. It's up to you.
That's what I'm here. That's what I'm here doing. Now I'm challenging you guys, and believe me, I'm coming in like this is totally new to me. I've only been debating one friend, and in fact, it was clips from this group's live shows on YouTube that he had been sharing with me for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And then I finally jumped in myself.
I appreciate it.
But Thanks, I'm still coming at this. Like, you have to understand.
I get it, man.
I appreciate the fact that everything that I'm throwing at you is some tired canard that you guys have heard a million times, but because I'm trying to get up to speed, I still have to vet them, right? Live in real time and have this discussion with you guys.
Absolutely.
And although I don't agree with you, I don't think your beliefs are completely irrational. I have my reasons why I don't believe based on my own observations, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, that's a great place to start, is your own observations. And if you track the sun and the moon for a couple of years and check out the different star rotations throughout the year, and you can get a pretty good sense of where you're at, man. You know.
And I do apologize. I know my voice is like really like this is not how I normally sound, but my voice has been like this for the last 2 days.
It's been a long day for you, huh?
No, it's a cross between like Ed Burns and Winnie the Pooh. I just need a spot of honey. That's not how I normally sound.
You're good, man. You're good.
Try to reap down deep and talk with a good bass. But for whatever reason, my voice is just it's been like
Where's
this.
Helio?
Yeah, it's this last 3 days. It's been like this. It'll go away, and then I won't. I heard some of the clips of me on the published stuff, and it was like, oh my gosh.
Nobody likes to listen to themselves, man.
It was
weird.
It was rough.
I don't
it
even
was
like
rough.
listening to myself sing.
Exactly.
I think that I love to sing. I love to sing.
Flatsy Klein, you got to be great
Yeah.
I
love to sing,
got some
but
pipes too,
I hate
man.
earmuffs.
Oh man, I'd hate to try to sing right now. Anyway, hopefully my voice will clear
I'd
up.
love to.
But anyway,
can you sing, Ray? Are you a singer or no?
Oh yeah. I've been a musician most of my life.
Oh shit, I'm in the music business, so I can dig that. What are you, a tenor?
Yeah, I guess I would be considered a tenor.
Tenor. You're not.
It sounds like that right now, but no,
singer.
my voice is actually normally a lot lower than this, though.
Oh, can you sing bass?
No. Maybe not bass, but you know, I can alto. I could get down there a little bit.
Can you yodel?
Oh man,
Yodel us
right now.
Give us a little yodel there, Flatsy.
Yoda lady, oh, yoda lady, oh, yoda lady.
Yeah. All right. That's awesome, man. I love it.
You gotta have some fun with this stuff, man. It is super fascinating, Ray, and it's just challenging, and you got to spend a lot of time at it, and you got to listen to a lot of stupid shit sometimes to get to some good stuff. You know, not everything's going to be in one nice little neat package for you, but it sounds like you're like on this nice little journey. You remind me of a guy that comes in here a lot. You'll see his name Larry, but he used to be known as Hank Hill. And he was very much like you, man. He was like, well, wait a minute, guys. What about this? And what about that? He would always, just. And after a while, man, he just saw too far, man. He put his head in the water and he could see like 6 miles across to the other shore. And he's like,
that's funny that you say
he's
that.
Like, oh shit, I could see too far.
I just did a huge analysis on refraction and learned way more than I ever wanted to know about the topic.
Exactly,
it was blood curdling, and the thing that I ended up with is that you were going to be able to see 6 miles on an average day. And it's funny that you mentioned 6 miles. I just sent that proof to a friend, and man, I did some homework on that thing. Holy crap! And that's my least favorite part of this entire topic is refraction. I hate
it's.
It could be.
Terrestrial, you got to stick with terrestrial refraction, and anything else is just hearsay, man, or just kind of manipulated like magic.
Think about the whole idea of refraction. It's your excuse of why you can see way too far, and it doesn't even equate that you could see super far, and the world would conform to a globe. It's more like you can see too far and the world still looks like you're experiencing a flat and stationary Earth. That's the problem.
That's the other part of the
so
experience.
you're having to give an excuse to why we are going to our base axiom, which is a oxymoron. So we're going to an axiom that we can experience the Earth as flat and stationary. And you're having to give this refraction, terrestrial refraction, specifically as your excuse of why we can experience it that way and still be able to see way further than you should be for the radius given.
Hey, Flatsy, Flatter said that yodeling in the inertial reference frame.
Okay, here we go. Yoda lady, yoda lady, oh, yoda lady.
No, you must have been in the non-inertial reference frame with the rest of us. I didn't hear any Doppler effect there.
That's awesome.
That is hilarious, man. Yeah, this
That was
shit's
in the
still funny
inertial
to me,
reference.
man. It's still a lot of fun out here, man.
Yeah.
Talking
No,
about
I've been enjoying myself. Me and QE go
Me
around and
too.
around, and I don't care for that. But
Hey, I love
yeah,
Kiwi.
I know you guys
I
do.
love
You all love
him.
him. You
I
all love him.
don't
I get
know,
it.
man. I mean,
Here's the reason why I love him so much, because I'm from Alabama, so I've got a lot of people around here that have his sense of humor and his kind of way of talking. Like the old guys around here, because he's an old guy, so he's retired from his scientific career, so he's out here doing it for pro bono, and he's been doing that for a while. Even before he was a flat earther, he was out here challenging like the evolutionists, like
Yep, I
whatever
get it.
that is.
Yep, I get it.
So
I like his ability to
when
not give a fuck and not people please. I don't really have that.
exactly,
Well,
okay,
yeah,
well
I don't have that
that's
either.
something that I'm not. That's something that I'm not like alien to, because the people around here, especially the older guys that are his age around here, are exactly like he is. And my husband, who isn't as old as all these guys, have that same kind of like personality. I don't know
Yeah,
that's not the
you
issue that
know,
I
like
take. That's not the issue that I have with him. I don't have any qualms
it's
about the assertiveness. It's that when he uses his moderator authority to mute people, that's where I kind of feel like I'm not sure that's the best way to go about this. But
hey,
opinions
man.
vary.
he's been
You
here
know
a
what?
lot, so when he does that.
I would just say, stay clear from him. I mean, I've stayed clear from him for years, man. Every once in a while, he'll even get on my shit, man. It's like, damn, okay.
Eh, I
He's
don't respond well to bullying.
exactly. I
Never
don't
have.
either. So I'm gonna be like, okay, you guys do your thing, man. I'm gonna go over here and have a laugh at something.
Yep.
It's
No, I get it.
I don't see it as bullying. I don't know. I see it as like, hey,
It
I've got
definitely
something
is.
to say. You got to listen to it, because I've got the
I mean,
information that you need.
That
that's it. QE does have a scientifically backed, credited, citation from
yep.
here to the moon, man.
Yep.
Fucking, he can destroy you on any fucking subject, whether it's Coriolis or fucking, space
but
time
you'd have
continuum, whatever. He's
fair
got
enough. Yep, I
references
get it.
from here to the end of time, from accredited, scientific backed, universities, professors, when you have that kind of material behind you and saying, look, this is what these guys say. This is what, this is the
Given
major
that,
universities, professors, the professionals,
yep.
he
Even
doesn't even
NASA.
But let's say, okay, given all that, and I agree. I mean, I've interacted with him a few times now.
Yeah.
And I can definitely say, and I've said on this channel openly, that I've scarcely met his intellectual equal. Like, he's brilliant beyond imagination.
Okay.
He also is gifted orator. Like his verbal
David
acuity
Brenner?
is
Talking about David Brenner? No.
yeah, but he's good, right? There's no doubt about that. I guess if you were a heavyweight champion, you have to resort to muting newbies like me to win, then it's all naught. It's all for naught. It's like you're throwing out
I do want to. I want to say this at least, because he's not in it to win. He's in it to expose. He's not. It's nothing personal to you, but in his like realm that he is trying to do, he's trying to expose the pseudoscientists, because he's been in this realm for a long time. It's not like you're dealing with somebody that's been in it for as long as the flat earthers have, because he's been in it longer, because he's not really just been a flat earther doing this. He's been a creationist that's also very educated, challenging the people that are going with the evolution. And so that's where it comes from.
It's not the ends. It's not the ends that I'm challenging. It's the means. I just can't
Yeah,
respect him.
well, nobody has to understand where he came from, but I do, because I've researched where he came from,
Well, he laid
and
it
I've
out tonight.
seen how he's been. okay, well, I've seen how he's been ridiculed by the Christian community. I've seen how he's been ridiculed by other people because he challenged them with the flat earth. He's been ridiculed at no ends. You should go back and research how QE became who he is before you start casting your judgment against him.
And another thing is this, I want to add to this, right? It's like this, this is his house. This is his house. So when you come in here, he got certain rule. If he wants you to listen, he gonna mute you, and he has the authority to do it. That's the whole point. He didn't go to your server or where you hang out and all that stuff and go over there to mute you. No, you came over here, so he has the right to do it. He can do whatever the fuck he wants on that part. But if you want to take
Well,
it,
he's also
personal, then that's on you. But this is his house. He mutes some of us too. You know what I mean?
Well,
He
he
doesn't
muted
choose and
my
pick.
ass
He mutes some
for
of us
sure.
too. Exactly.
muted
So
us
you
too,
gotta
yeah.
understand. Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right, so
Yeah,
I'm
he's
Okay,
figuring it out.
yeah, you have to at least go into where he's coming from because he's got every right because he's so well informed and educated that he even tells people like he tells us he's like
exactly.
they fucked up.
Yeah, but
They
it's really,
educated a creationist.
sure, but
They
hold on.
fucked up because they educated a creationist on science. And
Sure,
now he can go out there and use science against
I,
these people who don't believe that we have a creator.
I,
Go
I,
to his website. I'll share it with you. I'll share it.
but that's the thing. I believe in a creator. That's not the issue. I'll give you the example tonight, and maybe it'll get
His
clipped,
website.
and maybe it'll get clipped. But we had this issue the first time that I had interacted with him, where how he likes to challenge people. Like, what's the definition of this word, or what's the definition of that word?
Sure.
And of course, he asked me what the definition of ISO was. And I said, I just happened to know. And I said, well, it's equal. And then he's like, oh, and he muted me and like, you dumb motherfucker, blah, blah, blah,
Right.
you retarded
Yeah.
dumbass, blah, blah, blah. And so I ended up posting the literal dictionary.com definition of ISO, which is just basically equal. So tonight.
But what he was saying was still true.
No,
it meant that it was one.
He goes for hyperspecificity though. Like I probably would have responded pretty much the same way as you, and he still would have shut me down the same way.
Sure, but then tonight, okay, so the topic moves into isotropic, which is what Snell's law is all built around, like two surfaces that come into contact with each other that are isotropic mediums, which is where the refractive index comes from, right? Snell's law.
The horizon.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the horizon, just Snell's law, just refraction. So this is like, they use this all the time to make the glasses that I'm wearing, the camera lenses that you use. Right. Like this is all very, you can calculate this mathematically with extreme precision.
Well, that's why we all have, or a lot of us have prescription glasses.
Yeah. I don't want to go down that path just yet. So tonight, he challenged me with what does isotropic mean? And I said, well, it just means uniform, right? But I don't know that. I didn't look it up, didn't research it. But based on Snell's law and the way it was described, it just made common sense that what he's talking about is a uniform medium, which is what I would imagine what the word isotropic means. So when he challenged me on that, I went out, and after he berated me with all kinds of insults and childish bullshit, I went out and looked it up, and my guess.
Don't take it personally.
Well, my guess was actually right. So I posted it in the thing and proved him basically wrong. And for my trouble, I got muted. And so when but Flatsy, when you tell me that he's this great expansive mind, but he only wins debates by muting
not
people.
Wrong. What he said was not wrong, though.
How was he not wrong?
Okay, so the medium that you're referring to is one medium. You're trying to equate one medium to several different ones because of the gradient, the density gradient.
Yeah, but
that's still one medium.
Yeah, but
you're saying that it's something else other than what it's like portrayed as in Snell's law. Snell's law will tell you that the air is one medium.
Right.
It's not several others because of a density gradient.
yeah, that wasn't the debate. The debate was, what does
Yeah,
isotropic
that's
mean?
what you were fighting for, and he was trying to tell you that it is one medium.
He asked me what the definition of isotropic was, and I gave it to him, and I was basically called a stupid fucking retard, giving him my guess. And then when the definition of the dictionary matched up my guess, I got muted for my trouble. So it wasn't all about this gradient and all that stuff.
How about this? Since QE's not here, he can't defend himself. We can go on and on about this story. But
Just
next
like
time
I
he comes
couldn't
in,
defend myself after he muted me and beat the shit
next
out
time,
of me.
next time when he comes in, you can address that with him. There you go.
No, I can't, because he'll mute me. He'll mute me. So now he's muted, right? Because he's not here to defend himself, just like he did to me. So tit for tat.
Well, he didn't ban you, so be thankful.
Well, if this
he doesn't do that. Actually, I've never seen him do that.
Yeah, if that's the case, if this is his server, and this is his group, then
he comes in maybe a couple times a week, man. I wouldn't even. It's not like he's here a lot.
No, but you understand what I'm saying.
On this. Can we stop talking about people that are not here to defend themselves?
Well, I mean, I was not available to defend myself when he beat the shit out of me. But that said, if this is QE's group, and it's not fair, and I agree. I agree 100%.
Hey, let's talk about Earth, man. Earth is right here. We can all check it out. Trust me, man. We live here. I'm a tree hugger. I don't know about you guys, but I like to hug trees.
I got
Maybe I'm weird.
8 minutes and I'm bailing. But yeah, if this is his group, we don't want to
8 minutes to find some curvature or spin of the Earth. All right, let's go.
Trees on Mars, dude.
This is not QE's group. It's not like he owns the server. This is that's the wrong attitude to have. He's a member here, just like the rest of us. That's all.
Right. Well, then I don't feel as bad. Yeah. Okay.
It's actually Timbo's group. He owns it.
Oh, it's actually
no, it's Heretics group.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, it's Heretics group. I'm sorry.
AI. It's Heretics. It's AI. No, wait.
Yeah, it's Heretic.
It's
Is it really?
Servers? Actually, I think it was Karen B and ODD's server originally.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
All right. Then I don't feel as bad.
Yeah, Ray doesn't know who ODD is, do you? No, you don't.
All right, I posted the video I just made. I posted today in the chat.
Yeah, what's this about? Give me
it's really short. I think it's like 40 seconds.
What is it exactly?
It's the video that I forget what the guy's name is, but his real name is Ned Ted.
All right.
Don't
worry about it. I'll figure it out.
Anyway, he did a couple different videos on the stars don't rise, the stars don't rise.
Yeah, this is.
So then I mapped the time lapse footage against the photo, the entire journey. I sped it up like 400 times, so it's really short. It shows that, in fact, actually, the stars did rise from the beginning to the end. The stars do rise.
Yeah, but it's so minimal. It should be a hell of a lot more.
Try to at least take your bias away and go to 19 minutes after the hour, the Globe Terminator, Scientific Proofs of the Creator. Go check that out.
Dude,
because
Ray, you only have one subscriber.
You should.
He's a creationist already. He said.
I feel bad for you, Ray. I'm going to subscribe to your channel. I'll be your second subscriber.
I know. I started the channel and I only did.
You only got one subscriber. Poor guy. Man.
I subscribed to.
There's 3 of us.
Let me subscribe to, because I kind of feel bad too. So let me do it.
I fired up that channel a little ago. On my photography channel, I got more subscribers, but on this one, it's like
you're gonna love the Globe Terminator, man. He gives you all of the quantum mechanics of
Globe Terminator.
Yeah, he's big into how quantum mechanics proves a creator. So
Ray knows,
you don't have to sell me on a creator.
What's that, Jimbo?
We got just did
Jimbo.
it now.
Go ahead, Harry.
Well, you notice how what Globers like to do when they're trying to prove a point about what the Earth is point in the opposite direction of the Earth, right?
Right.
It's almost like they're trying to avoid the Earth itself.
Exactly. I've been
Why
saying
would that
for
be?
years. It's because it's too obvious. It's right in front of them. They have to
It's because
admit it. They go like, "Dude, I don't feel like I'm shooting around through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck. If I have to admit that, then then
And
I'm
there's no curve.
and there's no curve.
I got no curve. I need
And
help.
also, you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yep.
The whole point of gas pressure is in the definition itself. There is a container because of gas filling the available volume and pressing on its container. That's how you have gas pressure.
So what about like Olympic swimming pools? Have you ever swum in one of those? The big
I've
pools?
A couple of times, man. Back in the
swimming
80s.
pools?
Back in the 80s.
What? What does
So
that have to do with gas pressure?
Because it's a fluid, right? Water's a fluid.
Well, that's different because gas
totally
is
different
gas
subject.
has a fluid like like attribute to it, but it's different than water
Hydrodynamics is
because
completely
it goes in any and all directions instead of being, limited like water or fluids are.
Hey, Flat T, how about that ice? When that frozen ice, that's really close to water. So how about swimming in water? I mean, in ice, Flat T. No, you can't. You can't swim in ice, but you can float across it. You can slide across it. Hey, Ray.
Silly.
Hey, Ray. We really need you to get back to the serious mode because your Bible, the King James that you say you read, has no ball in it, man.
Doesn't have platypuses either, but I think they exist.
See, Ray. See, Ray. See, Ray. When you're not serious, Ray, I can't take you seriously. I think.
Come on.
I think.
Take it serious.
Hey, Ray. You read the key. Ray, you read the King James. Ray, you read the King James Bible. Hopefully, you take that thing seriously when you read it, and there's no ball in the Bible, man.
But it's life or death serious, right?
I can demonstrate a platypus to you, though. We're still waiting for demonstration of the globe.
Good point. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh my goodness,
that's a good point.
Right? That's good.
If Heretic is anything, he's very efficient and to the point. I love it.
Yeah. He likes to jab me a little bit, but that was a great one, Heretic. I love it.
Really, I just thought it was okay, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Ray, did you watch like a video clip that I posted in the live stream, voice text?
Nope. Sorry.
I tagged you like I think like 3-4 times already, so I don't know if you watched it.
27 after the hour.
Yep.
A minute ago.
I've got like 2 minutes. I gotta
you gotta go, man.
I gotta get. Actually, I literally have to go to the office tomorrow, which sucks. But it's.
Hey, you know what? You can't zoom it in this time, bro. Sorry.
No. Well, the only reason why, it's not for a good reason. The only reason why I'm going to the office tomorrow is because we have an office picnic party. So gotta show up. Okay,
what do you have to bring to the party, man? What are you bringing?
I'm gonna bring my drone and some drinks.
Well, like what? Pepsi, Coke, beer? What do you think?
No, it'll probably be something a little harder than that. I would imagine.
You get some IPAs, bring some quality beer.
He's thinking about liquor.
Hey, don't be bringing any Bud Light, all right? Don't do that.
No thanks. Sorry, no thanks.
Anyway,
I'm pretty sure that he's talking liquor. Liquor is it's harder.
All right,
you're
gonna bring some like whiskey or something, vodka, maybe.
Okay, which I don't see this link that I'm supposed to find in the chat. Oh my gosh.
It's 27 minutes after the hour, so I don't know. It's 10:27 my time. I'm in California.
I see something.
It's from Beats. He tagged you and has your name right below it.
Okay, I got it.
It's a little clip. Okay, you can check it out.
All right, I will. But I got to bail, guys.
All right, man. Thanks, Ray.
I'm way past my bedtime.
Take it easy.
Thanks for hanging around.
Yeah. See you guys.
Have fun at your party tomorrow, man. Have a good time at the party, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate
it. See us now.
I will be back.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Hey, so you bring the drone.
That's what I was supposed to say.
I know.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
That's great, Flatsy. All right.
Hey,
See
so
you
you
guys.
bring the drone, make sure you like get it up there, try to catch try to capture the curve somewhere, maybe if there's
I
some.
I did
Yeah.
tonight.
Take
There's
it
a
as high
flat.
as you can, Ray. Take
I
that
did.
shit
I
all the
did.
way up, man. Especially
I
at
did tonight.
sunset. Do it at sunset, man. That's the best time to do it, man.
No, I literally did that tonight.
Yeah, it's the
Put it
best
up as
time.
high as I could, and no curve, just so
No
to make you
curve,
guys feel
man. Let's
better.
check it out.
We know. It's
We already
fine.
know that, but you know.
All right, fair enough. Okay, see you guys.
Prove
Thank
it to
you.
yourself. Prove it to
Over
yourself,
and out.
man. All right.
All right,
Later.
see you guys. Bye.
Later.
Cheers. Hey, that went pretty good.
That was
Not
precious.
bad.
Yeah, he's kind of precious for real.
He kind of reminds me of early Hank Hill, man. He was the same way, man. He's like,
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, man. I don't know, man.
I've never
He
met Hank like as a a
as a
Glober.
fucking Glober or on the
Right.
fencer. We used to call him on the fence. He was never, but he
I
turned into one. He turned into one hell of a flat earther, man. Thank you, Larry.
well now he's a pretty big fan of Witsit.
Yeah, I think Hank's a pretty big fan of everybody, man. Like kind of like myself, man. I'm like, what are you out here
Man,
talking about Earth?
I'm the
Okay,
same way,
cool.
bro. I'm the same way, man. I'm
Just
like I love all my brother and sister. Like if you're a flat
anybody
earther, you're a
talking
true
about
earther.
Earth, I don't give a shit.
Yep.
Negative, positive, whatever, man. You talk about
Yeah.
Earth,
You're my brother and sister, man.
let's go.
It's just the way I see it, man.
We all
Like
live
all
on
right.
Earth. We can check it out, man. It's so easy to check out. It's like stupid easy. I mean, you can do it from anywhere.
except Jern.
That's all
I'm
right.
just kidding.
Honestly, I say that's all right because I just don't want to be deceived again. So I'm very skeptical about what people say now.
Yep.
So
You're good. You're
Yeah,
good.
except Jern, okay? I'm just kidding.
Hey, I love
man,
when people take on the claims. The fucking claims. And the claims are big, man. Been big ball spinning, shooting through outer space, sun 93 million miles. I mean, these are big ass fucking claims, man. Big.
Spinning.
And all we gotta do, Jim, is say, hey man, what evidence do you got for your claim? And if you do that, I don't give a shit if you want to ask people for money doing that, or you want to, say that a bunch of other flat earthers are doing this or that. I don't care. Or Globers are doing this or that. I don't care. Are you
go ahead.
talking about where we live? Because that's where we live, man. And that's what you claimed it, man. You claim we live on this crazy fucking shooting marble. Okay. What do you got for evidence?
Hey, Professor Dude, when I get done talking here, I want you to say, prove it. Okay? Here we go. Here we go. We live in a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe.
Prove it. How'd I do? I do good?
You did great.
All right.
Hey, I can't. I'm sorry.
You can't. Oh, what's wrong with you? You didn't go to school?
Hey, flat Earth, it works in the math. Give me a break, man.
Hey, man, what are you even like a high school graduate? What's wrong with you?
Don't you have any imagination? Come on, guys.
Don't you believe in Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom and the magic, fairy tales? Come on.
Oh my goodness! I tell you, I tell you what. When you find out that the difference between outer space at 10 to the negative 17 torr and the Earth at 14.6959 psi pounds per square inch is 76 quintillion, 184 quadrillion, 210 trillion, 526 billion, 315,789,475 times difference. When you find that out, is like, okay, they go up there with their little spacesuits and they go out in that, no problem.
Hey, this is why I love Jim, man. He does not play. He fucking break down all the numbers.
Slow down, Jimmy. Slow down, Jim. Holy moly.
but he's not wrong. He's got all of their numbers in tow. that's not a bad thing either, because
No, I love
one
the
of the
numbers.
things one of the things that they like to say that we don't have is like math on our side. So
That's
Actually,
why I say I love it. I love it.
Hey Jim, I think you're off by a skosh.
I got that number from a meme from somebody else, but I broke down the numbers in a different way. So,
Yeah.
but I actually got that from a meme. But I learned about Tor, I learned about parsecs, I learned about millibars, and I learned about something else, but I can't remember.
I think you tore
It's
your
okay.
pants.
You learn enough.
well, I've been asking folks to at least this is going to be controversial, and I'm sorry, but if somebody can provide it, I will be happy to say that I'm wrong. But who has ever measured this uniform of the equipotential or or whatever they call it, uh, the uniform? No, it's man, you're gonna have to give me a second. I've already forgotten what I was trying to ask.
It's okay.
2.
I do it all the time.
Thumbs up.
Hey, what's upside down, man?
What's upside down?
You know, we got platypus and everything. Yeah.
Dude. Yeah, we're rocking tonight. I
We
appreciate
can't
it.
eat them though. We're not allowed to eat those ones.
We're not allowed to what?
We're not allowed to eat platypus though.
Okay. This is what I was going to ask. Okay, so the who has ever measured the uniform equipotential voltage in the air?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about why.
Flatsy, we got a guy in here, man.
So who's got that measurement? I want that measurement,
he was
just like
asking
I want the.
That was MacGyver, exactly. MacGyver's
Yeah, I want him.
MacGyver. You got to get MacGyver in here.
No. He's the one asking the question.
He's the one.
I'm
I know,
asking
man.
it for him.
I'm asking it for him too.
Who's measured that? Just like who's measured the drop over
nobody
distance
has, apparently.
measurement of the Earth? Like who's ever measured that? Who's ever measured this uniform equipotential like voltage in the air? Who's done that?
The only person that's done it is Feynman, Richard Feynman, 1957.
No, he didn't measure it. He stated it. He said it.
Yeah, he talked about it, but he's the only one, and that's why MacGyver is so important to the conversation, because he works in the business.
Yeah, but he said it. He didn't measure it. So where did somebody measure it that Feynman would say
Nobody's
it?
ever done it, man.
Yeah, exactly. Just like nobody's ever measured the curvature, drop over distance of the Earth. Like who's ever measured this equipotential uniform voltage in the air? Who's done
I think
that?
my understanding is the only way you can measure something like that is if it's grounded. So and then what's it picking up to? Is it picking up the ground or what?
Exactly.
That's kind
why
of
that's the
kind of
problem.
like their Coriolis claims, where you need the two reference frames. You'd have to have the one that is not rotating, right, in order to show any rotation.
Yes.
Similar. Seems similar.
Yes. It would need to be something that could measure it that's not grounded, but the only way to measure it is if you are grounded, and the way that it's measured when you are grounded is like a curved equipotential around the instrument that's measuring it. So even like just show me the equipotential like increase of the instrument that is measuring it, and then how does that equate to the air having that equipotential uniform increase? So we need to how does that translate to that? You know what I mean?
I have one question.
It's like a photo of Bigfoot or something.
Yes.
I have one question. How do the clouds stay in the sky? If somebody can tell me how the clouds stay in the sky, I'll be on their side forever.
Jim, I got to tell you, they don't.
They
No.
Come
don't.
down. It's raining here, mate. So
Exponential air pressure. Exponential air. You
If
guys write
somebody
that
can tell me how these pretty clouds stay in the sky,
because
then
of
I'll be your friend forever.
it's
See,
it's
Donato,
the
look at what you just posted.
quasar air pressure.
Yeah, but look at
I'm your
okay,
friend
Donato.
forever, fly dude.
Okay, but look at what you just posted, Donato. The ground, like you can't measure this unless whatever instrument is measuring it is grounded. So how would that translate to the air being that? Because you can't measure the air outside of what is grounded. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. That's fine. That's fine, Donato. I wasn't saying that you're claiming it. I no, Donato, I'm not saying that you're claiming it. I was saying, like, think about it like as in you're asking, how did they take that picture from space and how does that translate to the ground? And somebody's like saying that they have the measurement drop over distance with other methods, but they don't have the direct measurement. That's what I'm asking. Who has the direct measurement of this claim? Yeah. He knows what I'm talking about.
Nobody has it. He agrees with you. Yeah.
Boats measure it. They go over the horizon, and you measure the difference that they've lost on the bottom of the boat.
Oh shit!
And that's how much curve there is.
Timbo, only people on the bottom of a ball, Timbo, think like that. I'm sorry.
This is my problem with some flat earthers because they'll say this claim without actually having the direct measurement of it. And that is the same thing that we're fighting against the globers with the direct measurement of Earth curvature. Like, who has the direct measurement of this?
But also, like, I think that if people state that this is just a speculation, then I think it's a good conversation to have, you know. But you got to say, okay, I'm speculating this. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit of evidence I've got, but I can't, you know, I can't confirm it. So,
but I keep seeing
I think
this.
if people state that,
Yeah, but I keep
agree.
seeing this as a claim and not as a speculation. So this is a problem. This is a problem.
Hey, Flatsy, does Lou Saban know why the clouds stay in the sky?
They don't stay in the sky.
Oh, come on. I saw some fluffy clouds today, and they were really pretty.
Man. We had fluffy clouds
Yes,
here.
so you know they stay in the sky somewhere. I tell you what, get hold of your bro Lou Saban and ask him. Will you please? Thank you.
What you guys ask the greatest questions. Why the fuck are the clouds staying in the sky? That was a big one for me. I'm like, wait a minute, man.
Gravity.
And I still don't have the answer.
We're still looking for the answer for that one.
Fucking Timbo.
Gravity, man.
You know what? He's right.
Of course it does. Of course it's gravity, man. Fuck. What else?
I tell you what. If anybody comes up with why the clouds stay in the sky, I'll send you a $10 Christmas present.
I'll send you $100, man.
I don't even celebrate Christmas anymore. Come on now.
$10. I'll give you $10 for the truth, man, on clouds.
Make it 100, man.
Okay, you make it 100. I'll make it 12.
I'll cover your 90, man. You got 10. I got 90. All right. We'll make it a partnership.
Man.
90.
Guys.
Hey, if I ever win the Powerball, man, I'm gonna take everybody from the Discord. We're gonna go on vacation. We're gonna buy some land and everything.
And then
The flat earthers need to buy a whole island so that we can all just go chill.
That's what I'm saying.
You're breaking up worse than the Beatles, man.
Timbo, you go in and out, brother. You go in and out. You turn into a robot because you're upside down on the ball.
I'm in, man.
There you are. Yeah, you're back. You're back. Oh shit, he left. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's just exiting and entering.
Reboot.
Okay,
you know. Go ahead, brother.
I was saying, is that better?
Yeah, you're better.
Okay, that's all right. Go ahead. Sorry.
So you think you live on a spinning water ball?
No, I said the reason why you robotic earlier, it's because you upside down on the ball. That's why you get the effects, you know?
Yeah, so in order for us to get satellites, we have to point down.
Yep.
Yes, like towards the horizon, or like my husband, he worked on cell phone towers, okay? And he would maintenance the radios at the tippy top. He would have to climb all the way to the top of the towers. And I love his stories because those towers are not just like still; they sway with the wind.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, he has to, he has to be careful. But he has to maintenance those radios at the top, and then he has to point them to the next tower. So it's line of sight. It's not anything else. It's line of sight.
I call it line of flat, but
And
anyway,
here's I've got proof also that it is line of sight, because there was one scenario where he had to go up to the tip top of one of these towers. And he was like, this isn't going to work. There's a tree that you've cut that you didn't cut enough that's going to grow, and it's going to like disrupt this line of sight. And it's a line of sight because he knew that he had to point the radio to the next tower, and there was a tree that was about to grow in the range of it. And he was like, this isn't going to work. They're going to make us come back and work on this tower. And I'm trying to tell them, and they didn't listen to me. And then we did have to come back, and they cut the tree so that we could fix the line of sight, because the tree was in the way. He knew that it was in the way because it was line of sight.
Line of sight.
Boom.
Boom.
Thinking about those satellite dishes that Matthew Learns used to show in Ecuador. Now, if anyone knows anything about Ecuador, it's very mountainous. Yeah, so there's a lot of mountains. So if those satellites are pointing up to the top of the mountain, then that would take that picture really out of context, wouldn't it?
Good point. I like that.
I will need to go to Ecuador. Kembo, when are you winning Tats Lotto so I can go to Ecuador?
I don't know, bro. Hey, like I said, man, if I win the Powerball, man, when I win the Powerball, we all gonna go on vacation. I'm gonna pay off on everybody debts. I'm gonna buy you guys, man. Just hope it comes true.
Just buy a 747. Let's all take a plane rides everywhere.
But we
can't to the north.
Can't go to the north or south. Yeah.
Let's go north, south, east, west. And we're gonna rent this fucking 747 for like a month.
Yeah, but don't forget that but you guys need to be careful going to these flat earth meetups and stuff like that, because when you consolidate all of these people that know the truth together, you are such an easy target also.
Oh yeah. It's an easy picking. But yeah, you just got to be aware. Gotta pay attention.
I've been thinking about that. I don't know what made me think about it, but I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and I'm like, you guys are physically in one area together, and that is scary for me to think about. I'm not even able to go. I'm not rich enough to go anyway. So
rich enough.
I don't know why.
Rich enough.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't want to go for whatever reason, because I don't really know those people. So.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're all in one place here. Don't forget that.
What about those rich people? What about those rich people east of Richmond?
Good grief! Listen, Enzyme in the live stream voice text, he's not talking, but he's saying, "You're silly. That's what you are. You're silly."
Yeah, that's the Matthew Learns picture that I got. Like, dude, the satellites are pointing up, man. Hey, you guys.
Yeah, what if they're in a fucking valley?
Oh, I've got to go to the store, guys, but I'm going to be right back. I'm not going to swap to my phone. I'm just going to leave you
going to the store.
Be safe. Be safe out there.
Why
Alabama is very dangerous.
Why are you going to the store?
I'm gonna put gas in the car for my husband so he can go to work tomorrow and not have to worry about it.
Wow.
No, fuck
Are
that, man.
you ever whipped? Flatsy
No.
is whipped, man.
I'm whipped.
She's
I'm
whipped.
whipped.
No, fuck that.
Hey man, this
Yeah, I'm so
Flatsy,
whipped.
my
This is
goodness
bullshit,
gracious.
man. You ain't going.
Why?
My
The gas
goodness,
station is
Flatsy.
like 2 seconds away.
I know, but
2 seconds?
Yeah.
I think that's hyperbole, Flatsy.
It's not. It's really close, and I wanna do that for him so he's not having to worry
Oh,
about
you
it.
are so nice.
no. All right, well, you need to jump back on here when you get back, man.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna even leave. I'm just gonna mute and I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
All right. We feel better now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna leave for good. Like
Well,
no,
actually,
okay.
why don't you keep us on the line the whole time? That
Because I
way.
would have to put you on my phone. You're on the computer. Okay, I can do that. I can do that.
All right. Let us
Hold
know
on.
what's going on, man. Let us know
All
when
right.
you're getting the gas. And
Hey, let us know when you start the car and when you push the accelerator down and when you put the brake on.
yeah. Say,
Okay.
hey, man, I'm at a red light. Hold on, I gotta take a right here, and then oh shit.
Hey,
That's
and
over.
let us know how many gallons and how much it costs you per gallon. When you get done.
Yeah. We got to know the price of the gas. And
I mean, it's like
$3.29,
$4.
$3.30.
It's gonna be like I'm gonna guess like
It's like
$3.74. I don't know.
No,
it's
not in
four,
Alabama. No,
it's
maybe
$4.
in Cali. Maybe in Cali, but
Dude, it's
over here
it's $6 here, man. I don't know what you're
yeah,
talking
man.
about.
California, yeah, it's rip
Shut up,
off.
Shut up, man. It's $6.
Hey, professor, it's rip off. That's why nobody
It's a rip off.
goes to
Bet your
Cali.
ass. It's a fucking rip off. Hey,
No, for real, man.
this place is brutal, man. California's definitely
Fucking rip off.
it's an expensive place, man. But everything's expensive now, man. It doesn't matter where you are. I watched a documentary like a year ago, and she explained that how much people pay in the Philippines and California and anywhere, man. Where you want to go, Africa. Yeah, she broke it down, man. Pretty sweet.
Like I remember my country back then. I'm gonna tell you
Mhm.
something. My country back then, I think it was 2000, 2001, 2002, before I
Okay.
came to the state. $1 over there at that time, you can buy lunch, a breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you still have like a quarter left
Right.
to spend on
Yeah.
whatever. Now, let me
Mhm.
tell you something, bro. Almost every fucking little things over there,
Yep.
the price of
Mhm.
food, grocery in general,
Yeah.
almost exact the same like the U.S. But the
Yeah.
crazy thing is this, right? Um, the earning, the income, right? It's not even close to America. So when
Not
people
even
poor over
close.
there, man, they just fucking poor, man. You don't
Yep.
even know. We blessed in so many ways, man.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, bro, we blessed
Totally,
in a lot of
100%.
ways. That's
Yeah,
why
it's
I'm grateful every day, bro. I'm grateful to
most
have a roof on
and
top of my head.
that's hey, here's the kicker, man. Beats is that they've gotten people so comfortable, man, that
Mhm.
they were so comfortable and living so good here in America and Europe and a few other places that they could sell you that you're on a shooting space ball. That's how comfortable people are, man. We
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you how bad it is in the United States.
Yeah.
You can no longer afford a Big Mac, and McDonald's knows it. So now they sell you a small Mac.
No.
Jim, you're funny, bro.
Dude,
Jim is something else, man.
dude,
Fucking
we
Jim.
got dude, McDonald's is gonna be all over that, dude. Come on, the small Mac. You
Small
gotta
Mac.
go.
Hey,
Gotta go small Mac, dude.
you can't afford that. You can't afford that
That
$3.99
dude,
Big Mac. So it's
if I was
$2.99.
Ray Kroc, man, I'd be like, okay, yeah, we gotta have a Big Mac and a small Mac. That'd be good. But
Hey,
no,
guys.
yeah.
When one of us hit the lottery, we going to Australia down under the ball to go see Timbo.
And yeah, there's a bunch of us
down there, man. But there's Timbo and T-Dub and OBP.
Yeah, what is it?
We got
Big Pond.
Big Ponds, yeah, OBP.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a few of you Mongos down there I'd love to go have a beer with, for sure.
Yeah.
Have a pint, as you guys would say. Maybe. I don't know. Speaking of pints, I got to get one. I'll be right back.
Yeah, well,
Crush
I'm
a few
also,
cans, as we say over here.
yeah, I'm probably gonna get
A few cans? Is that what you said?
I'm gonna
Heather?
get
Crush some cans.
Gonna crush some cans. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
I hear
I'm
you,
gonna get
Flat
some craft beer. I'm gonna get some craft beer while I'm at the store getting my husband some
Really?
gas.
Oh shit.
Yo, see, Alabama is crazy, bro. You can get beers after like what 12? Like what time is it over there? 11:56, right?
12. No, it's 12:56 here.
Oh shit! So yeah, when I was in Florida, our time is I think an hour like an hour early, an hour
Yeah,
early.
well,
Oh, an hour late. Yeah.
yeah, it's an hour like off.
Off. Yeah. Oh, so you in Alabama and
Central.
Texas time's like the same shit. Yeah.
Well, Central. Yeah.
Central time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I hear
Florida is right there though.
I hear things are so bad in Alabama that you can only
It's not.
afford a small Mac, small fries, and a little Coke.
Well, if you're smart, you don't go to McDonald's. So,
Jim.
That's it, man.
I'm right here by McDonald's too because it's right here by the gas station.
See.
Don't eat that shit, man. Don't eat that crap.
Nobody eat that
I'm
shit.
not.
Don't eat it.
I eat maybe one or twice the most per year. For me, I don't eat anything.
I'd rather make my own burger because I like frying an egg and putting it on my burger.
Me too. And you could do some sauteed onions or
I like,
mushroom if you like mushroom.
Ooh, I like raw onions on my burger. I can't have it any other way.
Me too. I'm a raw onion. I can't do like grilled onions. No.
Me either.
Get that shit out. Get that slimy shit out of here.
Yeah, I love my raw onions. They're crunchy and they're good.
I like raw onions on the tacos. Definitely.
There you go.
Oh, I love raw onions on a taco too. Let me just say I love raw onions.
On taco, yeah.
I just love raw onions.
Burgers, I like I like to saute a little bit, with mushrooms. Yeah, sure, why not?
I think onion is so good, man. Damn, it's just amazing.
I'm cooking right now for my wife for work tomorrow, so I cook her some
Have you guys ever heard of the peeling back the truth layers of the onion?
Huh?
Have you guys ever heard of somebody say like, we're gonna peel back the layers of the onion that exposes the truth? Basically, is what he said.
I never heard that one before. Just new to me.
You never heard Neil Armstrong do that at a graduation speech? Because we're gonna peel back the layers of the truth.
I'm not sure. Post a clip.
Something like that, man.
Post a video. I want to see it.
Yeah, it's out there, man. Yeah. Anyways, interesting verbiage, man. Thanks, Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon. Yeah. Okay.
But he passed away, right? That dude passed away.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, Michael Collins is dead. Buzz is still going, man. He just got married. Buzz just got married, man, to some young lady. Anyway.
Somebody talking right now. What's up, Dart?
Sounds like you're got some what's up, Dart?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, man. It's a late night, having a discussion about Earth and Buzz Aldrin right this second. But do you know who Buzz Aldrin is?
Yeah, he's a lucky bastard.
Do you know that Buzz Aldrin, in 3 different occasions, when he was being interviewed by people, journalist, kids. He said the reason we didn't go to the moon, and he said that 3 times, man, in 3 different occasions. I find that weird, man. It's like, no, we didn't go. That's why it didn't happen. What? That's weird. Okay.
No. Yep. I heard it. Seen it.
You guys have
Yep.
seen him.
I think all the globes people need to at least see that clip and
I
listen
mean,
to it.
this is the.
But
This
even
is the
even if they listen to it, right, they will make up excuses. Talk about, oh, that's not what he meant.
that's not what he
That's
meant.
not what. Yeah, that's not what he meant. Like
He
they
was
have
he was just
excuses to make for
joking.
it.
He was just
Yeah, he
joking
was just
around.
joking with the kids. Yeah.
And you know.
Well,
And
this is
then
what you need a NASA whisperer for. They'll tell you what he really meant.
So, so Buzz
NASA
Aldrin.
Whisperer, man. NASA Whisperer, man. That is fucking awesome. Never heard that one. Heretic, you nailed it last night when you said you must be new to Earth.
Oh yeah,
I muted myself right before you said that, and I was like, I started fucking busting up. I was bent over here. I was laughing so hard, dude. I was like, it was fantastic. Anyway, it's one of the
Seems like
funniest things.
that guy was new to this place.
Yeah, like, hey man, you must be new to Earth. That's so nailed it because so many people they don't know the first thing about their Earth. They think, oh, I just live on Earth and it works and it's great. And they told me it's this, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, it's fine. I'm good. Good story. All right. I like this. I like Disney.
Did you see that Buzz Aldrin's space jacket sold for $2.8 million?
Nah, the one he wore on the moon.
It's some space jacket. Hey, you know his wife, his fourth wife, is 63 years old. Do you think that she married him because he's like really rich, and she just kind of going, okay, a couple more years,
Rich and famous. Yep.
couple more
Probably.
years.
Sure, man. That's gonna play into it. Why not? I mean, I'm sure he's just a great guy to hang out with, and talk to, and he can tell you all kinds of stories about the moon and stuff. It'd be cool. What an interesting cat.
Let's see. In 1969, estimated 600 million people, including me, witnessed Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin become the first people to walk on the moon. Oh my goodness.
Well, I was there. I was alive. I was a young 5-year-old kid, but kind of remember it a little bit.
Yeah. Did you believe it?
I don't know, man. I mean, just everybody was really excited, around me. My brothers, my parents, their friends. It was a deal. I just remember that. But other than that, I was like, whatever, It didn't matter.
Whatever.
Yeah. Where's my fucking BB gun or whatever?
Yeah,
Whatever I
whatever.
was doing at 5 years old. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What a lie, man.
What a shit show lie, huh? Damn, it still pisses me off.
You know what the problem with this is? They still talk about it as if it happened, and Buzz Aldrin will say it happened. Armstrong will, of course, he's dead now. They say it happened, and they roasted. They had a Don Nichols roast a number of years ago, and they had one of the guys from Apollo 17 there, up at the front table, and Don Nichols looks over to his left, and he talks about this guy. You're a real American hero. The guy stands up, everybody's clapping, he waves his hand. It's just like, what a lie. My goodness gracious, man.
I think Don Rickles would have said, what a freaking lie. I don't know.
You know what's crazy? I just put $20 in this gas tank, and this is a Corolla, a Toyota Corolla. So it was already over a quarter of a tank. So it's right at 3/4 of a tank instead of full after $20.
Hey, welcome to inflation.
Really
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Welcome to inflation.
$20 used to always fill up my tank,
Dude.
no matter what.
You're complaining about that? That sounds like a good deal compared to here.
On 9/11, I went to the gas station, filled up my wife's car, and it was it was $19, man. I was like, no.
Dude, I used to fill up
I'm
this.
like,
I used to fill up this tank no problem, less than $20.
So yeah, it
Yeah,
was
I fill up
19.
mine for 70. Good time.
My wife takes about 100 for her car. My car takes about $70 or something at this point.
I guess mine takes about 30 or 40. Fill up.
Yeah,
Yep,
see,
mine too. 30 or 40.
you guys
Like
are
20 years ago prices. Sounds like to me.
no shit,
No,
right?
this is Texas and Alabama. You guys in Cali?
Yeah, we're in
Yeah, I'm in
California.
Alabama
I'm in
and I have a
California.
Toyota
Heritage,
Corolla.
not in California.
So think about
Yeah,
my
I'm in a
Toyota
communist
Corolla.
country.
Yes, we are. Oh, man. Anyway,
But here,
Flatsy. Thank you, Flatsy, for filling up your husband's freaking ride tomorrow, man. Thanks.
Well, I thought I filled it up, but it's only 3/4 of a
Well,
tank, so
whatever,
no, I
man.
didn't fill it up.
You got him enough gas to get there and back, right?
Yeah, and this is money that I made, so it's not his money.
Oh, he's
Just
gonna
kind of
like
trying to
that.
pay him back for always taking care of us.
You're
I
married.
think somebody was trying to talk. The guy Tip. What's up, Tip? How you doing?
Sorry.
Tip
what
or
up?
flip? Flip or tip?
Is it
Flip.
Flip? No, it's Tip.
My name is James.
James. What's up, James?
What up?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You've been here a minute, yeah?
Yeah.
You got it. You've been here since 21, man. Right on.
Is this the Tip Tops guy?
I never participate though.
Yeah, all right.
So,
Well,
Are you the
thanks for
one that I met
jumping
in
in there.
the lobby?
did we meet in the lobby? I don't know.
I don't know. We were
I was having some good laughs
debating
in the
people
lobby
in the
though with
lobby.
random people.
Dude, that
Yeah,
lobby's that's some dangerous place up in the lobby, man. Be careful up in
I
there.
love the lobby.
I know you guys. You
We can
guys are
debate some.
maniacs.
Yeah, we can debate some Glovers up there.
Yeah, you guys get busy up there, man. Goodness gracious.
Is
Thank you
it Tip
guys for doing
Tops?
that.
Or is it Tip Tops? Is that what your name is?
Yeah, you can call me Tip Top.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm asking. I remember your name.
I'm from Vancouver, Canada.
Hey, don't you know? Hey,
Alabama.
you gotta say that right at the end there.
Classic line from Alabama.
I must know you then.
Dude, I'm from California, bro. What's up?
Well, I just hooked my husband up.
Yeah,
Hopefully
you did. I thank you for doing that, man. That's solid. I
You
appreciate
thank
the
me?
effort, man. That was solid. I've done that kind of shit for my wife, man. I'm like, oh fuck, she's got to drive tomorrow. Let's get my ass up and go fill it up for her. Yep.
Hey, Flatsy, don't you and your husband, when you get paid, just kind of throw your dollars and your quarters and your $20 bills into a big pile and go, it's ours, honey, it's ours.
Actually, he's the one who makes all the dough. So
Yeah, he's
if
the
I make
breadwinner, man.
anything, yeah, if
Flatsy's.
I make anything, it's really kind of rare now because I don't have a distinct job. My main jobs are doing like odd jobs or playing music for people. So
And
Right.
music's cool. Music's cool.
Hey, music is amazing.
Music is life. Music is life. Just
It
like
Music
Flatsy.
rocks.
If we didn't have music, man, we would be so screwed, man. But today I was at the piano shop and I was stringing a piano and I'm like, listen, this guy put the music on and it was like all this classic rock and roll stuff, like Eric Clapton and Pink Floyd and all this old school shit, man. But have I heard those songs in like 20 years? No. But when one of them came on, man, I knew the fucking lyrics like instantly. And I find that a slight bit MK Ultra because that is the mind manipulation that these guys have been able to pull off with this globe lie and everything else. And they pulled it off because they knew how the mind would react to certain things, and whether it was music or in the news or books or whatever it is, and it was just an easy pickings for these Mongos, man. Fuck, they're really
A great
clever.
example of that is the Beatles too.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying a great example in addition is the Beatles.
Oh my goodness, the Beatles is a great example, man. That's one of my favorites. I mean, the way that band was portrayed and put out in public. Even I know the guys that were there in high school when that shit came out, and they're like, "Dude, one day it was nothing, and the next day it was the Beatles." And you could buy a Beatles, lunchbox or a Beatles fucking backpack or whatever. It was one day there was no Beatles shit, and the next day there was Beatles shit everywhere in every store. He said you could buy the stupidest fucking Beatles things you could imagine, man. Pictures or bracelets or hats, shirts. Yeah. It was an absolute unbelievable windfall for the English government, man. There was so much.
Do you reckon that that's when they discovered what type of music works with
Before
people's
that?
brains? Do you reckon? Yeah.
I mean, I'd go
Then
back.
that's when they mastered it, and then they
I'd
go
go
because
back
every
to
song after that was catchy as fuck,
Yeah, I mean, Louis Armstrong was catchy as fuck, man, in 1921. It was like, fuck, my God, who the fuck is this guy? He was completely different. Had this different sounds, different bands. Yeah,
Refresh my memory. Sing me a song of his, or just say some words.
Louis Armstrong, man, he was more of a trumpet player and a singer, but
Yeah, he was a trumpet
here's like,
player.
well, it's a one thing, man. Gonna look at the.
Oh.
Yeah, I
Duke's
can't
place.
even.
Oh,
Sing
okay.
Duke's
It's
place.
a wonderful
It was
world.
so
Is
like
that him?
different. It was out there. It was out of control. It was so. Yeah, he
Did
had
he
these.
sing "Wonderful World"? It's a
Yeah, he did sing
wonderful
"Wonderful World."
world.
That was
Okay.
probably his
Yeah.
biggest hit. Yeah. It's a
I see
wonderful
skies
world.
are blue.
Skies are blue. Yeah,
Skies are blue.
there you go. Let a
I don't know all
professional.
the. Hold on, let me think of it.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that was. But see, I mean, the
I see
whole.
trees of
They're,
green, red roses
Clouds of white.
too. I see them bloom for me and you.
He was the singer of Creed, right?
mhm. Oh, that was fantastic, Kim. Oh my goodness, that shit
Yeah.
was fantastic. Now that's fun, man. Singing like Louis Armstrong is not easy, right?
No, you have to have that kind of like a grungy voice, kind
Yeah,
of.
I
But
mean, he's such a one of a kind. It was like, oh shit, man. Like the Beatles, they're one of a kind. Then they had, the Benny Goodmans and the swing bands, and yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. There's a whole history of the music, um, popular music being, um,
Yeah. Look,
you know,
they're one of a kind if they actually wrote their own music, but there could be a facade that someone else wrote their music and then just said, "Okay, you just say you wrote it." Because look at today, like no one writes their own songs.
there's 27 people who wrote the song.
Yeah.
I would say I'm not convinced though. I've never been convinced by anybody who said that before. I looked into it. I tried to find proof that somebody else might have written it. And there's some suspicious things, but like there's no
Yeah.
there's no
Like
magic
seems
bullet
like
for it.
they
Talking about
wrote their own
talking about
music.
the
Yeah.
Beatles specifically, or
Yeah, like there's really no like dead ringer sort of proof that somebody else wrote it all. Or well, what do you think?
well,
Well, see,
They
I
got no
missed that
evidence for
whole
it.
thing.
there's really there's no reason to have evidence. You have to know that the record company that signed them are also funded by Tavistock Industry. They're the Tavistock Institute.
Yeah, okay, but
You know,
like, where's the
citation.
actual paper trail of like the songs being put together
You
by
can't.
somebody else?
Okay, here's the only thing that you can. If you look up the Tavistock Institute, they are researching in like how. Honestly, it's how to dress up a turd. If you can dress up a turd,
For sure.
people
They were
people
dressed
will
up.
take
They're
people
produced.
will
They're
take the
engineered.
turd like yeah. Well, you can see that it's not a turd because of the way it sounds. You don't see that it's a turd
Well,
unless
I
you
don't know.
know what to look
You
for.
can listen to demos and stuff like that, and they go through so many different versions of their songs, developing them and stuff. And it's like, what's even the point of that if it was all like prepped ahead of
Well,
time for them to just go in and just sing on
they,
top of this
well,
pre-formulated thing?
right. You only have to think about what came after, and you have all of these rappers who they wouldn't have made it as rappers if they weren't singing or rapping about like killing other people. Think about if they were rapping about killing animals, or if they were
I
rapping
think you
about
made.
killing kids.
I
They
think you
wouldn't
made
have made it.
I think you made a leap there, to be honest.
I'm just saying, like they wouldn't have made it in the industry if they weren't rapping about a certain genre
Yeah,
of
but that's
thing.
a leap. That's a leap away from what we were talking about a minute ago. Which
Oh
is like,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
like,
Sorry.
if there is some sort of proof that like somebody else wrote all their stuff and they were just like a face that was put to it, I would accept it. I've never seen it.
Well,
I
look
don't
at
think that it
Milli
has.
Vanilli.
Hey, Heretic, did
It
you
doesn't
watch?
have to be that
Did you
crazy.
watch?
They just have to write music that would be, or they have to conform to what the record label wants.
There is some interesting stuff. Like Rubber Soul was written and supposedly recorded, produced, everything in about 30 days. Well, that's pretty sus. But I don't know, to go to the extent of saying that the whole catalog was just written by some ghostwriters and stuff, I don't know. It's a leap for me. Sorry, go ahead, FE dude.
I know it is a leap, man, but I don't know. Did you see Mike Williams do the? I think it was called. Did the Beatles write all their own music or something like that?
Yeah, I watched that.
It was like 5 hours long or something. It's like 4 hours. It's been a while since I watched it. I mean, I followed Mike over the years and listened to
I
some
watched
of his
it.
podcasts.
Look, I can't get on board with the fall thing either. I'm just like, there's just nothing that just confirms this for me.
Yeah, I don't ever like tack
I
myself on to like extraordinary claims.
I would say that
I can actually get on board more with the fact that you have to conform to the record labels, what they will fund.
What
So
about
that
Milli Vanilli? They were legit.
Yeah, no kidding.
As far as the Beatles things, to step back a little bit and say that were they actually playing the music on the recordings? Now that's a whole nother issue.
It's possible they had session players
They
doing
had
a
a
lot of it,
lot of session
especially if they
players
crank
coming
out
in.
Rubber Soul in 30 days.
Exactly.
You know, they've got a quota.
So,
The record company has a deadline. Like, I could definitely see them
at
having
the
some
same
help.
time,
You know?
Heretic, the Beatles are supposed to be traveling here, traveling there. There's
Yeah, I know.
some
Yeah, that is a little
circumstantial
bit sus.
evidence that says, "Wow, man, how could they like just show up for 8 days and knock this? Wait a minute, man."
I know, it's kind of crazy.
It is,
And then after that, they disappear from touring completely, and then they just go inward, and it's like, I don't know, could basically pass anything by people at that point when you're just a studio band. But
George Martin was good enough to say, "Hey, yeah, I'll just bring these cats in. This cat." I mean, George Martin knew a lot of fucking great players, man.
For sure, and of course they did use session players for a lot of the overdubs, whatever orchestras and stuff like that they put on there. Like, obviously they had those people in the picture. Yeah.
So
actually, I think that was a pretty standard thing in the record business at that time too, was to have session players basically play most of it, because most of the bands themselves just weren't good enough to cut it.
Exactly, and it made it so much easier to produce. At that point, and it's like, oh shit, I'll just bring in this guy. I know he's a fucking ace. I don't have to worry about it. Let's just knock it out.
They don't want to waste studio time. It's big money. It would be like the equivalent of our Pro Tools for them back then, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, or he's gonna come in and lay these tracks down. Okay, cool, man. All right. What time?
I mean, so I could see it, but at the same time, I can't make the leap that it was 100% like just a pre-packaged, pre-formulated, like contrived thing.
Yeah,
I think there might be like some sort of a balance here.
I mean, there has to be. I mean, those guys could sing. Those guys could play, man. I
I
know
think they
that.
could write too, but they probably. I
And
mean, of course, they
can
had
they
help
write?
producing it.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Of
BT
course, they had help
Dubs.
with the arrangements and whatever. Like, I don't know to what extent everything was just written by them, but I think I don't know. At the very least, they would have like their own ideas, right? And they would have George help them flesh it out, and whoever else.
BT Dubs.
Anyway, it was a fascinating thing to get to know the history behind the Beatles and say, look at this, look at that. Oh my God. It was the biggest thing. It was the biggest money maker England had ever seen, man. They were making so much money on the Beatles, dude. They were going to take whatever it took to keep that shit going as long as they could, man. So
Hey,
it was
2 records a year is pretty crazy too. Like bands don't crank stuff out at that rate nowadays.
I don't know, man.
You guys,
Do they or don't they, man? I mean, I've seen guys.
Two albums a year.
Yeah, go
Some do, I guess, but it's not the norm. It's usually like an album every 2 years or even less.
For the major artists, but I mean, there's a bunch of independents out there cranking out shit all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Are you trying to get in there, Cambo?
No, since we talking about music and stuff, you guys want to hear stuff I produce for 2 artists? Can I post on the live chat?
Chuck it in the live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Drop it, man. Drop a link. I'm always interested in music, period.
Do we have a general consensus on the origins of the globe lie?
No.
Yeah, that's a topic we should get back to, sort of.
You know what? There was some priests in the Catholic Church that said, "Hey, man, we got a Big Bang thing here."
George Lemaitre.
George. And he said, we got a Big Bang, and that's where it all started, man. And everything's spinning in perfect harmony because of that.
We have so many musicians in this flat Earth community, guys.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we're
Wow.
loaded. We're loaded with musicians.
Hey,
I haven't seen any globe musicians lately. Have you guys seen any globe musicians?
Screw them.
No.
I mean, the Beatles were globers.
Why hasn't the hardcore anti-flat earthers come up with like an anti flat earth song?
Because they suck.
It's
and they don't like hazy IPAs like I do, by the way. I love hazy IPAs. How about you guys?
I like a stout or a sour.
I like stouts and I like sours, but it's kind of summertime, so you got to have a hazy IPA here. I mean, come on.
You got to do
I'll easily go with a sour or a stout.
Man, honestly, you can't give me a beer that I don't like, but I have to. Yeah, wintertime I love stouts, but also when I worked at a brewery, the Old Tobe breakfast stout I loved during the summertime, and their Rampant IPA I loved during the wintertime, so I was kind of reverse on that. So
yeah, give me a Bud Light.
Shut up.
Ew. Ew.
I saw a video from Sturgis. You guys know what Sturgis is? It's like a motorcycle.
I know Sturgis Simpson, and he's a musician.
System of the Down?
No, No.
Sturge, not Surge.
That's Serge Tankian, but I said Sturgill Simpson. He's a musician.
All right.
You said System of a Down?
Anyway.
That's funny. I love it.
The guy's name's Serge.
Bob Dylan?
He's the front man. Bob Dylan. No.
That's Flat Plains Drifter. He said Bob Dylan? Perfect timing. It was great.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the late night comedy hours of Earth. Comedy Hours of Earth, man. What do you guys think of that name? Anyway, Earth is so easy to check out, but yet they sold us this comedy show And it's pretty funny, man. We're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Really? Oh, shit, man. That's weird. I don't feel like I'm shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Damn. That's weird.
Well, it's such a perfect.
Yeah.
But I am.
Yes, but you are.
It's such a perfect constant velocity. That's why you can't feel it, bro.
Of course,
Come on, man. I thought you should know this.
It's like being on a train. You can't tell you're moving.
Yeah, but didn't we just talk to Tip Tops earlier or Tips Tops earlier? Is he still?
He's still here. He's still here.
I'm still here.
Okay.
What's up?
I was gonna tell you. I was gonna tell you. I love your Luffy picture, by the way.
Oh, cheers.
Oh, me too. Oh, you a One Piece fan?
I love One Piece.
Me too.
I'm so far into the storyline. I've been saving it up because it's right after Big Mama and that era. Like I'm very far into it, but I'm not to the end of it. So I guess now there's Gear 5. There's Gear 5 and I love. Okay, anyways, I love One Piece.
Yo, me too. I'm One Piece big fan of One Piece.
Caught up on the anime.
Okay. Flatsy, where you at right now? Where you at?
She's home. You home?
In the set of episode.
I just said I'm right after Big Mama's
you would say
era,
like hundreds, right? So you still the hundreds episode, not thousand yet.
Oh no, Big Mama is after Punk Hazard. So I'm very
okay.
far.
So you like
I'm very far into it.
It got better.
I'm sure it did because you got Gear 5 at the last 2 episodes so far. I haven't watched them, but I've had the spoilers. Sorry.
Yeah, my wife is a big fan of One Piece. You know, she got me into it. You know, I got into it too. So, but yeah, I'm a big fan of One Piece. I just love it. Great story.
Me too.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Westworld?
I don't know what that is.
All right, good. Don't go there. Do not go there. Trust me.
Westworld.
Yeah, don't go there. Don't do it. Anyway, so brainwashing for television. I know you guys are super aware. Me too. However, they're so good at this shit, man. They're so good. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of truth in like some of these
truth in movies,
lies on but when it comes to One Piece, they talk about a one world government a lot. So you get to explore that kind of world, but also it's in a pirate era. So
yeah, definite.
It's crazy.
Wow. Sounds.
It's crazy. Like when you watch One Piece,
are we not in the pirate world now? Maybe we are.
No, but Flatsy. In like while you watching like a One Piece, it seems like they kind of like insert like certain message of a flat Earth somehow that I can't even figure it out. But they kind of insert that message like the Earth is flat. But then at some point they do show a ball in a way. Like I don't know. It's
in the intros they do. Yeah.
I don't know, man. But I'm like, it's amazing. I love the show. So.
All right, we got Darth Vector, man. He wants to know what we think of this video that shows some kind of refraction.
Dude, what kind of refraction are you referring to? Are you talking about Snell's? Are you talking about Snell's law? Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Hopefully terrestrial, man. We'll see.
Oh, we already know it's terrestrial.
Oh, it's not terrestrial. It's a fish tank.
Oh yeah, that is going to be Snell's law. That's going to be Snell's.
It's extraterrestrial reflection.
It's extraterrestrial. Yeah. Yeah.
No, that'll be Snell's law because
like the 80s. Is this from the 80s or some shit?
Well, Snell's law it deals with two media, so if it's gonna have something to do with water and air,
water and plexiglass.
Hey, you just
Plexiglass.
debunked yourself, bro. You just debunked the globe. You see
And a
the
light.
water right there? It's flat and level.
It is flat and level. The water's level, man. Shit, you fucked it up, man. You fucked up, man. The water's level.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
If we actually lived in water and everything was water and we breathed water and everything was water, then that video would be real pertinent. But we don't live in water and we don't breathe water. So why did
Yeah, but
somebody show that to us? Hey, Flatsy, why did you
Good point, sir.
why did you show us that video? I'm just kidding.
no, I'm saying like what he just demonstrated to us is Snell's law.
Yeah, it went from a refractive index of 1.003 to a refractive index of 1.33. So, and a diamond is 2.417. And so it's like, salt water, 80% sugar water is 1.33. So I don't care to see sugar water 1.33. Now, you can drink it, but no.
Hey, Dart. I do want to say this, right? So we saw the fish tank, right? And he's trying to show us with the whole refraction shit. Forget about refraction, right? Just put it this way, okay? So you guys love to use imagination. So imagine this, right? Imagine that fish tank, right? It's a million times bigger to the left, right? A million times bigger to the right with the same amount of water. What do you think? What do you think is gonna happen? You think the water gonna curve into a ball, or you think it's gonna be flat and level? You tell me that.
It's gonna be round.
Bro,
Hey, the physics of water always apply to any body of water. Doesn't matter if it's in a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake. It's going to translate also to your oceans. The only force that you can apply to oceans is, guess what? Wind. That's the only force. So, where is this water curving into a ball? We would like to see that.
Yeah, and how come instead of showing us that, you just go straight to an excuse?
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, it's a ball because it has to be a ball.
Not to me, buddy. Hey, cheers, Flat Earth Professor Dude. Always good to talk to you, buddy.
Oh, Flatsy, it's not good to talk to us, only Professor.
He's got a special place in my heart, but I do love all of you. Don't get me wrong.
Well, we love all you guys too, and you too.
Dart
Flatsy.
wants us to name a law other than the one mentioned, which was Snell's law, which is the law of refraction. So, what other law do you want named?
Yeah, because
got
what?
the snail's law, and you mentioned the other one, and I don't know how to spell it.
Terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial.
Can you write it, please?
Yeah, you know how you would consider. Yeah, I'll just write it for you.
So Dart. So Dart. So your logic is this, right? So I'm saying like, so we have a fish tank right there, right? And you put the same amount of water, you see water flat and level. You make it bigger, a million bigger to the left, a million times bigger to the right, and you say the water curving to the ball. So I guess you do apply the same logic as this, right? If you have a cup and we put water in the cup will become a container, and water will be flat and level when it's at rest. Okay, we move the same water into the swimming pool, right? So the shoe around it would be a container, and water is flat and level. Now we move that same freaking water into a lake, right? The shoe around it would be the container. Water will flat and level. But when we put the water into the ocean and curve it to a ball, is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I'm lost you in the half of the speech.
Well, can somebody translate in Russian, please? Because I don't know.
He does better if you type it to him, because I think he can translate it somehow for
I can do a
himself.
rough translation
Yeah,
from
yeah,
shore
I do.
from shore to shore. Right, the water is level.
Yep. Yeah. Water is always level, no matter if it's in a cup, in a bathtub, in a swimming pool, in a lake. I,
I can speak Russian. I'm gonna help out.
okay.
Is Earth a ball? Нет. Get it? Net. N-Y-E-T. Net.
Yeah,
Pretty good, wasn't it?
I
That pretty good,
understand.
Dart? Pretty good, huh? Hey, Dart, over here in the States, man, we like our football. We like our SEC football, Southeastern Conference football. So you be nice to us, because football's king, man.
Yeah, dart vector, we don't see water ever curving. I can show you a picture that I took at the beach of the ocean. It's not curving. So that's the claim is that long distance it would be curving, but even a big lake, like I live here in Alabama, we have Smith Lake. It's the biggest man-made lake in the world. And I should be able to see along this lake, just like in the ocean, it curving at some point. And luckily, because it's a lake at rest, it is flat instead of the ocean that is, subject to a lot of the waves and the dynamics. So you're gonna have to give me some demonstration of the water on the ocean curving, or a big lake curving to this supposed ball Earth. Okay, I'll check it out, but I know it's not going to give me what I want. The Lake Pontchartrain? Are you kidding me? Are you talking that you think that you live on that kind of Earth? Are you a small Earther? Like a tiny Earther? You just showed me Lake
Wh- wh-
Pontchartrain.
What you, why you think it's tiny?
Because Lake Pontchartrain, do you know how far along, like, do you know how far where you just gave me to the point where you're claiming is curvature instead of some sort of air turbulence? You know how the Earth's radius would have to be so much smaller than the claim 3959 miles. See,
We can
look,
see
look.
straight across that thing anyway.
Yeah, look at Flat Plains Drifter gave you a different day that doesn't have the same air turbulence. I'm not calling it refraction because that's not what it is. So it's air turbulence. Okay, but look over here where there's another observation on a different day where there's no curvature like that.
There's no curvature anytime. It's not what it is.
Exactly, that's why I said air turbulence, because I'm not going to call it refraction. There's not two media there, so
It's terrestrial refraction.
yeah, well, screw that. What is
Yes.
that?
I don't know.
I don't know either. It's an excuse, is what it is.
Yeah, it's definitely that.
You know, it's funny. Look at that and look at the horizon. That's not distorted at all, but the actual object that's in question is distorted, but the horizon isn't at all. That's a black swan. We're talking about the horizon, not the objects that are seen above the water. Any rebuttal to that?
Not now.
Well, even in our Black Swan, the oil rigs that we have there are only demarcations of distance. We're not even referencing those. We're just using those as distance markers. The horizon is like the main objective to the Black Swan that we have. This right here is also a Black Swan. Because I guarantee you, from the observer's height to that horizon is not 1.22 miles times the square root of observer's height in feet. Also, so if you're living on a sphere that's supposed to curve down from your perspective point in any demarcation or location that you, the observer, would be, it should be curving down in every direction. So why would you be able to perceive something as ramping up, like the ground is ramping up in your vision, instead of, curving away from you down in every direction? You have to at least take into perspective that the ground, and you see in angles, so the angular resolution of the ground resolves faster because you are closer to the ground. So as the ground is ramping up, this totally explains why you see something disappear from the bottom up, because the ground is ramping up and your angular resolution resolves faster ground level, because that's where you're closest to. No matter where you are, it resolves faster, and that's why you see things disappear from the bottom up, because you just can't resolve that angle because it's so sharp.
And even a centimeter of, like, if you take a picture of a boat going away, whatever, if a centimeter of a wave will goes up a little bit, it will block the bottom of the boat, because that centimeter is so big, due to perspective.
Got a larger angular size.
There you go.
Yeah. So whenever
seemed to be
you
blocked.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was pretty much done. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you raise up in your altitude, your angular resolution to the ground is still resolving faster than your angular resolution from the sky to the horizon, because these places appear to meet in your perspective. That's just how far you can see. That's how far everyone can see, because we see in like the angles that we see in. That's why we even have an apparent horizon. It's not an actual horizon, it's apparent. It's because the ground resolves much faster than whatever happens in the sky, because it's much further up in our angular view. So it's going to resolve much slower, which is exactly why we experience sunsets and moonsets, sunrise and moon rises, because those angles are going to resolve slower, and that's why we see them the way that we do. But the ground, no matter how far up we are, we're still closest to the ground than we are to whatever celestial objects are up in the sky, if they're even objects, whatever they are. They're going to resolve much slower, and the ground is going to resolve much faster. That's why we see the ground ramping up in our vision, because that angular view is going to resolve much faster. It makes so much sense. I don't see why people can't. I can't see why people don't. They see it in front of their faces. You can tell them what they're seeing, and you can provide them the evidence, but it takes somebody that's got the eyes to see to actually see what I'm saying. It's obviously right there in front of your eyes. I'm not
Because
saying
the
something
mind is
foreign.
blind.
Well, yeah, yeah, the mind is blind, but it's still right there in front of your eyes. The ground and how it, when it's, when you're looking out into the distance, the ground rises up, or the ocean, or a lake, or whatever, the ground and the ocean, whatever, is rising up into your vision, and you're resolving that in an angle, and it's resolving very fast because that angle is very sharp. You're not having a wide angle. The more you go up in elevation, you widen that angle, and you can resolve that angle much further. And it still resolves fast, but it's not as fast, or it's, I guess fast isn't. I'm just trying to give you some terms that make sense, I guess. It may not be the best terms, but they resolve much quicker. Or
You nail it. So
yeah, I feel like
you
it
nail
makes
it.
sense.
The
Here,
globe, like
I'll give you a picture that I took. That I'm at a hotel or motel. It's actually a motel. I met my husband there, and I was taking this picture because it made so much sense to take this picture, because it gave a great visual, because I knew standing outside from the parking lot, it was straight across, flat in front of me. But when I got up to the door and I looked down the walkway, you could see where it would ramp up from the ground up, and the lights that were all at the same elevation were going down. So I got it. Hold on. I'm going to post it. Gotta find it. My bad. Here we go. Oh man, I did edit it, so you gotta forgive me because I did edit it.
CGI.
I edited it just to add, like, these lights are showing how perspective works. Like the celestial bodies, they aren't actually going down. Oh man, did I not do it? Oh, I did it in check-in.
good night, Jim. Have a good night, brother. God bless.
There we go. Yeah, good night. Good night, Jim. Yeah. See? Yeah, those lights are all at the same elevation, but from where I was sitting in that little I was sitting in one of those rolling chairs, like an office desk chair. And I was like, oh, I spun around and I was like, this is a great little shot to show perspective, because the ground is ramping up, and I had such a distance to the office from our room. And you could see all those lights. They're all at the same elevation, but they're going down.
Yeah, but elevation is relative to sea level, and level is curved.
I
What
figured that was a
curve?
really good shot, because you can see the ground. When you're out in the parking lot where we parked, that whole area there is flat. The sidewalk is completely flat from our room to the office. And I was sitting out there in one of their office chairs, the like rolling, like office desk chairs, because I probably wasn't supposed to take it outside, but I did anyways, because it was the beginning of the year, the beginning of the supposed year, January 1st, and I was spending it with my husband, and we were outside having a couple of beers together, and our son was inside asleep. So I was like, hey, I was even on Discord with you guys. I took this picture and I sent it to you guys. I was like, look at this. This is perfect. Anyways, sorry.
Another thing that I've been thinking, why the globe believer, they always defend the globe. I think it's because they only know the explanation of the globe in a way. That's the
It's
only thing
not
they
only
know.
that. It's also that they have a really tough time telling the difference between a claim and the evidence, for one. They always seem to think the claim is the evidence.
Right, exactly.
True.
You can just sit here and you can claim what is claimed and just say it, but it's a different ballpark when you're trying to like validate that claim. But when you're like us and we understand what's going on, sometimes people can't articulate it, but what I'm saying when it comes to perspective, it makes a lot of sense. The reason why the sunset happens the way that it does is because of angular resolution, and it happens much quicker. Your angular resolution is not as far from the ground because you resolve it much quicker than you do from the angle from the sky, and that's why it looks like the sun is going. It doesn't even always look like it is going under the horizon or into the horizon, just like Flat Plains Drifter is showing. It doesn't always look like it is going below the horizon. And the only reason why anybody would say that is because you see half of the sun cut off. But you don't ever see the sun just completely disappear under the horizon. You see half of it cut off, and then you just don't see it. It just resolves after that, like it's going away. People don't think of it like that.
Yeah, but when you have the P900, P1000, you zoom it back in, right? Guess what? You see it above the horizon, and I'm pretty sure you guys seen one of the video somebody took. I don't know if it was the David Wise or somebody else, whatever. Right? That's not important. Whoever did it is not important. But the sun actually like disappear in like into the atmos. It's not
Yeah.
going over the curve. It's not going under horizon. It
Well,
just
just like
disappears.
just like the black swan, all you need is to see the sun set above the horizon one time, and that's a black swan. And maybe most of the time it doesn't resolve that way, and it'll resolve like with the horizon, it'll be into the horizon, and that's fine. Maybe that does happen most of the time, but there are those black swans where you can do what he did and zoom it back into view and see that it is setting over the horizon. Even though it looks like it's halfway cut off from the horizon, you can zoom in and see that it is actually above it. And that's because you're increasing the resolution of the angle, because the optics of the camera can resolve the angles much better than your eyes can.
Yep.
It's still an angular resolution. It's just the camera is able to resolve the angle much better than your eyes can. It's all optics.
Yep. Well, hey, Mr. Dart, I do have a question for you, bro. How many Russian flat earthers out there that you can find? Because it seems like we have a kind of like a language barrier going on. So maybe when we trying to explain to you, you don't understand. So how the hell we gonna understand each other anyway. So maybe you should find the Russian flat earthers out there. You know, maybe I'm pretty sure they know certain things. Maybe you should talk with
Uh,
them because
yeah, there are a lot of them, around 3% of Russian population. But I want to increase my English level, so if you don't mind, I
no,
want
no, no. We
to,
don't mind at all, bro. We don't mind. Yeah.
I want to listen to you, talk to you to increase my English level.
And
It's just the topic that I'm interested in it.
okay, and another thing that I do want to explain to you too is like, because okay, let me ask you something. Do you think that we believe the Earth is flat, or do you think we know that the Earth is flat, coming from a globe earther? Do you think we believe, or do you think we know?
Hard question, actually. I think you know that Earth is flat, but you are wrong.
There you just said it, bro. You think that we know that the Earth is flat, so of course, in your position, you actually believe, but you guys want to point finger at us that we believe, but in the actuality, you guys know that we know the Earth is flat. You said it.
Mm,
Dark
sorry,
Dark
I don't.
Vector, can you like I wrote it down for you, so if you can't understand what I'm saying, I know I've got a southern accent over here in America. So I wrote it out for you because you were typing in how perspective works. I was letting you know how it happens and why the sun sets the way that it does. So the sun, as it is going away, it has an angular resolution too, but it resolves much slower than the ground, which is also resolving much quicker in your view. Like the ground, it ramps up. Like think about an incline, like a slope up. When you look at the ground in the distance, you know it's flat, but it's in your view, it's ramping up in your vision. That's why that when people say if the earth was flat, then you would be able to see forever makes no sense because the way that your optics work, the ground ramps up in your vision. That's how your angular resolution works. The ground is ramping up and the sky is ramping down, but the sky is much higher and the ground is much closer to you. So the sky is much further away from you than the ground is. The ground is so much closer to you. Your feet are on it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Your feet are on the ground. Even if you're raised above like sea level, you're still much closer to the ground than whatever you're seeing the sun and the moon doing in the sky. Those are so much further away from you. The way that those angles resolve in your vision resolve the way that they do because of your angular resolution, just like the way that the ground is ramping up, the same thing is happening with the sky. It's just happening at a much slower rate because of perspective. Do you get what I'm saying?
Almost, I think.
Yeah, okay. So those celestial objects in the sky are going the way that they are. I wouldn't even think about them in a linear path because you see them not go in a linear path when you're watching them set. You're watching them like kind of make an arc in your vision. So think about it that way. So you're seeing something that is much higher, and you're having to resolve that angle much slower than something that you're closest to, which is the ground, which is ramping up in your vision. You're resolving that much quicker. And that is the reason why we have the phenomenon of a sunset and a moonset and a sunrise and a sunset. Because those angles in the sky, we resolve much slower. You get what I'm saying? The sky,
Resolve.
and the ground are going to resolve at
I have
different
a problem
rates.
with word reserve.
You're going to run out of resolving angles to the ground quicker than the sky.
Exactly.
But he has a problem with the word resolve,
because
and I'm probably not the guy to help, so maybe I'll just let you continue.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to like.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why sun and moon moves to sorry, forget the word.
That's fine. Go ahead. Do your best. It's fine. I'm understanding.
15 degrees every hour.
Okay.
Every hour by 15
Okay.
degrees from my point of view.
Yes.
It's not slowing down. It's not raise the speed when it's above me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going 15 degrees per hour every hour.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is. The sky,
pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. That is moving at that rate. But that doesn't mean that you're moving. That means that it's moving at that rate.
Mm-hmm. And if I look at the picture that sheepdog post with hours, with sign flutters how the sun sets, and the distance between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. is much lower than the distance between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. So, sun rise his speed when it moves from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Yes.
And if someone live above the point where, for this guy in left corner,
yes,
if someone lives under the place where 5 p.m., then he will see that the sun from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. points move much slower than it moves between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. for his perspective, the second one perspective.
Are you saying if the guy in that left-hand corner is lower or higher?
No. Let me say another way. Under 5 p.m. point, live another guy. It's a right guy, and in the left corner, it's a left guy. So for a right guy, the distance between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. even smaller than for the left guy. And if sun rise its speed when it goes from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., then for the right guy, the sun will be move much more slower when it goes from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. and much more faster when it goes from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. points.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Actually, if there was a guy in the right-hand corner and they were looking at the sun, they would see the same perspective as the left-hand corner guy, but it would be the opposite.
I don't understand it.
Okay, that's fine. It's just kind of like one of those diagrams to show you like how perspective works. The sun isn't actually at those points. Here you have to kind of remember the way that you can view light. Think about a light outside that do you have like street lights outside of where you live?
Street lights?
Yeah, do you have those lamps outside of like where you live? Okay, so if you go outside and you see those lamps shining their light down on your car window, and you're walking in front of your car. As you're walking by your car, that light is moving across your windshield, reflecting off of your windshield. It's moving across because it's subjective to your perspective. Just like when you're moving and when you're walking at night and you see the moon, it's kind of moving with you. It doesn't just stay somewhere. I mean, it kind of does, but it doesn't. It moves with you because it's subjective to your perspective. The reason why you're not able to grasp the idea that Sheepdog put down there, like with what you were referencing, is because you're not taking into account that when you're looking at a light at all, any light, it doesn't matter if it's a street lamp outside or if it's the sun or the moon in the sky. Those lights are subjective to your perspective personally. Everybody's light, like when you're on the beach and you see the sun setting, there's a light from the sun like reflecting off of the water that comes straight to your feet. And somebody 10 miles down is looking at the same sunset, and that light is coming straight to their feet. So you're seeing the light subjectively to your point of view. Do you get what I'm saying? Have you ever seen? Okay, look at the flat plains drifter. The sun doesn't go down; it moves away due to your perspective. If you wait until the sun is like on the horizon, look at the reflection of the light on the water before it zooms in, how it's coming straight towards the optics that's taking the picture or the video zooming in. You see how the light is reflecting on the water right towards the perspective of the camera? Even if somebody was 10 miles down looking at the same sunset, that light would be reflecting right to their feet. Your light perspective is always subjective to you. Let me find a way to somehow articulate this. How can I do that? I don't know how, like if I go outside right now. Can you go outside right now, Dark Vector?
Yeah, sure, but
okay, if you go, okay, just do it real quick. Just do it real quick. Go outside and watch either if there's a lamp outside that's like reflecting on either a car or the ground, watch the light move with you according to your perspective. Just do it for me real quick.
I know that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to talk about. That's what I'm saying. Like, light is subjective to you. So the reason why if somebody was in the right-hand corner of that observation or the depiction of an observation with the sun being at the same altitude but you're perceiving it going down, if you're in the right-hand corner, it's going to happen the same way because it's subjective to you and your perspective. You're not going to see the left-hand person's perspective. You're going to see yours. It's just showing you how perspective works from a subjective perspective. So you're going to have to at least translate what they're seeing on the left-hand corner side to your side over here on the right-hand corner side, because it'll be subjective to you the same way that it is to the left-hand corner.
But if I move along the road, each street lamp moves with a different angular velocity.
Okay, well the sun or the lights are still going to shine down subjective to how you move. Like I'm looking at a lamp right now. A street light is right behind my car, and even me being here inside of the house, I can move up or I can move left and right and watch the light that is shining down on my car move along with me. Like, I don't even have to go outside. I can see it happening in front of my eyes right now. Every sunset on the beach, the light from the sun is reflecting straight to you. And whoever is 2 feet, 10 miles, whatever, if they're watching the same sunset, that light is still reflecting on the water to their feet. You're seeing the sunset relative to your perspective subjectively. So it is subjective to your relative perspective. Does that make sense?
The last sentence is yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just
And
trying to give you an idea of how
it is
perspective works, because not only the other angular resolutions, yeah, but also light is subjective to your perspective. Your personal, even anybody that takes
because
any kind of capture of like a sunset or a light, like even headlights, the beams of your headlights on a rainy day, like the pavement is wet, you're going to see the beams of those headlights directed towards you. If you're driving down the road, everybody's beams that are on that wet road, they're like, your perspective shows you those beams towards you as you're driving past them. It's even moving and still angled towards you as you pass them. They like even it doesn't matter. It's always angled at your perspective. You have a subjective perspective of any light. I'm hoping that this makes sense.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I know.
It's
I'm really trying to get you to go and experience it for yourself. That's why I'm saying go outside real quick. You can come right back and tell me if I'm wrong or not. I know I'm not, because I can look. I have those double glass doors, that the sliding glass door, and I can see my car outside right under a street light, and the street light is shining right down on the windshield of the car. And as I move forward and backwards or left and right, the light that is shining down on my car windshield or the car is moving along with me in my perspective. It's shining towards me. If my headlights were on and they were beaming down on the cement, they would be like the straight line of the lights from the beams would be angled towards me and not away from me. They're always subjective towards me.
I'm sorry, but it's take a while to arise my English to fully understand what you're saying.
I'm
So
so sorry. I'm trying so hard to say it
yeah,
the right way.
yeah,
uh,
I much appreciate that, but
oh
it's
man, I'm
my fault.
trying.
It's
It's
not your
not your
fault. It's
fault.
my
No, it's not your fault either. I'm trying to
but
figure out a way to like maybe demonstrate it to you. Hold on a second. I'll figure it out. Okay, yeah, it's not easy to look this up. I just found out that they don't really, okay, hold on. I'll figure it out. I'm not surprised that they would try to keep this from the public, even though it's right there in front of your face. I can demonstrate it to you if you know what I'm talking about. You can walk outside and experience it right now. It's so funny. Maybe I'm just not wording it right. Hey, yes, here we go. I'll just post this. So you can see that both of the headlights of these cars on the wet road are facing you, the observer. What? I'm so sorry. Let me delete that. Okay, this one's better. You're just gonna have to hit this link. I'm so sorry. Just because the way my computer's set up. Just hit that link and look at those cars and how the camera or the person that's taking, even if you were in a car somewhere behind them, those headlights would still be pointing at you. But you can see that demonstration if you check out that picture from the person taking the picture. All of those headlights from those cars are pointing at the person that's taking the picture, right?
Yeah, this is how our vision works.
Yes. So light.
We see only those beams that hits our eyes.
Yeah, it's subjective to your eyes, to your perspective. All of those beams are not pointing that way. They're pointing straight ahead of them from the people that are, so think about it that way. Especially that red Honda right up front. Think about that they're not pointing at you, but their headlight beams on the pavement are coming straight to the observer. And so are every other beams on the wet pavement coming to the observer. That's the exact same way that the sunset works on the water. If you're looking at a sunset over the ocean, the sunset, the reflection of the light is coming straight to you, and somebody 10 miles down from you on the same beach is looking at the same sunset, and they're seeing that light come straight to their feet. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not explained for me why
Okay.
sun has a constant angular velocity for every human that
Well,
see the sun.
I guess I was just trying to go more in depth of why, when you look at somebody's the flat Earth, how the sun sets, and you're looking at the bottom left hand corner of the observer. If you're talking about somebody being on the right hand, the lower right hand corner, being the observer, they would still view the light subjective to them the same way that the bottom left hand corner like observer would see it. It would just be from their perspective instead of that perspective. It's giving you an idea. I'm just hoping that I can at least break it down for you the best I can. I don't know. I apologize if I just confused you. I was trying to give you some more clarity, but I feel like I just caused more confusion. I apologize.
You have nothing to apologize for.
I'm sorry?
You have nothing to apologize for.
Oh. I feel like I do. I could have, if I could explain it better. I was just trying to explain it the best way that I would want it explained to me. And there's kind of a language barrier too, so I'm not the best person to give you that explanation because I'm not just an English speaking person. I'm also Southern. I'm in Alabama in the United States, so I've got more of a Southern twang to my voice, so not perfect. Does anybody else want to talk? I can play something on the bot if you want me to. Just put it in the live stream voice text if you want me to. I can play whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, hey, Rumpus, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. I don't know what it is about my computer. It seems to be, after a certain amount of time, my sound system stops working, and then it gets all clicky, and then I have to pull the the jack in and out, and then it sort of sorts itself out. But then, unfortunately, in doing that, it seems to then the Google Hangout things. So I lose the sound on the Google Hangouts.
You on a laptop?
No. It's a proper full size desktop. But it
full size desktop.
But if for some reason it's the sound. I don't know. After a period of more than a few hours working, the sound system obviously is very clever and does Do
you have too many tabs open?
I do have a lot of tabs open. Yes, that's true. But I'm surprised it affects my sound system. It seems to regularly go down. It's most annoying.
Yeah, I had a buddy that I was talking to one time, and on numerous occasions he had too many tabs open, and I don't know if it was too many tabs or compromised. One of the tabs were compromised, and it would screw up the sound system bad.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I do have quite a lot of tabs open. I think I've probably got about 150 open at the moment. So, so in about 5 windows. So yeah, that can.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be your problem.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we've got to agree on a moderator if Pure doesn't turn up. Is there anybody? Let's have a look who's in the side chat who might be interested.
Yeah, I've never done this before, so I don't know how this works. So
well, we just have to pick well, Fed is saying here that we should agree on. Oh, Gem Panda, yeah, he's fine, isn't he? He's very fair.
I don't know these people.
Yeah, Gem. I mean, he's not a flat earther, but he's a very reasonable. He's not a militant flat earther, if you want something like this. If you might. He's a very well-disposed character. I've never seen him. I don't think I've even seen him get angry or anything. Or really, he occasionally gets slightly annoyed, but fundamentally he's calmer than most. So it's all dependent on you, John. I don't know if you can see the group chat. He's Flat Earth is asking if you would accept him as a moderator.
Gem Panda.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Whatever you think is best, that's fine.
I'll put it like this: he's one of the least combative spherical earthers you can get.
Okay.
He's got a picture of a red panda. I don't know if you probably recognize him. He's
I think I had a couple interactions with him. I don't think he likes me all that much.
Yeah, well, you don't exactly ingratiate yourself with people when you do. So I think that wouldn't. Unfortunately, that's not a criteria. I'm afraid you're going to be able to apply. I suspect.
I'm gonna try and curb that a little bit.
That would be very useful, yes, because I would say that was the most problematic thing about you.
Well, people take it the wrong way that I'm arrogant. No,
it's not the. It's not only being a bit arrogant. It's just the interruptiness that people in mid-sentence.
Well, everyone interrupts each other.
Yeah, you're about the worst person. I think I can't think of anybody who's worse than you.
Funny, I was thinking the same thing about you.
No, I think that would be unfair. If you go and review the debate we had before, you'll see that actually I often hold back. I let people. I said Lex, for instance.
Yeah, well, this is all subjective anyway. But
go and review some of the meetings. Like, for instance, the one yesterday, when you were getting a lot of hack, when you were getting a lot of jip, and you compare my behaviour with Spurs and others who I didn't disagree with. I still let them finish what they were saying. Occasionally I'd interject, but I don't object to the odd interjection. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with a snappy, occasional 2-second point. No, I don't agree with that or something. But it's when you actually stop someone in their tracks and stop them in their flow when they're trying to say something.
Yeah, well, some people get a little bit droning on and long-winded. So
that does happen. Agreed. But the trick is to say you're getting a bit drony and long-winded rather than persistently interrupt them. John, are you going to agree to Gem Panda?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, it should be on the case. I assume this is Gem Panda, the panda that I'm thinking of. I can't.
Is there some type of structure that we're going on here?
I must admit, I haven't prepared a structure. I was just going to go on the fact that whatever you say is wrong, and then I'll be able to tackle that. So there should be enough material.
Well, listen, I got 7 points that you made yesterday that I want to focus on.
Okay, well that's 7. That sounds like a long. That's easily. That should be enough material to get us going, I think.
I don't think we'll get done because we get bogged down. But I'm not going to be pessimistic about it. Let me just go with the 7. A couple are real easy, so it shouldn't be any problem.
Yeah.
Maybe we were just miscommunicating too. That could be a definite player. So I haven't ruled that out.
Well, no, I fundamentally disagree with most of what you say, so I don't think it's a case of miscommunication. There's been a couple of occasions when there might be, but I'd say about 90% of what you said I've understood and disagreed with.
Okay.
So I don't think there should be. So. So where is? I presumed they had Gem Panda was kicking around in the chat or something, but he's clearly not. We seem to have some constructive comments in the side chat.
I'm not looking at the live feed.
Yeah, so it's not worth it at the moment.
No, I when I'm in Hangouts, I usually never do.
No, neither do I normally. But, given the, I was just assuming that seems to be just one sort of abusive character, just abusing Fed. But,
yeah, you get a lot of those. That's why I don't usually go in there.
It's not usually constructive, no.
No, I know it's not.
There's sometimes Negator's in there, and then he also says something intelligent.
Yeah, me and Nega had some run-ins. Of course, he's military, and I'm retired military, so we have some, common ground. Well, a little bit anyway.
Right. Yes. You do sound vaguely, military like. Negator. Yeah, Negator's got a definitely a military sort of restrained, disciplined sort of air about him. I think you'd rely on him if you had to do something needed to be done. I'd definitely be happy to send in Negator to do it for me.
I don't know all these people that well. I just go by what they tell me.
Yeah, just the way he behaves. I just think I'm just going. Yeah, it hasn't. I don't know anything about him other than what he says. Right. So I don't actually know. I don't know him at all well. But just the way he behaves, carries himself, gives me confidence.
I'm the newbie on the scene. So flat Earth has just been something that's come up within, I think, right around May 20th. So I'm pretty new to this.
Yes, you see, unfortunately, that's half your problem. Is you charge in, and you just scattergun arguments.
Scattergun. Well, I have a lot of information.
Yeah, but you see, I think you ought to try listening a bit more and talking a bit less. I think.
Well, I've been doing this for about 10 years with university professors, sir. So I have files upon files of information on various subjects.
The trouble is, you make many basic errors. I don't know what in your education.
I'm not making any errors. I support everything I say.
Well, for instance, you said that a train was a closed system, and
it is.
Oh my God. Okay, well that's one thing. Well, that's one thing we can go into.
Yeah, the only way you're getting out of it is the ventilation system. So let's close off the ventilation system and put people on there with oxygen masks.
Yeah, okay, well that's not but that's not the situation we were describing, was it?
Yeah, it wouldn't materially change your point.
No, no, it wouldn't. But the point was, you declared a train was a closed system.
It is.
No, it's not.
Only artificially. It's only artificial, sir. It's only artificially open because of the ventilation system.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the reason is. I mean, this is why you see, I'm very confident. This is the sort of thing you say that's so obviously wrong that.
Yeah, but it's not obviously wrong. No, it has no
you say it is a closed system. Sorry, it isn't. But it would be if we did X, Y, Z.
Sir, no, it's just X, and it's just air molecules, sir. It has no material impact on your point whatsoever.
Well, sealing off vacuum sealing a train would be an enormously tricky task.
Just close the ventilation systems and
No,
put
it's
people
not.
on there with oxygen masks. You got a closed system.
No,
It's
no,
the
you'd have to
same concept.
You'd have to weld all the doors together. You wouldn't allow the articulation between the carriages.
We're quibbling. That's quibbling.
No, it's not.
Over
That's the point.
nonsense.
No, it's not. This is the
it is because your point.
This is the lack of rigor you've got in your argument.
No, your point was
a closed system.
Sir,
is very definite.
Sir, your point was that people in a train won't feel acceleration. You know, because somebody asked. I don't think it was you.
That's right.
I think
That's
somebody
correct.
else
yes.
brought the subject up.
That's right. I brought up the train.
I think it was.
But someone else was talking about how they could feel whether you were moving or not, yes, or someone else. And I always bring up the train example as a counter to that. But then you unnecessarily called it a closed system.
It is sir. Geez, oh man, it's only air molecules.
That makes it a non-closed system. It's not as though you can't be half a closed. You can't be half a closed system. You are either a closed system or you're not.
Yeah, I understand that. So close off the ventilation system conceptually now. Close off the ventilation system because this is all concept anyway. Close off the ventilation system, and there goes your open system.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it doesn't affect the argument that the actual main issue.
Yes, it does affect the argument because now you have a problem.
Okay,
right?
Okay.
Well, I don't want to go.
Yeah, we're going past. We're going to this when we've got Jeremy in.
Yeah, I was going to put this one down too, and I decided not to because we're not going to get anywhere with that one.
Well, it's very simple. This close. I mean,
yeah, I know. Okay, let's disagree to disagree.
I'm sure I could make a 13-year-old understand. I mean, the point was you decided to raise it as a closed system.
You don't even know what a hypothesis is. You can't even graduate 5th grade general science for crying out loud.
I'm afraid. So
don't give me your condescending sleight of hand backslides.
Well, I'm afraid I'm
going to show it too.
Right.
Yeah. Right off the bat. So let's get on with it.
Yeah, we're having problems getting Gem Panda apparently, as well as. Well,
when he comes in, you call me.
As well as Pure.
So I don't waste my time because I was going to bring up some biochemistry to blow up your evolution fairy tale.
Okay.
Do you have a background in biochemistry, sir?
I know something about it. Yes.
So you're prepared for that? Because if you're, I don't think you are. So if you're not, I'm not going to bring it up.
No, you bring it up. No, you bring it up. No, you bring it up.
All right.
Definitely.
All right.
I don't think people. I think people here are watching this would want you to go full throttle on all your best shots at me, and I'm more than happy. Even in areas I'm not an expert, I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, but that's not what I was giving you a chance because if you don't have any history or background in biochemistry, it'd be like me teaching a 3-month-old trig, and I don't want to waste our time.
Well, okay. Well, you can. Okay. Well, once you've made me look ridiculous with your.
I'm not. That's what I don't want to do.
No, I want you to.
No, I don't, because it has no point.
Well, it does, because then you could establish some sort of credibility in this debate at the moment.
No, I'm not concerned about that.
Okay, well, you might want to convince the people. I'm sure the audience would love you to demonstrate how much you know on the subject and how much, therefore, you can make a point, because it is it's a very important point. If you can demonstrate, if you have an argument to invalidate evolution, people are going to want to hear it. And I will invalidate your invalidation with my moderate knowledge of.
Oh, you're finished. You're finished. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sure that's people will love to hear that.
Sure.
So yes, you should. That's a subject matter, obviously, that not directly with flat Earth days, but people who believe in such things as flat Earth also tend to have a misunderstanding of evolution and chemistry, physics. Well, you've demonstrated on numerous occasions your lack of understanding of chemistry, physics, and biology.
Right. My evaluations are friggin' pristine. I don't think my bosses thought what you thought, brother. Get ready for the whirlwind.
All right. I see.
Yeah, because I'm tired of your backslide, sir.
My backslide.
You don't even know me.
Well, I know you're not terribly bright, I'm afraid.
Yeah, right. Right. We're going to see that here in a few minutes, brother.
Yep. Yep. Oh, dear. Where's this paper, chap? Where's paper or bloody, honestly?
From a friggin' guy that thinks friggin' ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals. You're calling me not bright.
Sorry, what can offer instruction manuals?
Say again?
So, you said something about...
Yeah, it's tantamount to ink, paper, and glue molecules authoring technical instruction manuals. You know, the information in DNA.
Ink. Sorry, I'm still not understanding this sentence. You're saying ink, paper, and
glue molecules authoring technical instruction manuals. It's the same thing as friggin' ribose, nucleobases, and friggin' activated phosphates writing code. And you're telling me I'm not bright.
Yes, that is what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
that's all right. We'll get to that here in a few minutes. We got a couple other issues to go for first.
Jolly good. Yeah, I'm happy to go with your favoured approach. Honestly, why a paper and? Oh right, okay. Paper explanator will be a mod if you can't get anybody else. He said in 10 minutes.
Who is it?
Paper explanator. He's got a Saturn avatar.
Oh, I don't know him.
I think okay. He's a nice guy. I'm afraid he's another global earther, but he's one of the again, he's one of the more moderate ones, definitely.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to shoot you guys. Listen, I was a globe guy for years. I never even thought about it. I don't have anything against you in that. I'm just dealing with empirical evidence. That's all I'm dealing with.
Oh, that's fine. That's all right.
I don't have any personal vendetta for anyone that, because if somebody would have said this to me, before May 20th, and like I did to them, I laughed at them. And that was on me.
Yes, well, you see, that demonstrates, unfortunately, the poor foundations that you've
That's right.
got.
That's right. You're right. I did have poor foundations with it. And then after I said to myself, well, wait a second, let me check into this, because it wasn't brought up all that much in the forums that I was in. I just happened by this accidentally.
Yes, it's not brought much up. It's not much brought up because it's not true. Neither are pixies existing or anything either like that. Or
so your defense is nuh-uh.
Well, yes. Given that it's almost as bad as arguing that 1 + 1 is equal to 3.
No, it's not.
Almost that bad.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, we're going to have you present your scientific evidence, sir. Of course, you don't know what science is, so that's a big problem.
Well, I mean, you seem to have read up a little bit on the philosophy of science, but unfortunately,
I've read up on it, huh?
Well, no, a little bit. Just you've seemed to have read a couple of Wikipedia articles on the
Wikipedia. That's what you do. You're a wiki Google scientist. If it all of a sudden go down, you wouldn't be on here.
No, I mean I've got a background in physics.
None of my sources are wiki Google, sir.
Well, okay, then they're not actually. I'm saying that they're not actually as good. If you had actually read the Wikipedia articles, you wouldn't be making the basic mistakes you're making.
Yeah, the wiki Google. Yeah, that's right. You're a wiki Google scientist. Did you see the Harvard synopsis on using wiki Google as a reference? Have you ever seen that?
I have seen an evaluation of it and compared it to other encyclopedias, and they claim in the evaluation that it's almost as accurate as the.
Harvard said it's a friggin' train wreck, and you better not use it in academic circles. I got that documented. You want to see that?
Well, that would be yes. Well, that's a neutral sort of subject. Yeah, I'd be interested if you could share that. I'm sure people would be interested.
Hold on a second. Yeah, it's going to be kind of long in this chat. Do you want me to post it in the chat?
Well, can't you?
I can share my screen.
Yeah, show your screen. That would be the easiest way. I think some other people could see it as well. It'd be silly just to hide it from everybody. Right.
There you go.
Yeah, if you're going to do academic research and present it as fact, yes. I mean, you wouldn't use it to present as fact. You wouldn't cite it.
This is the big league, sir. We're not playing bets between friends here. This is the real deal. You're in the big leagues now.
Well, not with you, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, as I say, about 90% of the completely anything. There are so many basic things you get wrong. That,
yeah, we're going to see.
Yes.
And your generalized, sweeping, baseless assertion fallacies are nonsense. You don't support anything.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you do. We're going to see.
But I'm complete. You can understand that Harvard doesn't want people citing.
For a good reason, because it's compromised. They just told you that.
Yeah. So I mean, no one's suggesting that Wikipedia is something that you would cite in a scientific paper. But I think
recommended it as a source.
Oh yes, I recommend it as an encyclopedia. Absolutely, I do. But not as something you reference in a scientific paper. Obviously not.
Of course, because it's compromised.
Yeah, but the studies that have shown that
don't post the studies that have shown it.
Okay, right. I'll go the validity. Okay, I'll go and have a look at the validity of studies on the validity of Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I can't remember where I read it. There's an article in White Wikipedia on how reliable it is.
That's good.
Here we go. How accurate is Wikipedia? This is Live Science.
Here
we.
I'm not going to punk Live Science out. Sometimes they have some good people on there. I'm sorry, some knowledgeable people. I ain't going to punk them out.
Here we go. In 2005, the peer-reviewed journal Nature asked scientists to compare Wikipedia's scientific articles to those in Encyclopedia Britannica, the most scholarly of encyclopedias, according to its own wiki page. The comparison resulted in a tie. Both references contained 4 serious errors among the 42 articles that are analysed by experts. There we go.
Oh, that's pretty impressive. Somebody better call Harvard then and tell them that they're full of crap.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think. I think Harvard are prepared to accept that it's whatever the quality. They realise that that it's obviously open to abuse. That it is just because it is a wiki medium. That obviously it can be problematic. So they just suggest you don't.
Well, there are some scientific references in there, but I'm talking about the stuff that isn't referenced.
Well, no, you're talking about you're describing it as a whole.
I was talking. No, what I'm saying here is.
Okay, you're qualifying your previous statement now, are you? Right.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying here is some things are cited in there, but the majority isn't. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying the majority of articles on Wikipedia pages don't have citations. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. That's correct.
Okay. Give me a subject on some scientific subject, and I'll go to a page of Wikipedia, and we'll find out.
Go look at
give me just random subject on science. What would you like? Biochemistry. You come on, buy some biochemistry subject.
Yeah, I don't.
That you're an expert. That you know something about.
Stereoisomerization.
Right, stereoisomerization. Yeah.
I was just looking at something.
Here we go. Stereoisomers in Wikipedia. Look at that. And yeah, okay. It's only got one reference on that one.
Like I said, I'm just.
Oh, sorry, two references. Two references.
That's what I'm saying. How big's the page?
Not very big. I mean,
it's
about two screenfuls.
I got Wiktionary.
I could share this.
No, I can go in here. I'm on a computer. Hold on.
Yeah, I know, but if other people see it, it's silly.
Got it. All right.
If the people can't see it, so here's the page on stereoisomerism, and okay, it's not being presented, so they can't see it there. So there we go. So we tried something there. Okay, only had 2 citations, but that didn't. So that's not. Do you want to try another? Do you want to try again on another subject?
Yeah.
No, don't pick one. No. Okay. Give me. Don't go and look at one and then find. Just go on off the top of your head.
Well, I was looking in there the other day on a subject, and what was I looking at?
Yeah, no, we don't want to go when we want to go on something. We don't want to go on something where you found a problem. We want to represent
okay.
some sample.
You just want me to pop something up?
Yes. Yes. Come on, that's subject. You know about all this biochemistry stuff you're telling me. Come on, there must be something else you know about biochemistry.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, come on, tell me what. Give me a subject.
Well, we can go with the Krebs cycle.
All right, go with the Krebs cycle. All right, let's see how many citations are on that. There are 33.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah. So you're not doing very well, are you? Already.
What do you mean I'm not doing very well?
Well, you said
the
majority of articles in Wikipedia did not have citations.
Yeah, no. I said the content didn't have citation.
The content.
Just because there's 35 citations in the document, sir, doesn't mean everything's cited.
No, not necessarily everything. No, but okay. Yeah, well, right. So what's the? But there are citations in this document. I mean, it does reference.
There is. I understand that. Okay. I've been to Wikipedia before. Yes, I know that.
So I don't understand your complaint. Then
I only use Wikipedia strictly for definitions. That's pretty much what I use it for, and even then, I'm a little bit suspect. And the reasons why? Well, Harvard just told you why.
Well, yes, but not. They're more as a principle rather than, as I said, this study showed that it was similar to the.
Well, anyone could add anything to it, sir.
That's the problem. Yes, I mean, I can understand that Harvard doesn't want people to use it, and I would agree with them. I would say that's not such a good idea, but to use it.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have the somebody? You said 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yes. Flat Earth Debate is in the side chat trying to get Paper Explainator to be the moderator.
What time is it right now? See,
it's now 50 minutes late. Yeah. So Pure and has been a bit poor, hasn't he?
I did have some plans. Let's try to make it quick. It ain't gonna go quick though. I know how this is.
Yeah, it's going to be. Given the fact that I'm going to have to eviscerate you on everything you say, so it might take some time.
Good luck with that.
Well, I haven't had a problem so far.
Yeah, you've had big problems.
I don't think
I
recall you making a single valid point in an area.
I don't recall you making one. See, there you go again.
But that's because you're not qualified to have an opinion.
Baseless assertions.
But it's a fact. It is.
It's a fact. How's it a fact?
Well, it is. It is. If you were to review it, we would find that's the case.
Support what you say.
I do. I'm happy to.
Support your ipsy digs aren't support, sir.
Well, okay. Well, we'll see if we can do that.
They're fallacies. They're called generalized, sweeping, baseless assertions. Go ahead and look that up.
It's objective analysis from my point of view, I'm afraid.
Oh, your objective analysis, right?
Here we go. Paper is here. Well, I'm matching against the scientific consensus, which is definitely something worth
scientific consensus. Yeah, that's a friggin' married bachelor.
Well, I mean, I suspect. Have you been to university?
Yes, I have. Duh.
Does that just walking through the door?
Yeah,
to study something there.
I'll tell you what, sir. I'm getting tired of your backhanded slights.
They're not backhanded. They're pretty upfront.
Well, you haven't, sir. You can't graduate 5th grade general science in the United States
because you say so many obviously wrong things.
Yeah, obviously wrong. Can you support that? So many.
Well, okay, I must admit this. I can't think of anything. Well, I mean, the closed system thing is an obvious example.
Yeah, the closed system. Yeah,
you said a closed train was a closed system, and even though we spent 5 minutes looking through the definition of a closed system, you still didn't seem to understand. And then you would use arguments like, "Oh, well, what happened if it was built one way?" And then you use the argument just in earlier hangout saying, "Oh, but they have to do that to allow them to breathe."
Sure. Well, at least I don't believe ink, paper, and glue molecules author technical instruction.
And the fact that you presented that as an argument suggests that you just don't know how to argue logically. You can't deploy reason.
You have no idea what
there we had a definition of premise. Closed system equals no exchange of matter. In a train, there is an exchange of matter. Yet you said a train was a closed system.
Here we go with your train wreck closed system, right?
I mean, an example that comes to mind.
Just air molecules. That's going to really affect the friggin' velocity, boy.
But that's not the issue. See, again, you're deflecting. You see, you're getting off the concept. We were talking about what's the definition of a closed system, and you don't, and you can't use the logic.
Yeah, I can't understand it. I know.
No, you seemingly can't.
Because
you can't understand.
Married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist.
You see, you have problems sticking to the point and focusing on the issue, and like you like
going to see here in a minute.
So papers are kicking around. Yeah, so I mean, come on, where's paper got to? Yeah, I think I agree with Mark. Let's get this show on the road. I think we want to make. I want to be made to look silly about some piece of biochemistry that disproves evolution.
Oh, it's going to be the whole thing. It's not biochemistry.
Okay, no, yeah, but you've threatened me with biochemistry, which is not my expert subject, but I'm more than happy to engage on that.
I didn't threaten you with it, sir. I said,
okay,
you have any background in it.
You're right.
You didn't, I won't bring it up.
You're absolutely right, actually. I'll take that back. You didn't threaten me with it. You just asked me quite generously, actually. I must admit, that's the most generous thing I think I've ever seen you do in a hangout, was to offer not to go into a subject you felt I wasn't an expert in. So I appreciate that's the first commendable act I think I've ever seen you make on a hangout. So that gives you plus points there. But no, I'm more than happy for you to go for that.
Who cares what you think? I don't care what you think.
You're taking scores off now. Right. Yeah, but then again, I suppose I don't care either. So we're probably equal there. Oh, come on, Pape. Where is Pape?
From you. I got some train wreck statements from you from yesterday. We're going to hit these hard.
Excellent. Oh, come on, Pape. You don't have to come from Saturn to get here, surely. Deary me. Oh, there he is. He's waiting for a link. He's not been given a link. For God's sake, send it to his YouTube account or his G Plus account on your email. Yes, something. Yes, check the spam folder. Right, so well, someone's failing to communicate with someone. Flat Earth Debate, send it via YouTube, send it via his G Plus, send it to his email, send it to everything.
All right, here we go.
Oh, it's turned up, has he? Hey, it's paper. Yay. Someone suggested send a drone.
Oh, hi guys.
Hey, paper. God, honestly.
Well, I offered. I said I couldn't do it for 10 minutes. I needed it to the shop, and that's exactly what I did. And I came back, and I've just literally 10 seconds ago got the link, so I've come in as quick as I could.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm sure you did, paper. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute. Hold on 1 second.
I don't know what the hell was Flat Earth doing then? Or was perhaps an email system was going down?
They were waiting for Pure or someone, and then they were then trying to get Gem Panda.
Yeah.
And could get in touch, and I said I would do it if they wanted me to. I mean,
yeah, that's the one. Thanks, paper.
So you guys going to do the talking?
Yeah, it's right. You just have to. Yeah, I think yes, that's right. You're just going to have to keep John under control, I think.
Well, both of you.
Yeah.
I've got to be impartial.
Yeah, that's good. That's
you know my position, but I will remain impartial.
Yeah, paper. I think you've demonstrated an ability to be impartial when required.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, so what format are we going to go? Are we going to go sort of 5 minutes each way, then a rebuttal, or do you want 10 minutes each way, then a rebuttal? How do you want to do it?
No, we agreed that we were going to go on the things that were said yesterday in the hangout.
Okay.
Perhaps if it gets troublesome, perhaps we go for sort of 2 minutes each or something, swapping. So I think we'd keep. I think it'd be bad if we just had 5. I don't know. I suppose it depends if we haven't quite got a prepared sort of statement.
We'll sort of suck it and see then, shall we? Yeah. Let's have John try and stick to one issue at a time, then, shall we? And we'll just repeat the process. Is that okay?
Oh, that's good.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I got them separated. So.
Okay. So obviously. We'll give John 2 minutes to say whatever he wants to say, and Rumpus, I'm sure you're going to be desperate to jump in within the first 5 seconds, but try and keep obviously completely quiet for a full 2 minutes, let him make his point, and you'll have your 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Paper.
Okay, I'm going to set a little timer for
well
a couple of minutes to make your point. Obviously, 2 minutes isn't a long time, John, so it's got to be fairly concise. But 2 minutes, over to you. Go.
Yes, Paper said yesterday that scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. I'm sorry, not Paper, but Rumpus.
Rumpus.
So scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. Can I share my screen, please?
Yeah, I'll present you. I haven't got mods by the looks of it at the moment. Let me just stop your clock.
Okay, appreciate it.
It would appear. Doesn't look, I haven't been given mods yet.
Paper's not. I mean, sorry, flat Earth debates.
No,
not
right. Okay, I've got mods now. Okay, so I'm going to present to everybody. There you go, John. Right, your time. I'll reset
it.
I'll reset it. Yeah.
All right,
go again.
All right, like I said, Rumpus said yesterday that scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. See, this is the scientific method right here. And what's the first step? Observe a phenomenon. And the reason why this was made up, the scientific method, it was to rid the world of myths, consensus, votes, majority, and opinions, and loudest voices. The subjective, in other words, by establishing a method that solely focuses on the empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, the objective. So another problem is he doesn't understand what a scientific theory is as opposed to a colloquial theory. A colloquial theory is abject speculation. Scientific theories explain the how and the why, the mechanisms and the process, like germ theory. Scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses. They're the result of this. They're not part of it. And as you can see here, I got 3 sources that tell you what a scientific theory is. It summarizes hypotheses or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. All of them say the same thing. Observe a phenomenon. The scientific method has 4 steps. Step number 1, observation and description of a phenomenon or a group of phenomena. That's from physics lab at the University of Rochester. In the scientific method, the first step is an observation. The first process in the scientific method involves observation of a phenomenon. A hypothesis is a tentative explanation for an observed phenomenon. You make a set of observations, then hypothesize an explanation which accounts for all the observations. No phenomena is a phenomena unless it is an observed phenomenon. Niels Bohr, as quoted in Science and Ultimate Reality.
That's your 2 minutes, John.
There you go.
Okay, now, I just want to get, is this flat Earth against globe Earth? Is this right?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't, okay, I just want to, you talked about the scientific method, but you didn't actually bring any evidence of the flat Earth there, so it doesn't really.
Yeah, well, this is the baseline. You have to, if you're going to provide scientific evidence, you have to know what science is.
So, do you want your time extending and then let Rumpus have the extra time as well? So you want to finish your point, or do you?
I think I finished. No, that was I think I finished my first point.
Okay, Rumpus, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to sort of rebut that in a couple of minutes?
Well, there's no rebuttal. I mean, there's no dispute about what a theory is.
Okay.
I've made exactly the same arguments he's just made there to many people over many years. We all know that a scientific theory, I've had to explain to other people who get confused about the colloquial definition, that a theory, the scientific theory is in the general relativity theory or special theory of relativity, is the result of observations, hypotheses, testing things, and then when they become accepted by the peer review, they then become a theory. It's the highest, it's the pinnacle of the scientific process. It's the highest status that something can have. Something like a law, for instance, is an observation of what is basically an observation. So the law of gravity, that we see things dropping to the ground, whatever, and the laws revolve around the data that you have. The theory is one level above where you try and explain that law that you've acquired. So as per usual, John spent, I don't know, 2 minutes just wasting everybody's time. The only thing I did say, I did say that you could start off with a theory. I did, and that was in the colloquial sense, I must admit, because it is very easy to flip between the two. But John, you see, this demonstrates, I'm afraid, that John seems to have a sort of Wikipedia idea about science. He's learned a few things, and then he hasn't got the flexibility because he doesn't understand it. And he seems much more interested in the philosophy of science than actually doing science, which is what people do. If they can't do science, they do the philosophy of science. And I'm afraid John is an example of that. I did say that someone could have a theory without having, but that's usually because something like the universe. You say, well, I observe the universe. Everyone's already could start from that point. And if you take, I was taking that as as an accepted context. So you could then without having, so something like, I suppose even Einstein, although he didn't have any references, he was talking about observations. You could come up with a theory of the way, for instance, the way the universe has come about by just simply saying, I can see reality. Now, you could argue that that is an observation, that the phenomenon is the observational.
Okay,
and
2 minutes gone.
Okay, go to 10 more seconds.
Yeah, 10 more seconds.
And then you could then say that if you're prepared to say reality is an observation, then there are lots of theory in the colloquial sense of theory you could just come up with to say explain how the universe came about. So
okay,
he's got half a point.
Okay, stop you there. Okay, do you, John? You there?
Yeah, I muted myself, sorry.
Yeah. Do you want to continue for another couple of minutes and further your point, or do you want to move on to something else?
I've got other points. I just want to know how he knows where I got and when I got my information from. And number two, the point was, he said scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. That's what I was refuting. So it's wrong. He's refuted.
Okay. Rumpus, going to respond to that?
Yeah, and as I said, it's very easy to flip between the colloquial sense and that, because I obviously was not referring there. There's a theory in the scientific sense, but it is just very easy to slip into the colloquial sense of a theory. And I've repeatedly said many times that scientific theory in the scientific sense is obviously the result that John spent 2 minutes talking about that we all know. But I was saying that you could have a theory in the sense of a colloquial sense, as in a hypothesis about if you're armed with nothing more than the observation that you exist, but taking that as a sort of understood premise, a context. And I thought that didn't really include that, therefore, as an observation, really. As a more general case, I exist, therefore you can then have a hypothesis about existence. And I would argue that reality isn't really much of an observation in the sense of, I observe the thing he stated as an observation. So I think from some very metaphysics is that
okay. John, do you want to move on to a point which actually more directly, rather than discussing what the theory is? I mean, there are two definitions to a theory. I don't know if you're aware of that, but anyway.
No, there's not. There's only one definition to a theory.
No, if you look at a dictionary, you'll find there are several.
Scientific theory. I just posted them for you. There they are, right there.
Yeah, scientific theory. Yes, there's a scientific theory. But if you look up in a dictionary and in conversation, people say I have a theory about something when they're using the colloquial sense.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about a scientific theory.
Yeah, but I mentioned that when I slipped into using the colloquial sense in the discussion that you're talking about.
Okay, guys, should we let John move on to a more
scientific? How about instead of the philosophy of science, how about doing some science?
No, we're going to do some right now. You have to know what science is first before you can do it.
How long do you want to make your next point, John, to get your point across? Two minutes, okay? Right, go.
Okay, he said that there's no independent variables in scientific hypotheses yesterday. So, construct a hypothesis. A scientific hypothesis is your experiment statement. It expresses the proposed cause and effect relationship, the phenomena that was observed in step one. It's a classic if this, then that motif. The independent variable is the proposed cause that you will test to produce the effect. The dependent variable, your prediction, you observed in step one. You must have a viable independent variable, i.e. you must isolate the cause. So forming testable hypotheses from California State University of Berkeley. The key word is testable. That is, you will perform a test on how two variables might be related. This is when you were doing a real experiment. You were testing variables. Formalized hypotheses, let's go down here, contain two variables. One is the independent, the other is the dependent. Notice there are two parts to formalized hypotheses. The if portion contains the testable proposed relationship, and the then portion is the prediction, or your dependent variable, of expected results from an experiment. An acceptable hypothesis contains both aspects, not just the prediction portion. Here at Chemistry About, the independent variable and the dependent variable are examined in any experiment using the scientific method. The independent variable is a condition that you change in the experiment. It is a variable that you control. The dependent variable is your outcome. The null hypothesis from sciencenotes.org. The zero difference or no difference hypothesis predicts that changing one variable, the independent variable, will have no effect on the variable being measured, dependent variable. So how on earth can you have a null hypothesis and have no independent variable? Is this clear?
Okay, that's your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Right, well, again, he's just using a subset. I mean, again, he's not interested in talking about science. He's just talking about the philosophy of science. So, for instance, something like the Foucault pendulum, I don't have an, although he denied that you do have an independent variable in the sense of where you set up your Foucault pendulum in terms of latitude. But that's, you can still have a perfectly reasonable experiment by setting up a Foucault pendulum somewhere in a latitude, and then there you go, and then saying, without being able to change the latitude, saying, I'm going to make a prediction, given that I understand that there's a rotating Earth, that the pendulum will swing in such a way, and then you match that prediction against. So the null hypothesis would be there would be no, for instance, the Foucault pendulum would not change its orientation with respect to the Earth. And then you can say, right, but I believe there's a spinning Earth, and therefore I predict that there will be a change in the swing of the pendulum. I haven't had to change any independent variables there, and that's still a perfectly reasonable scientific thing. That I'm sure. I don't know whether there was a paper. I think the papers were the first scientific journals in 1694. I think the Foucault pendulum was 1850. Oh God. Anyway, so I'm quite sure that if someone wanted could perfectly acceptably claim that it's a scientific experiment to set up a Foucault pendulum and then say make the prediction and not being able to change any independent variables whatsoever, but make a prediction about what's going to happen and still have a null hypothesis. And then when, of course, you do get the deflection, you say that confirms my prediction, that confirms we're on a spinning Earth. And that did not require an independent variable. So the fact, this is just not quite, it's not gibberish, I'd agree, but there obviously is a subset of experiments where you have in the lab where you obviously try and modify the environment to this independent variable thing. But because, unfortunately, John's got such a limited understanding of what's going on, he just picked up these old key little elements he's interested in, and he can't focus on the bigger picture.
Can we keep the personal attacks out of this and just deal with the subject material? Thank you.
Okay. So there's no independent variable, and yet you can still have an experiment. Case solved.
Yeah, okay, and I just showed
perfectly
you
2 minutes there. Okay,
I just showed you the direct opposite of that, sir. Cited from here till the cows come home. And what's your independent variable with your Foucault pendulum?
Exactly, there isn't one.
And what is the dependent variable?
There isn't. Well, there is a.
Well, then it's not an experiment. I just showed you.
Well, I've just demonstrated that it is.
You didn't demonstrate it. It's nonsensical. What are you manipulating, sir? And what is your prediction?
You don't seem to listen to half the things they're told. I don't know whether this is a problem you're processing information or you just don't listen. I just demonstrated the null hypothesis. Would there be no deflection of
You don't have a hypothesis first to do enough.
Yes, the hypothesis is that it would change the orientation of the swing of the pendulum with respect to the Earth. That's the hypothesis.
What are you manipulating?
Hold on. You're not manipulating anything. That's the
When you don't have an experiment.
Yes, I know. That's what you're claiming, and you're wrong.
You don't have an experiment.
You didn't listen. You didn't listen to what I said about the null hypothesis. I explained there was a null hypothesis. You said, "What's the prediction?" You didn't listen to what I said. You didn't listen to the fact that I explained there was a prediction, so you didn't hear that or understand it either. That you would expect deflection. The evidence is in the Hangout.
What does this say? The independent variable is the core of the experiment.
Can I just finish my sentence? You asked me where was the prediction, why was the null hypothesis, and in the previous statement, in the 2 minutes I had, I explained exactly those words.
That's not the argument. Foucault pendulum wasn't the argument. You said there are no independent variables in scientific hypotheses, sir.
I did never have ever said that.
Yes, you did.
No,
yes, you did. You said it yesterday.
Not.
I wrote it down.
No. I said
go back and read it.
I said it doesn't have to be.
Go ahead and read it.
Well,
Yes, there does. It does have to
No,
be.
I
Because
just
that's the
explained.
definition of a scientific hypothesis.
I've just given you an example where you don't need one.
I just read it. That's right there.
Yes, and I'm disputing that as valid.
You're disputing that with what? Nuh-uh.
I've given you an example, the focal pendulum.
That's not an example that you conjured. I asked you what the independent variable was with your focal pendulum that you just conjured.
And I've now answered that 3 times, and I'll do it again.
And what are you manipulating? What is the cause and what is the effect?
Right. I've said, and I'll say it for the third or fourth time now, you could have an independent variable changing the latitude of your focal pendulum, but I'm not suggesting
you control.
Hold on. I didn't get my rest of my sentence out. But I'm not suggesting you need to do that.
Let me write it down. Go ahead.
Right, I think we're getting into an argument about sort of semantics and definitions.
No, it's not semantics and definitions. No, it's not.
If I could just finish. So you do actually have an independent variable, the focal pendulum, but I'm saying you do not need to exercise that option because obviously, something like a pendulum, you might not. Well, you can still get. Hold on. I'm being interrupted here.
No, I just want to make sure. I want to clarify. Your independent variable.
How about clarifying? I was going to do one sentence, and you can ask me for clarification.
Let me finish, John.
Okay.
Right. So with a focal pendulum, you can still do science even if you don't change the latitude, which is effectively your independent variable. But I'm saying you don't need to exercise that option to conduct an experiment, to make a prediction, to have a null hypothesis. You didn't listen to any of that because you then asked me what those were again, because I don't think you seem to be able to take on board information, and you're just demonstrating it again.
How does he know I didn't listen to it?
Because you asked me the question. You said, what's the null hypothesis? What's the prediction? Even though I told you that
I didn't say the null. I didn't say the null.
You did.
I asked you what the independent
you asked me for the null and the prediction.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask you for the null. I asked you what your independent variable was, and you said the focal pendulum. So the cause is the focal pendulum, and your prediction is what?
Oh my God! I'm gonna have to say
it's nonsensical buffoonery, is what it is. Go ahead.
This is the problem. You see, this is why I know you've never had to exercise your brain properly because you can't take on board information.
We're done with that one.
And I'm going to say it again. You have a null hypothesis.
Right, I'll stop you both. Right, John. Okay. Are you saying, just for clarity, are you saying that the focal pendulum is not a valid experiment to prove something?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
That's exactly right.
Okay, right. That's your opinion. Okay. I think
that's my fact. I just showed you why.
I see. Okay. Can you say why then? Can you just elaborate on why?
Yes, because it's not a viable independent variable. Your independent variable is the cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So the focal pendulum is the cause of what?
No, the focal pendulum is an apparatus designed to demonstrate a phenomena.
I'm not debating you, sir.
Yeah. I know. That's what I'm saying. I think the physical thing, the focal pendulum, is a physical thing. It's not a variable.
That's right. That's what I was saying. So it's not a viable independent variable. You got it right.
Okay. Right. I think we better move on to another point.
I just want to say a couple of things there.
Let's move on.
Oh, John, I've got to say, because he's being such an idiot.
Rumpus.
Can we stop the name calling, please?
I've got to pull you up on that, Rumpus. You do tend to say, he doesn't understand it because he's an idiot and things like that. We don't need that, Rumpus.
It's very difficult to resist.
I know, but you're not going to achieve a thing.
Yeah, because he has no other recourse. Right. He can't support his.
Okay, well, let me just do this once more time. I'm going to explain to him.
We're not going to listen to one more time. You already explained.
No, we are, because that's what I want to say. There is an independent variable, as I've now said about.
What is it?
Right. I was about to say, but you interrupted me.
Oh, yeah. What is it? It was the focal pendulum before.
Moderator, I'm in the middle of a sentence here explaining exactly the thing he's asking.
John, let him have 30 seconds, and then we're going to move on.
Right. There is an independent variable, the focal pendulum, and I'll say it for the 5th time, and that is the latitude that you decide to mount the pendulum on. Okay. Right, hold on. I haven't finished. That's not 30 seconds. And I'm saying, but you don't need to actually have an independent variable to be able to make a prediction about what's going to happen and have a null hypothesis. And therefore, it is science and it is an experiment, even if I choose not to exercise the independent variable. Thank you.
Right.
And I just showed you that an independent variable is absolutely necessary in a scientific hypothesis.
You've got some quotes said. I'm sure.
I just showed you.
Yeah, you've just showed some quotes. And I've just demonstrated by an example how you don't need that.
They're cited references, sir.
Right. I'm going to stop you both. Right. We're not this particular one is going to just go on forever because there's
Okay,
there's a
let's go. Let's
disagreement in
move on.
terms here. Okay, so let's move on to your next point of your two of 7, John. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. He said yesterday or I said that time is not physical. It has no physical attributes.
Rumpus.
Sorry.
It's a concept. That's what I said. Physical matter. I got the definition for you right here. Matter, any substance which has mass and occupies space. All physical objects are composed of matter, right? So number one, what is the chemical formula of time if it is physical? Because that's your position. And number two, what phase does time exist in? A solid, liquid, gas, or plasma? Or does it depend on the time of day? Go ahead.
I never expressed an opinion about time in the Hangout. Yes, you've got me confused with someone else.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yeah, because I explained how I clobbered Einstein's theory, and you said that's baloney.
Are you giving up? Are you relinquishing the rest of your 2 minutes, John?
Yes.
Okay, right. Rumpus, 2 minutes.
Yes, I don't have an issue. I've never said time is physical. Never. Yes, I don't know what John. Unfortunately, because he can't apparently import information, he's got it wrong again. I never said that. I don't know what. I'm not quite sure what I think time is. It's something I've thought about it. But I've not made any claims at all about what it actually is. I'd probably say it's not physical. We did have a debate yesterday involving, but I kept well clear of that debate yesterday. So the concept of time, again, this is all, again, philosophy of science, not actual science. He's not interested in talking about science. If I just got it,
yeah, sure.
I'll try and put a time. If I had to be forced to say time, I haven't formed an opinion about what it actually is. I would probably say, though, it's not physical. So this whole point is irrelevant. One thing I would like to say is all physical objects composed of matter, he says, in the form of atoms. Well, not everything is physical and composed of matter is form of atoms. So he's wrong about that, of course, because there isn't anything about science.
All physical. Please keep your comments to yourself. All physical objects are composed of matter. Period. End of story.
Yeah, but you said in the form of atoms. Concept. There are lots of things that aren't atoms that are matter. Muons, mesons, tau, tau particles, mu mesons.
Okay, you said yesterday that time is not physical. You can go back and review what you said in the Hangout. No problem. Let's move on. You said.
I didn't. You're confused, as per usual.
No, I'm not confused. It's in the Hangout. I wrote it down when you said it.
Well,
whoa, stop. Rumpus, you've still got 10 seconds if you want them.
Oh, right. Yes, so he's got that completely wrong. So his statement there about what matter is completely wrong. And anybody who knew anything about the subject wouldn't. You see, this is the problem. He's suffering from Dunning-Kruger, and he's writing these things down that he doesn't know anything about. And he's got the confidence of ignorance.
Okay. Hey, what's up with these personal attacks?
Yeah, keep telling you, Rumpus. It's not getting any. That doesn't achieve anything.
That's all right. He's just showing his hand. It's called a tell. He has no recourse.
Okay.
But that's all right. Let's go.
Okay. Do you want to move on to a third point, or do you want another 2 minutes on this subject, John?
Yeah, it won't take 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
You said yesterday, Rumpus, there's no problems with Einsteinian relativity and quantum mechanics together. Right?
I said exactly the opposite.
No,
Jesus
you said it yesterday.
Christ.
No, you did. That's all right. We can go back and review it because I wrote these down.
This guy is an absolute moron.
Yeah. Here we go again, moderator.
Yeah, Rumpus. It's.
But when someone's saying something's completely wrong for the second time, it's just
tell him he's wrong. Then don't call him a moron.
Right.
Right, carry on, John.
Okay. Now he said he didn't say it. Whereas I wrote it down yesterday when he said it. So we have a problem. Anyone could go back and review yesterday's Hangout and see what he said. So.
Okay. So what's your issue with?
Well, okay. Okay. I mean, I may have expressed that when I said there's not a. Okay. I mean, I might not. Okay. Perhaps I'll withdraw slightly. What he's building up to is as I explained to him, that physics and the physics debate, the biggest subject is the problem about the incompatibility of general relativity and quantum mechanics. And I went on about this at length yesterday. Now, so when I say, I may, that phrase, So I went on at length for how there is this incompatibility between the two. So for him to quote me as that somehow representative of what I'm saying is absolutely outrageous. It's the biggest subject in physics, the fact that we do not have a model of physics which brings together the quantum mechanics with general relativity. This is what string theory was all about. Supersymmetry was all about. You can go to any program, any book about physics on the sort of general subject, or even watching a program about it. They go on. Brian Cox, I don't know if you get that in America, goes on about it all the time. This incompatibility between general relativity and quantum mechanics. They don't match. We can't get them to. And this is what M theory and string theory is all about. I went to this at length yesterday,
Those aren't theories,
trying to
sir.
bring these things together so that
Those
we
aren't
do have a
scientific
unified.
theories, sir.
This is what the theory of everything is all about. It tries to bring together Einstein, the general theory of relativity, and quantum mechanics. I mean, I went on about this at length, and for him to then suggest here that there's no problem with bringing them together when this is the biggest subject in physics, it's just ridiculous.
Sir, that's what you said yesterday. And string theory and M theory aren't scientific theories, sir.
Oh my God.
Okay, so as a result of that, John, do you want to make a point about it?
Yeah, but we can move on. I already made my point there. We can go on to the next one.
Okay, right. I'll start you 2 minutes. Make your next point.
Okay, he said materialism and realism is true. And what materialism and realism is, the doctrine that the world is, there's a world of matter existing independent of perception and consciousness. But, as we see here from Bernard de Espagna, the doctrine that the world is made up of objects whose existence is independent of human consciousness turns out to be in conflict, again, with quantum mechanics and with facts established by experiment. So that refutes that. Here's another one. Quantum theory thus denies the physical real world independent of its observation. That's at Rosenblum and Kuttner in The Quantum Enigma. Professor Henry Stapp, he gave a United Nations briefing. He said, "You often hear that the observer was brought into physics by quantum mechanics, but it was not a passive observer. Quantum mechanics brought the human being into science not only as an observer, a passive observer, but as an agent." And that is the key point. In order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equations of quantum mechanics, into the dynamics at the outset. The atoms or elementary particles themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities or possibilities rather than one of things or facts. That's Werner Heisenberg. There's the citation. The path taken by a photon is not an element of reality. We are not allowed to talk about the photon passing through this or that slit. Neither are we allowed to say the photon passes through both slits. All this kind of language is not applicable. That's Professor Anton Zellinger. And the coup de grace from Zhao Song Ma. Quantum erasure with a causally disconnected choice from Pinas. No naive realistic picture, that's red, realism or materialism, is compatible with our results, because whether a quantum could be seen as showing particle or wave-like behavior would depend on a causally disconnected choice. It is therefore suggestive to abandon such pictures altogether.
Okay, right, John. That's fine. Now, I haven't heard the shape of the Earth being mentioned at any point yet.
Right. I'm happy to go through those quotes.
Sure.
If you could show them on screen.
Sure, they are on screen.
Yes. I thought you were about to make the window small.
Go ahead for a couple of minutes then, Rumpus.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to get onto the flat Earth, because that presumably is what Flat Earth debates is interested in. But yes, I mean John's basic claim is that that humans are required. Now, it is perfectly compatible to say that human consciousness is an agent in an experiment, but what is not correct to say, it's a necessary part for. Now, I think there was some time in order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equation. So down there, just in the third quote. In order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equations of quantum mechanics, into the dynamics. Right? I don't believe that would be accepted. I think that's just wrong. Now, the reason, of course, that John is interested, he believes that the quantum mechanics can only work with an observer, a human consciousness or some sort of consciousness. Now, this came back through, I think it's about the 1960s, where you may have heard that there has to be an observer. And in the 1960s, there was a suggestion, I can't remember, by someone called Winger. I've got that somewhere. Hold on, just give me a couple moments. Winger, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, it's German. And he suggested that you needed a consciousness to collapse the wave function, which of course is something we possibly could talk about. The Schrödinger wave equation, which is this wave equation that basically gives particles the instructions about where to go. So something like the double slit experiment that you hopefully people are familiar with, in this way you have two slits very close to one another and you shine light through them, you get an interference pattern, you know, like just as if you did it on
15
water.
seconds from
Oh god, well, this is quite complicated. Yes, you see, he's just where was I? And this chap in 1960 claimed that you needed a consciousness, an observer, a conscious observer, not just a detector, not just a piece of kit. Oh God, can I just finish off my sentence?
John, is it all right if Rumpus carries on for another 30 seconds? Yep, go ahead.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Because it's a huge subject that's been brought up here. And so this chap, because he thought that because the whole point about the Schrödinger wave equation is that you have a superposition of possibilities, and he thought, well, that your consciousness does not have a superposition of possibilities. You see just one result, and because of that, he felt that that was where the superposition of the Schrödinger wave equation stopped at your consciousness. But he's actually retracted from this now in his later life. I don't know whether he's dead now or whatever, but he's certainly in his later life. He's now said no. He's recanted that position, that you do not need consciousness, because people like Roger Penrose, who people should well know from Black Hole, is associated with Stephen Hawking, pointed out to him that in fact your consciousness can in fact cope with superposition. So the idea, the reason this consciousness came, as I was saying, is because the idea was that your brain, your consciousness, was a classical thing where you couldn't have superposition, and therefore everything up to the point, because the detector could have subject to superpositions, and a kit you might store stuff on might have superpositions, all the way up to consciousness, where they said, oh, this is classical, your perception is a classical perception, you can only have it one way or the other. Therefore that's the point where the Schrödinger wave equation must be resolved one way or the other. And he just came with this as a sort of arbitrary philosophical idea, and it was accepted by many people, and that's why you'll see this idea of a big eye looking at the universe to make it work. And this is the point that John's very keen on.
Okay.
But just one last sentence. But he recanted on this, and Roger Penrose pointed out that the brain is just like, just a collection of atoms, and therefore can in fact work in a superposition state. And therefore, this whole idea of a conscious observer being required to make quantum mechanics work, I'm afraid, has been kicked in the bin. So on this chap that he's got a quote from there, I'm afraid I think there'll be lots of physicists who would disagree with that.
Okay, that's enough, right? I mean, you've been going on for a while now.
Thank you, John, for letting me finish that. But you
haven't supported anything of what you said, so let me take it to the woodshed right now. Can you see this?
Well, I could give you a quote from Wigner if you like. I
don't need quotes from Wigner. This is an actual experiment. The presence of path information anywhere in the universe is sufficient to prohibit any possibility of interference. It is irrelevant whether a future observer might decide to acquire it. The mere possibility enough. You see this?
Yes, and this observer doesn't have to be conscious. The observer doesn't have to be conscious. It could be just a piece of
path information. Who is able to know the path information?
You don't need to know. No one needs to know anything. No one needs to know anything. It can be just a piece of. It can be a piece of measuring
right here.
It could be a piece of measuring kit. It could be a piece of measuring.
You're refuted in this experiment right here.
When he talks about future observer, that could easily be a piece of mechanical kit.
No, it can't. You're talking about decoherence. That's all right. I'm going to deal with that here in a minute.
That's what I'm talking about, decoherence, yes.
Yeah, you are. We talked about that yesterday. That's okay. We're going to get to that here in a minute.
So the nothing you've just said there in any way contradicts what I've just.
Sure, it just did directly.
No, it doesn't, because I've just pointed out an observer can be a piece of kit.
Yeah, it did. Yes, it did.
No, it didn't, because you got to an observer can be a piece of mechanical kit. It doesn't need to be conscious.
No, it can't. Well, who made the mechanical kit?
It's irrelevant.
Okay, we're going to see that right here in the delayed choice.
Well, what about the previous 3.5 billion years when humans weren't around? What do you think?
3.5 billion years.
The universe managed to exist in that time.
Validate that, please. That's a claim. You have to support it.
Okay, right. If you want me to, do you want me to spend a couple of seconds on that?
No, I don't. We could get to that at the end.
Well, you just asked me to support. Now you're saying you don't want me to. Make up your mind.
Yeah, we can support it at the end. I'll mark it down.
Okay, so you don't want me to support it then?
Yeah, I will.
Well, make up your mind. Tell me what it is you want me to do.
I want you to support it. We'll do it.
You do want me to support it? Jesus Christ!
At the end.
Oh, at the end, not now. Jesus.
That's
okay,
right.
I
wrote it down.
Guys, can we please possibly move on to something that actually remotely represents the discussion on whether the Earth is flat or spherical?
No, this is material to the discussion.
Okay, so
this is material to the discussion, sir.
At what point are we going to move on to flat Earth?
He said, I'm not done yet.
Right. But I mean, I say we can go on for hours and hours and talk about, not
we agreed to, but he agreed to this before we started this hangout that this is how we were going to structure this.
No, the structure is the time each of you get and the way you rebut things. But the conversation, I mean, we could talk about line dancing. No, we're
not talking about line dancing. This is science.
Talk about flat Earth.
He made claims yesterday, and we discussed these as the subject for our discussion today before you got in here, and he agreed to them.
I did agree to take your 7 points. Right? I mean, it would be nice. Yeah, I didn't agree to you being able to completely set the agenda, but I was happy to go through your 7 points.
Now you're.
Well,
do any of the 7 points relate to the shape of the Earth, John, or not?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not done yet, sir.
Yeah,
I have
fine.
2 more points.
Okay.
They're going real quick.
And then we can move on to flat Earth.
Possibly.
I thought that was the idea of the debate. I'm sorry.
Sure, it'll be real. Yeah, we can move on. Listen, can I finish my points, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Give you another 2 minutes.
He said yesterday, as we were discussing the delayed choice quantum eraser, this experiment right here, which I'm going to take his decoherence nonsense to the woodshed here in 1 second. He said, I haven't reviewed this experiment, but if you're saying it shows retrocausality, you are sadly mistaken. So let me get this straight. You haven't reviewed this at all, but you're willing to come to a hard conclusion about the experiment, about the results of the experiment. So,
yes.
I mean, how did you get did you use like tea leaves or, like a crystal ball or something to figure that one out? It's probably the same method you use to arrive at your worldview.
Right.
So I'm going to show you how it does affect causality, if you don't mind.
This could take some time.
And to your point, let's just talk about decoherence for a second. You said any detector will cause wave function collapse. But as we can see here, you see these D2 and D1 detectors downstream from the double slit? It's going through half silvered mirrors and bouncing off full silvered mirrors. I mean, these are actual physical things that it's coming in contact with. However, guess what we're getting? Interference patterns at R1 and R2, sir. What's going on? I thought you said it would collapse it. I'm
I'm afraid I haven't had time to fully review this experiment again, I'm afraid.
Well, you already came to the conclusion that,
yes,
that it doesn't...
because the conclusion that you came to was that retro causality is clearly...
Okay, I'm going to show you that right now.
Well, hold on. But I'm just saying the reason I rejected it. I mean, I did reject it. I say, but that's because on a grounds of authority. There are people that I trust, and just the academic institutions and the positions they hold. I have confidence in their answer, and therefore, although I don't
that's
have
appealing to consensus. You don't have.
I'm appealing to not just but it's not just consensus of people I met in the pub. This is the consensus, the scientific consensus.
No, it's not.
And
consensus doesn't have anything to do with empirical science, sir. Consensus is subjective. Empirical is objective.
Yeah, but there are people who I trust to have a good opinion about this. I know, and they're capable of evaluating the merits of this experiment better than I am at the moment.
I just evaluated it for you yesterday.
Yes, but you can't evaluate
retrocausality.
You can't even remember what happened yesterday. I wouldn't trust your evaluation of whether your trousers
are on the right way. I'm going to show it to you right now, and then you can either comply with it or do another Ipsy-Dixit fallacy. Because you said so. It's a nuh-uh. So listen, photon is generated here for an argon pump laser. There's no detectors here at the double slit. All the detectors are downstream. The entangled photons are split one photon, the signal photon, is sent to D0. All position measurements are measured here. The idler is either going on the red path or the blue path. Now this signal photon arrives at this detector 8 nanoseconds before any of these detectors get hit. That is, you see my cursor right here?
Yeah.
And right here?
Yeah.
That is, D0 is hit before any of the idler photons hit BSA, the half-silvered mirror, or BSB. It has no idea. Every single time that we take measurements or hits at D3 and D4, this shows wave function collapse. Every time we take measurements here at D1 and D2, these show interference, but they're shown at 8 nanoseconds before they even reach these detectors. This is what you're getting.
Yes,
from the unknown path, and as you can see, the difference between D3 or D4 and D3 and D1 and D2 are, we know the path information to these detectors. As you can see, the only way it can hit D4 is if the photon came out of A. The only way it can hit D3 is if it only came out of the blue path, right?
I think this is going to be an unproductive thing. I mean, you've missed out a couple of important things, like the crystal. That's
like
the key thing about where we got these two lines.
Yeah, the BBO crystal. Yeah, so
yes,
those are entangled photons.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of information you're missing out on this, and I haven't.
Okay, you know what? Do you want to go through the whole thing then? I got a write up with it.
Well, I have not done it enough. So
here we go. Do you want me to start off?
Well, I think if you're going to explain it in the level of detail that I'm then going to form an opinion, it's going to take us an hour. So I don't think this is a productive way to spend our time here.
You're quibbling over how you got the entangled photons. I got it right here.
So right.
What does that have to do with the experimental setup or the results? They're entangled photons.
Okay, right, but okay, well, it's just the way you're explaining it is not. I don't think you're very good at explaining it because I don't think you understand.
There's another opinion again. But you said yesterday that you knew that it.
No, I didn't say that.
Before even reviewing it.
No, I'm expressing an opinion about it based on my confidence in the scientific.
But you never reviewed the experiment. How can you make a hard conclusion when you never even looked at it?
I gave my belief.
I want to quickly interrupt. What does this experiment show, John?
It's the retrocausality is the object of the exercise he's trying to demonstrate.
It shows retrocausality. Here's the results of the experiment.
I mean,
the existence of the experimental conclusions. The existence of the Witch path information alone causes wave function collapse. So, and then here's his appeal just before to decoherence. The physical interaction with the measuring device does not cause wave function collapse. I just showed you that.
Well, I'm not. You haven't. I have not understood.
I just showed you. Here you go.
No.
Here's the interference pattern.
Right, but I would need to review this in some detail to form an opinion, and I can't do it now. And it's going to take us an hour to go through this for me to understand to the point.
Now he asked me the question. So number 3, QM phenomena transcend time and space, and we have another.
There are scientists that are familiar with this experiment who do not agree with the conclusions you're offering.
It's not a case of agree or disagree. It's empirical.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's an experiment.
That's the point. There are scientists who empirically say it's not.
And sir, well, they say that, but they can't support it by experiment. And I have it repeated right here by orders of magnitude that time and space, this last one right here, transcend time and space.
Well, you've written something down there, yes, so what?
Zhao Sung Ma, but this is quantum erasure with a causally disconnected choice from PNAS. They took this experiment a step further. Instead of 8 nanoseconds, they did it 5 orders of magnitude further on the time end. That's 450 microseconds. And then on the space end, it took it to exponential magnitudes with 2 experiments, one at 55 meters, one at 144 kilometers space separated. So time and space are utterly meaningless in quantum mechanics.
They did this experiment with a separation of 144 kilometers.
Yes, they did on the Canary Islands. Here, I'll put this in the side chat. You can review it at your leisure.
Okay, well, I really don't think we'll get very far. I think this is such a detailed thing, and I haven't researched it sufficiently for me able to. What I do know is that if retrocausality had been shown, it would be huge news in the scientific community. And I appreciate it does have some problems, but I think other people have said there are problems with this analysis.
There's no problem.
Well, there is.
I think that.
No, how do you? There's problems with it, but you don't know.
Well, I'm not familiar with them.
But John, I think, and Rumpus, I think this, whilst it's very interesting, I think it's going vastly over the majority of the audience's head by a country mile. It's very, very deep.
Okay, let's get into gravity then. We'll move on. I just wanted to make a point.
Discuss gravity. That's something that I think most people are familiar with gravity because we're all walking around. So, okay, I'll give you what? Do you want 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, John?
2 minutes should be fine.
Go ahead. You start now.
All right. So they say the gravity is the answer. That's all I hear is gravity this and gravity that. Well, they have to identify which one they're talking about because you got two types of gravity, Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian. Newtonian gravity is a force. On the other hand, Einsteinian gravity is not a force. So my first question to him is gravity a scientific theory or is it a scientific law?
Well,
hang on,
gravity.
Hang on, Rumpus. John, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
For right now.
Okay, we'll stop that. Rumpus, 2 minutes. Go.
Right. Definitely, gravity, as we perceive it in the real world, is definitely a force. But what actually causes gravity as a force to exist is not actually through. It's obviously to do with the bending of space-time from Einstein's general theory of relativity. So it manifests itself as a force in our reality, but it actually is not derived. It is not sourced from being a force. It is a manifestation in our reality. So it is a problematic thing. So he's right to identify that it is slightly problematic in terms of how to think about it, but this is an understood model, and I can't give an exact explanation of how that works, but the bending of space makes things basically try and travel in straight lines, but the bending of space by mass causes these straight lines to be bent into non-straight lines, and so they then move, or they don't follow straight lines of movement. They actually get bent by, because when you when you drop an apple, it is actually being attracted to the center of the earth, and effectively its path's being bent by inertia and Newton's first law that things won't move unless they're given a force, or they won't change if they're already in movement. They won't change that. They are being effectively bent by the mass of the earth, and that manifests itself as a physical force in our world. Because of course we can't see space-time. It's not something we can actually see or interact with directly. We can only do it through the real world, and so it's this rule, this mathematical construction of the general Einsteinian space-time thing. I mean, that manifests itself in the physical world as a force. So I think they are compatible, and I think I'd like to be able to give you a really good explanation, but that's I think that's as good as I can give, and I think that's probably as good an explanation. You're asking me to explain quite a complicated thing here.
Actually, 2 minutes, thank you.
Okay. It's not that complicated. I asked you what is gravity.
Johnny, you want another 2 minutes? Or
yes.
Okay, go.
I asked him, well, not 2 minutes. I'm not going to need that. I asked him a simple question.
Because it's simple to construct, difficult to answer.
This is a simple question. Which one is it? It can't be both. One is a force and one's not a force, sir. Which one is it?
Well,
Einstein or Newtonian?
Well, as I said, we've got this concept of space-time that was invented by Einstein.
I just want a yes, just scientific theory or a scientific law on which one. I don't need a story.
Well, gravity is a law. But Einstein, but the general theory of relativity is a theory.
You can't have. So which one is it?
Well, one causes the other. The bending of space causes gravity to exist and have a force. So it's like a sort of second. There's two stages removed here. One stage removed.
Okay. From Musser George, How Einstein Revealed the Universe's Strange Non-Locality, just in November 2015. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality, we're going to get to that, from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance, as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force, i.e. Newtonian gravity, gives rise to gravitational attraction. Now, which one is it?
Well, I would agree with that statement. That's that quote you've just given. That it was. Okay. He did. I mean, Newton believed he didn't understand the mechanism for gravity. He just went for the action at a distance. You know, there's no medium. Whereas obviously the general theory of relativity talks about the bending of space-time, and then that was the cause of gravity. And so he says, he was trying to break Einstein's action at a distance, and then of course Einstein was then shown to be wrong, because you've accepted what you said with your quantum Deloitte choice experiment you were going on about in the last discussion thing we had, where you seem to be happy with non-locality, the fact that you have action at a distance, entangled photons which interact with one another.
This isn't the same non-locality, sir.
No, but he's trying to break the non-locality. Yes, I mean he's trying.
No, it's not the same non-locality.
Yeah, it's not the same. But Isaac Newton was saying that there's an action at a distance, spooky action at a distance.
No, he didn't say that.
No, Isaac Newton did. He assumed
that about quantum mechanics.
No, Isaac Newton assumed it was instant, and what they're saying here is that Einstein then he determined that in fact gravity propagated at the speed of light. Newton assumed it was instant, and because Einstein then said it was ripples in the space time, and so he removed the what do we call it here, the non-locality. No, he made it local. He made it have a medium. So I would agree.
This has nothing to do with non-locality and quantum. Newton has nothing to do with non-locality and quantum mechanics.
Well, he was, because he was assuming there's
no, he didn't.
Well,
quantum mechanics wasn't.
Well, let me finish my sentence. Isaac Newton assumed there was an instant action at a distance, which is very similar to the quantum mechanical non-locality.
It has nothing to do with it, sir. Well, Newton had no idea about quantum mechanics and what.
No, I'm not suggesting he did, but I'm saying they both have in them at a fundamental level non-locality.
Yeah, non-local. So Einstein has. Let's go back to the original question. Just one. Pick one. Well, Newton's law or Einstein's theory. You can't have both.
Well, the gravity that we see in the physical world is indeed a force, but how it's derived is derived one stage removed by the general theory of relativity, which is all about the bending of space-time, and there's a medium and there's a propagation speed.
These are married bachelors, sir. Do you understand the law of non-contradiction?
I certainly do.
Okay, you know the two things that are contradictory can't exist or be responsible for the same thing at the same time.
Well, I mean, whether something's a law or a theory is something that people decide in committee rooms because it's out of consensus. I mean, we've stopped calling things laws these days in science. No one invents
laws.
You don't
know what a scientific law is. That's the problem. What is a scientific law?
It's a collection of observations that have been verified about physical observations.
It's a description
of
our reality. It's usually mathematical. A scientific
yes, you're right.
Explanation of the cause and effect. They're two different. They're opposites.
Well, certainly things like Newton's. I mean, the thing is, there's been an argument about whether or not you can use the word law to describe things like Newton's law of motion, because that is there's a mathematical representation. Normally, a law is described as a set of observations, and I'm not sure that includes why it happened. I suppose you could argue that it could include the maths for what the observations that we make and observe, and how and so you can say that, for instance, when one thing falls to the ground, we observe that it always takes s is equal to ut plus a half t squared to get from one state to another. So I think
they're just descriptions. They're only math can only describe. It can't explain anything. Scientific theories give explanation of cause and effect. You can't do a cause and effect with a law. It's like the second law of thermodynamics. Heat always flows from hot to cold, right? How or why is that possible? Well, We'll never know because
we do. We know exactly why that happens. We know exactly why that happens.
No. The mechanism as to how and the why.
Yes, we know exactly every part of that.
No, it's a scientific law, sir. What's the cause of that?
Right, the cause of that is the most common state is the one that's adopted by a system. So, for instance, if you imagine a set of coins all set to heads, tails up or something. Let's say you had 10 coins, all tails up, and then you decided to, in a box, and then you decide to jiggle that box. What do you think the chances are of them all, at any stage in the future, coming down all tails? It's really tiny because because what the entropy means is the system will adopt the most common, the state with the most number of states, and that is when you've nearly got a 50-50 distribution. Even the chances of it ever going back is almost length of the universe type time before you'll ever get your coins back in even possibly 10 you might have a chance, but it doesn't take very many before it becomes the age of the universe for them, and that's simply due to the probabilities. There are many more combinations of 50-50 coins than there are with all on one side, because there's only one set of coins. Each coin would have to be in one particular state.
So what is
tails up? And well, the cause is probability. The cause is the number of different states. It's simple. It's simple like predicting dice. It's no more complicated.
Just tell me
than
what
that.
the cause is.
Well, I've explained the cause is probability. The number of states.
No, probability doesn't
dice.
cause anything. It's not. It doesn't have.
It does.
It's
no different to working out the probability of getting rolling a particular number on a dice thing. It's no different to that at all.
That's not a cause. Probability is not a cause. It has no.
Well, I can. Well, I can tell you what the probability of your dice throwing will be, and I can say that it's the probability of 1 in 6.
Cause of it.
Well, okay, the cause is the shape of the dice. But when we understand, once you've got the laws of physics in place, then you can say that we understand, things like molecules bouncing around in a gas or coins tossing. Certainly with the coins tossing one, you can very clearly identify that they can be in one or two states, and if the cause is you can jiggle them around, if you like, you can predict what the behavior of that system will be as a matter of probability.
Okay, here we go. A scientific law versus scientific theory. You didn't answer my question, by the way.
I did talk about law.
Look above at the definitions under law and theory. These definitions clearly differentiate the two words. A law describes what nature does. It's
by observations. I said observations, but you describe
a theory
good enough.
Explains the how and the why nature works.
Absolutely.
Like I just said.
No one would dispute this.
So give me the cause of heat flowing from hot to cold. I asked you that. You went off on dice.
I told you about the probability state is that the probability of a state with the two objects having the same temperature is more likely than the probability of not, and that is the cause.
Probability is the cause, right? So you're saying probability causes heat to flow from hot to cold.
Well, the actual mechanism is through the oscillation of the atoms, but the probability is the thing that determines what the result will be, and that it also explains why you will end up with the two things at the same temperature and mixing well rather than not mixing. It's just a matter of dice throwing. You can do it with. It's no different to calculating the chance of having a dice throw. It's a bit more complicated, obviously, but you can do it just with simple probability. Entropy is all about the system going into the most.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm getting some shit now off FAD. We've got to move on to the shape of the Earth. End of story.
End of story.
We're not going to discuss philosophical arguments about physics.
They aren't philosophical arguments.
Well, okay. We've got to move on to the shape of the Earth. I need you to bring a point across, John, now, which which is going to prove your hypothesis that the Earth is a flat plane, and then we're going to give Rumpus a chance to rebut that.
Okay, and now you're going to understand the reason why I just went over all that on hypotheses. And theories.
Fair enough. Okay,
now you're going to understand it because I'm going to tell you. Let me shut my screen because I'm screen sharing, right?
You are screen sharing.
Let me turn it off.
Okay. Do you want 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes? How long do you want? For your first point.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Right. Well, I'm going to give you a maximum of 2 minutes, and if you want to say when you finish, then you say so.
Yes, because either a spinning ball spherical Earth or a flat Earth is outside the scientific method by definition. I just explained it to you. You need a viable independent variable for your hypothesis. There is none. There is no cause and effect. And I'm going to show you this here in a few minutes. So I want you to provide me scientific evidence. By what I'm saying is, I want you to follow the scientific method, observe a phenomenon, construct a hypothesis, and then test. Give me an experiment that validates the spinning ball Earth. Go.
Okay. I would set up a focal pendulum somewhere on a reasonable latitude.
We already went over the focal.
Sorry?
We already went over the focal. There's no
and I'm about to.
Pick another one.
So I'm good. So with a focal pendulum, I'll set it up somewhere, and with the physics that we know, basic rotational mechanics, I can say what I expect that pendulum to do if we're on a spinning Earth. And what do I do if we do that? You set up the focal pendulum, and you see that it does in fact agree with the prediction made for spinning. On a flat Earth, it wouldn't happen. The null hypothesis that the procedure that John said would be keen on would be that it doesn't change its angle of inclination with respect to the Earth as time goes on. The spinning Earth says that it will. It changes its inclination, therefore, on a spinning Earth. Similarly, the Doppler effect. We can actually measure that we know, for instance, that due to the spinning Earth at the equator, it's going 1,000 miles an hour. That has some consequences. For instance, the centripetal force that's required there means that you weigh slightly 0.3% less than you do at the poles. You can measure that. Similarly, with the Doppler effect, given the fact that you're going 1,000 miles an hour on the equator one way and then the other, you can actually see the Doppler effect affecting your observations. Looks things like the cosmic wave microwave background radiation when you make observations about that on Earth. Similarly, you can see Doppler. Similarly, you can see Doppler effects on that. Obviously, we also have pictures of the Earth from NASA. We can actually see that happening. We also see things like stellar operations due to the orbit of the Earth around. I don't know if he's also disputing the orbit of the Earth. You can also see things like something called stellar aberration, which you can see the stars moving up and down depending on our speed of our orbit. When we're going towards a star and a certain speed, it's a one inclination, and when we come around 6 months later, when we observe the same star due to Doppler effects, it's lower in the sky. Let's have another one. Yeah, well, that's four complete invalidations, and obviously we've got satellites and pictures and things.
Okay, John, would you like to rebut any or all of those claims?
Yes, he didn't answer my question, sir. I asked him, using the scientific method, to go ahead and observe a phenomenon, construct a hypothesis, and then test it. Well, he didn't do any of it. He talked about the cosmic microwave background fairy tale.
Well, I did. I mean, I summarized it. I didn't want to go through. I mean, if you want me to go through stage by stage, which is the hypothesis,
that's scientific evidence, sir.
Yes, but I don't need to go through the whole process.
Okay,
I mean,
listen.
This is the problem. This is the problem. You can't take on board information and arguments in a concise manner. And so when I talk about things like, it's implicit. It's implicit in my statement that you have a theory about how much Doppler effect you're going to be for the rotation. Then you're going to see, and then see what constitutes a Doppler shift.
John, okay, you're stating that any of the scientific observations and experiments that Rumps has mentioned don't fit with the scientific method. Okay, let's turn it around. I want you to give us an example. What is a valid experiment for anything?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I share my screen, please?
I believe you are still. Are you not still sharing?
No, I turned it off.
Well, you are presenting as far as I'm. So if you actually go to your own thing and share yourself, you will be sharing.
Okay.
Because you are still on there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Here's something I would just for an example, and I'll get to the actual experiment, but just conceptually. Let's say back in the day, those sailors used to take those long journeys, right? And used to come back with scurvy. So my example here is observe a phenomenon. So sailors appear crippled, they have bleeding gums, and have poor wound healing after long sea journeys, right? The plausible explanations for this, and these are just a few: prolonged exposure to seawater. Possible.
I thought we were talking about the flat Earth here.
Yeah, we're going to get there. This is conceptual. He just asked me a question.
Let him carry on.
He just asked me a question, sir. I'm telling him. So it could be a number of possible problems: inhalation of aerosol sea coal droppings, prolonged exposure to swabbing the deck cleaning solutions, prolonged rolling and pitching, poor air quality caused by smoke and candles, mold, mildew. We just don't know. What about what we don't know? So we're looking for the cause of the effect, the cause of scurvy. So what do? Those are just a few plausible explanations. Do we poll a bevy of current scientists and roll with what most think it is, then call it science?
This is deflection.
Or do we test every possible cause, independent variable, and validate the effect, the dependent variable, prediction, science? So let's try to find one. I got one right here, what you asked, for an actual step-by-step.
While you're doing that, can I just mention things
I'm
like
here.
the fact the sun doesn't change size, which it would on a flat Earth.
Right here.
And on a spinning Earth, it's far away.
Hang on, let him finish. Then
this is all irrelevant.
So back to, it's conceptually relevant, sir. He asked me for an example of an actual experiment or going through the scientific method.
I mean, you've had more than 2 minutes of this as well.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he asked me. What do you want me to do?
Keep it to 2 minutes.
We'll give you plenty.
I already gave you most of my time here.
I asked him to give us an example, Rumpus.
Yeah. And I bet you regret that now.
Well, that's tough shit, isn't it? Let him finish the point now, for the sake of it.
So construct a hypothesis back with our vitamin C issue. Here is a testable hypothesis. If vitamin C intake is crucial to collagen integrity in humans, then eliminating vitamin C in humans will cause scurvy. This is a valid scientific hypothesis and a testable statement. What are you manipulating, i.e. the independent variable in this experiment? Answer, vitamin C intake.
Surely, moderator, there's a limit on how long you can go on before I'm allowed to have another go.
What are you measuring or predicting? The dependent variable. Answer, scurvy. Do you see the independent and dependent variable connection here?
Yeah. And my independent variable, the spinning of the Earth, was to say here, well, I can't actually change the rate that the Earth is spinning, but I could certainly make predictions about how much Doppler effect there's going to be, what the focal pendulum be, and I can change the latitude of that and see that the deflection of the pendulum is dependent on that. I can also say that the sun doesn't change in size, which you would have to on a flat Earth model.
No, but you can't manipulate that.
We can also see the sun drops over the horizon.
But you can't manipulate that. That's a just so.
Yes, that's why the odd definition of an experiment or gaining scientific knowledge.
There it is, right here for you. Look at these.
Bollocks. These are experiments. You can conduct experiments.
One at a time. One at a time, guys.
Jesus Christ.
Look how many. Look how much this is say on independent variables. You have to know this to pass 5th grade general science, sir.
Yes, the trouble is you've found this little issue and you're focusing on it because you don't have the understand.
It's a hypothesis.
The bigger understanding of the issues and how to conduct an argument.
Can you have science without a scientific hypothesis, sir?
No, you need a scientific hypothesis. You need that bit.
You need a hypothesis. Part of that scientific hypothesis is the independent and dependent variable.
And sometimes you don't. So you can still
you just contradicted yourself.
No, you can still learn about the world around you without having an independent variable.
You can't test
the rotation of the Earth. But I mean, even with a focal pendulum, you have got an independent variable because you can change the latitude. If you really insist on having an independent variable, you can change the latitude.
Okay, let's see if it makes sense. The latitude is the cause. Your prediction is what?
No, the cause is the rotation of the Earth.
You just said the latitude was. The cause is your independent variable.
That's the independent variable. Listen to what I'm saying.
That's the cause.
The cause is the rotation of the Earth.
Listen, an independent variable is the presumed cause. How difficult is this?
Well, okay,
and the dependent variable is the presumed effect. This is real easy.
Well, you've got a definition.
The latitude. So what is it? First you said the latitude.
Right.
Second you said the focal
pendulum. The independent variable is the latitude. The spinning of the Earth is the cause.
What? The latitude causes what?
The latitude changes the effect of the spinning of the Earth on your pendulum.
The latitude changes the spinning of the Earth. That is preposterous. It's absurd.
It changes the effect of the spinning of the Earth, I think.
It's preposterous. It's not a cause and effect.
It is. Because
no, it's not. The latitude doesn't cause anything.
The latitude is your variable.
It's not a variable. It's not a cause.
What do you mean it's not a variable? I can change the position of my pendulum with its latitude.
Oh my goodness!
And that is the independent variable that I've got.
Okay, right. Again, which this independent variable thing is just.
I know he's obsessed with it. He's learned about it.
On and on.
He can't get off
We're just going to argue about it forever. What we need you to do, what I've been asked by Flat Earth Debates, John, we need you, okay, to provide concrete evidence that the Earth
I just
is flat.
told you, sir.
No. What you've done is you've tried to say that the evidence for a globe Earth is flawed.
That's correct.
What you haven't done is provide evidence for a flat Earth.
Okay, sir.
You've said that the experiments that try to demonstrate. Let me finish. You've tried to demonstrate that the experiments that show the Earth being a globe are invalid. What we need you to do is give us evidence that the Earth is flat.
An argument would do. Argument or evidence.
Sir, didn't I preface this by saying that either the flat Earth or the spinning ball Earth, in conjunction with the scientific method, is married bachelors? Didn't I just say that when I prefaced my discussion?
So married bachelors is your argument for a flat Earth.
Okay, and another thing, let me finish this up. This is my last point. He said that before I can't invalidate. Wait a second, stop laughing. I can't. His point was that I have to propose a replacement. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, give an alternative viewpoint.
It's not. He can just invalidate the globe. I accept he doesn't have that burden necessarily. Okay. He has to justify why the globe Earth doesn't work, and he hasn't done that at all.
Okay. My last point answering his question. Your appeal here, sir, the one that's just asked me that question, is tantamount to a judge refusing to allow a defendant to present a case for his innocence until such time as the defendant has found a suitable replacement for the crime. I can still invalidate your model without providing another model.
I would accept that. Yes, it's a reasonable request, but he's right to say that he doesn't have to do this. Obviously, we think he should do, but he can try and invalidate my position, and that's all he can try and do. Okay. It's a bit shallow to not.
I invalidated it because it's not validated to begin with. That's the whole problem.
What I'm trying to get, John.
You haven't provided any contradiction in any way of the logic of the evidence I provided is wrong.
You didn't provide any scientific evidence. You don't have any.
Okay. Now, John, I think like Rumpus.
Just ignore the focal pendulum. It's incredible.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't ignore it. It's not a viable hypothesis. I just showed you.
Okay.
John, go ahead and moan.
It's reasonable to assume. Okay. What you've so far said is that you don't believe the Earth is a ball.
What I so far said was that you cannot place either a flat Earth or a spinning ball Earth into the scientific method. It's nonsensical, and it's a non sequitur fallacy.
Okay, so you're saying you can't possibly prove that the Earth is flat either?
You can't, not with the scientific method, you can't.
Okay, so do you believe the Earth is flat?
I believe this is not about a believe forum. This is about scientific evidence forum.
I just asked a question. It's a yes or no answer. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yes, it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's a question.
Yeah, it is.
No, I'm asking you a question from one human being to another. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
I don't. I told you. This is a scientific discussion.
No. If I said to you, do you like honey? You could say yes or no. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yes. Did you understand my position on scientific evidence?
I didn't ask if you believed the Earth was a globe. I asked if you believed the Earth was flat. You could say yes, no, or I don't know.
You keep on saying believe, though. You understand my position with the scientific evidence.
Yeah, but in your belief system, in your mind, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I take what the Bible says it is.
And what do you interpret the Bible says?
It says it's flat and non-spinning and domed.
Okay, so the answer to my question is yes, you believe the Earth is flat.
My belief, but that wasn't the subject of the debate.
That's your belief. Okay. Can you, based on the fact that you've got a belief, something must have led you to that belief. So can you provide evidence?
Yeah, for the Bible, that would be a long.
No, we're not talking about science. We're talking about verifiable empirical. We're talking about empirical evidence. You're very keen on empirical evidence, John. We want empirical evidence.
You just asked me what my beliefs were, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now we're asking for your basis for your beliefs.
I just told you. The Bible, God.
So you don't have any empirical or scientific basis for your beliefs?
Yes, I do. For God, I do.
Let's hear them. Let's hear them then, please.
Sure, no problem.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Scientific law. This is mine. I made this up. I constructed it.
So this is your belief.
What's so funny about it?
Well, we thought we took about flat Earth, but now you're doing it for God, are you?
Rumpus, let him
You just asked me to do it.
Rumpus, let him give his explanation. You're gonna.
He has been talking for the last 10 minutes when I've barely been talking at all.
Okay, yeah. What we're trying to get to is some.
No, it's okay, Paper. Go ahead, Paper.
We're trying to get some proof that some evidence that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm giving you. I said my belief is from the Bible. You asked me.
We want to know whether
God
you have any empirical evidence to support them, or any scientific evidence, or
I
arguments.
just told you from the beginning that the flat Earth or the spinning ball Earth is outside scientific methods purview. I just told you that how many times?
Oh, you did mention that once before. I wanted to make sure that's your position is.
That's my position.
Guys, I think a point that needs to be made here is that we're starting to invoke religion and the Bible here.
No, this isn't religion. Christianity is not a religion, sir.
Well, you're taking your beliefs from your belief in the Bible is.
Well, Christianity. See the tenet. The quintessential tenet of religion is belief without evidence. My position is that your materialism religion, which I just beat over the head during this discussion with quantum mechanics, is a religion. It's you who are religious, not me.
I see.
We base our positions on argument and evidence, and you haven't provided any argument or evidence for your positions.
Not evidence.
It's empirical evidence, yes. And I've offered you an empirical evidence. I can show you a focal pendulum. I can show you a focal pendulum.
We already did the focal pendulum.
Yes, and we've established that it is empirical evidence. Just because you didn't understand,
I just showed you.
No, no.
Yeah,
I don't understand how you could not understand this.
Because you can't formulate a scientific hypothesis, sir.
We can. The hypothesis is that the pendulum would behave in a particular way. That's the hypothesis.
Okay.
And when it behaves in a particular way,
hold
on. You've spent the last 10 minutes talking. How about me having a go? I can show you a focal pendulum, and I can say that the spinning Earth predicts it will behave one way, and a flat Earth predicts it will behave another way. And it goes with the spinning Earth thing. Similarly, we can show the Doppler effect, which is occurs with a spinning Earth. I can also show you star movement that occurs with a spinning Earth. And none of those things would happen on a flat Earth. Therefore, because we have evidence that those things happen, the postulation that there's a null hypothesis saying this won't happen, and then there's a hypothesis saying, well, we do expect to see this phenomenon. In each case, we see the phenomenon that is compatible with the spinning Earth and is incompatible with the flat Earth. And similarly, those pictures I can show you of Chicago, those are not possible to happen on a flat Earth. They're only compatible with a spherical Earth. So therefore, it's case closed. You have no evidence. You have no argument on your side whatsoever, and all the evidence and argument is on my side. It's case closed.
Okay, 1 second, sir. Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've already showed that he can't formulate an actual scientific hypothesis to empirically validate any of his claims whatsoever. I've already showed that. He keeps on talking about predictions, right? A prediction. What's the difference between a Nostradamus prediction and a scientific prediction?
Okay, John, can you provide something, for instance, an experiment which follows the scientific method that proves that the Earth is flat?
Well, he said
I already told you, sir.
You can't do that. He said you can't do that.
I already told you. I premised my last point by saying either a flat Earth or a spinning ball, spherical Earth, is outside the purview of the scientific method.
Okay,
he's a nutter. In other words, he's saying he's a nutter.
Do you agree it's one or the other, though? Do you agree it's either a spinning ball or it is a flat motion?
Yes, I do. Yes.
It's one or the other.
Yes, I do agree with that.
So do you accept that there's many more experiments that have been done that show the spinning ball Earth rather than the flat Earth?
No, I'm saying, sir, that you can't see, the hypothesis is your experiment statement. If you can't form a viable scientific hypothesis, you don't have a viable experiment.
Okay, at what point do you think there will be a viable scientific hypothesis?
There won't be.
Of the flat Earth. There won't be. It purely comes down to belief in the Bible.
John,
the paper, sorry, he's conceptually decided that there's no way you can do an experiment.
No, it's not conceptually, it's empirically.
Okay, empirically you can't do it. Whatever. So, he believes it's impossible to prove one way or the other.
He brought up another point about his.
This is incredible.
Skyline.
Even the flat earthers are calling John. Even the flat earthers are calling you a nutter. I mean, this is getting ridiculous.
I don't care what they call me. I don't care about what people think, sir. I deal with empirical.
Well, we'll gather that you're a nutter.
Empirical evidence, sir. And you brought up refraction. Can you list the effects of refraction for us, sir, with that skyline? List all the effects of atmospheric refraction from the ground. Go ahead. You can use Wiki. I know you're on.
Okay. Well, I've actually got a little video here. Actually, it shows you the effects.
No, I don't need a video. Just
I can show you.
List
by
the
observation.
List the effects.
Well, I can show you the effects.
John, a video is perfectly valid. I mean, you're showing text on the screen and things that you've taken quotes from other people. Rumpus wants to show a video.
I just asked him the simple question.
Why is that invalid? Why is that invalid?
Effects. It'll take 15 seconds.
No. Well, I can show you. I can show you the effects. You're asking me to show you the effects of refraction, and I can do that. That's what you asked me, and I can demonstrate it on that. And you even on that picture, you asked me specifically refraction effects on that picture. And if I can just go here, I won't play the video. I won't play the
atmospheric refraction effects.
I'm just going to show you the refraction effects. I'm actually going to show you them.
Why should you? You could just tell me.
Oh, I can do better to show you. It's even more solid. I'd rather than you complain that when I say things, it's just opinion.
I'm not going to complain.
This isn't just opinion.
John, you are familiar with visual aids, surely?
Yeah, I am familiar with visual aids. I didn't ask him for that.
Yeah, but Rumpus is going to give that for the benefit of the audience as well.
Right. Here is a video taken by Joshua in the wiki of the Chicago skyline from Stevensville, 90 kilometers away. And here, this is taken from over 200 feet high. So he's on the tallest dune in Stevensville, and he took this as a time lapse picture of Chicago over the period of a day, I think. And you can see, I'm not going to play it because I know that Fed doesn't like me playing, so I'll just take bits of it. So this is the first, and what I would suggest you do at home, people, is to try. Can you see my pointer? Can you see my pointer? Paper?
Yeah, I can.
Right, there's the top of there's the Willis Tower. I suggest you put a window or something on your screen, or your finger or something like that on that point there, just to that step of the Willis Tower. And so here we go. I'm now going to...
Yes, I've seen 3 hours of this the other night.
No, this is a bit different. I'm showing you this. This is going to show you how it changed. Well, can I continue? Right, so if you put a pointer, your finger or something there, and because my pointer will move, I have to move my pointer, but also it'll disappear if I just hold it there. But if you then move along here, you should see. Unfortunately, I'm going to play it a little bit. And if I hold my pointer there, you should see that it's going up there. You should see. Unfortunately, the pointer disappears. If you put you can see that the antenna is growing and growing, and now it's coming down because the day is getting colder. And it'll now, and you see it's moving up now by about 10%. Oh God, the trouble is and now it's shrinking because the day is getting colder. And you see it go below the pointer. Oh, come on, as the days get into the evening. And I suggest you look at that video yourself at your own leisure, and you will see there that is refraction occurring due to the heating of the layers in the sun. Just as the day warms up, you get these layers of less dense air. Because you remember that's 90 kilometers, and you're looking there through quite a small strip of warm air, and that changes obviously in temperature as the day goes on, and you can see the physical effects of that. So there is refraction happening in front of your face and changing the appearance of the Chicago skyline. Thank you.
Okay, I asked a question. I said, please list all the effects of atmospheric refraction near the ground, and you didn't answer the question. So
well, I demonstrated them.
Let me answer it for you.
I've shown you them.
Atmospheric refraction on the ground produces mirages of distant objects. They can shimmer or ripple. They can be elevated or lowered. They can be stretched or shortened. Now, what I want you to validate scientifically for me, please, those are all independent variables.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So can you validate what's happening in that picture for me, scientifically, please?
Yes, because in the lab, we know that light is refracted. We've done experiments in the lab.
We're not talking about in the lab.
Yeah, but hold on. I can demonstrate the print. Well, Well, you want to conduct an experiment, and we can do things like change the time of day, and that's compatible with what we see in the lab, where we can see that we can get refractions in medium. We can change the temperatures and do this experiment in the lab.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
Can I finish? Oh. So in the lab, you can demonstrate that a change in density of air causes it to refract, and then we can see here that we're getting exactly the effects which we know are due to heat things. Now, we could put temperature, we could put thermometers and things in there, and there are ways of detecting air temperature that then are compatible with our lab experiments, and therefore we can say it's the same effect.
What's the alternative explanation, John, is what we're trying to get to. What's the alternative? If you've got a valid
there you go again with the alternative.
But, you know, if you're saying that experiment that is invalid and the explanation given is invalid, can you come up with an alternate explanation which is valid?
I just told you about your philosophy with alternate explanations. I gave you the different effects of refraction. I want you to isolate what effect that is happening in that picture for me, please, scientifically. Thanks.
Well, I think Rumpus just said it's refraction of light.
But refraction has different effects. Do you want me to state them over again?
We saw the different effects. It shrank and did all sorts of things.
It could be elevated or lowered, right?
No, it did that. It did that.
Right? So okay. Which one is it?
It did both, depending on the temperature inversion. Whether it was an inverted one, whether...
Yes, so it doesn't say anything. You can't validate what it's doing. You can only observe. Observations are not tests.
Okay. So we've made an observation that what appears is the building getting higher and lower, etc. What is the alternative explanation, John? Is what we're trying to get to.
Your key statement is it appears. Observations are not tests. The independent variable.
Observations are not tests.
So what is causing that observation?
Oh my God! Yeah, I know the science. We can let the scientific method get in the way of your friggin' fairy tales.
What John seems to be doing here is saying that everything is invalid. You can't prove anything. No observation
Not everything.
counts.
I said the flat Earth.
Yeah. Versus... No. You've basically said every observation. You said an observation is not a test, whereas I would argue an observation is a test. You can make an experiment, and then you make an observation of what happens.
Okay.
And there's an observation. So your basic whole argument you've been having here is nothing counts.
Here's
no evidence,
your whole
no argument. It doesn't work. So you haven't presented a case for opposite, which I understand. Like I'm prepared to accept.
You haven't presented anything either.
But all you're saying is everything. All the evidence I presented argument doesn't count because nothing counts ever.
Next to zero, by the way. You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
You've said that no evidence or argument can count for the round or the spherical or the flat. You said
nothing that you can't put it empirically.
Well, I mean, there you are. He's not prepared to accept any experiment, any evidence, or any argument. That's his position. No matter what.
Any argument, it's just argument with these two.
He's not prepared to accept any argument or any evidence. He stated that.
I don't need to accept it. You need to sell the experiment.
There we go,
John. Right, I'm going to start muting people shortly. Right, John. What we're saying is those observations were made. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, you can look at something, sure.
Perfect. Now, what science tries to do is explain those effects. Now,
science doesn't explain.
I'm going to mute you very shortly if you don't let me finish.
John, you are the moderator.
Go ahead. Science says, go ahead.
John, you are the moderator, not actually really supposed to be participating in the debate.
Listen, no, I'm not trying to participate. I'm saying he seems to be avoiding the question.
That's yes, I agree.
Yeah. I'm just trying to point out that Rumpus has said that observations were made, which is valid. We agree that the observations were made. And science has offered an explanation. And you're saying that that's invalid. What we're trying to get at, John, is what is your alternative?
Science can't offer an explanation, sir. It's not an entity. It doesn't have vocal cords. So it's a reification fallacy, for one. Right? Because science is the scientific method. You got to the first step of the scientific method. You made observation of a phenomenon. What's the next step?
Is to try and deduce what that is causing that effect.
Construct a hypothesis. Go.
Correct. Okay. Correct.
Right. So the problem is that John doesn't believe the science can have anything to say on this subject, and I suspect it's because of his religious beliefs.
Science doesn't say anything.
So he's trying to exclude
us
having a scientific discussion about this issue, which I'm afraid is somewhat. Well, I would argue it's the fact they're coming into a debate where he's prepared to say he's saying that basically science can't comment on this. I think is a bit ridiculous.
Science can't comment on anything. It doesn't have vocal cords, sir.
So what you're saying is we should all, whenever we observe a phenomenon, we should not bother trying to explain it. Is that?
No, you should start trying to test it. scientifically, please.
And how
That's
would you
what
go
the
about
scientific method is.
How would you go about testing the effect of the Willis Tower growing and lowering in height? How would you go about that?
You can't. That's what my whole point, sir. You can't put it in a
You can't do
hypothesis.
it. So you give up.
No, you don't have a viable independent variable that you're manipulating.
So what you're saying is we give up on the subject.
I don't think you can give up. It's just not scientific evidence.
Okay, so can you propose a test that would probably explain why you see that? You know, you're standing at the shore with your 3-year-old child, and he says, "Daddy, why is that doing that?" Do you just say, "Well, there's no way of testing it. There's no way of answering that question"?
That's his position.
I can give him the possibility, sure.
What are the other alternative possibilities than the ones that Rumpus gave?
Well, it's just like my vitamin C example, sir. I gave you about 6 different ones.
Now, we're talking about the Willis Tower.
Yeah, I know. It's the same concept.
Yeah, but, you know, Rumpus has said, you know, that scientific experiments have created an idea of why this happens. You're saying that's invalid. What's the next step? We want to come up with an answer. Now, you've said that his explanation is invalid. So what's the next step? We need to then come up with a viable alternative.
It's not only invalid, it's not viable at all because you have different effects. I just gave you the different effects.
Okay, so can you come up with something that does explain it?
Like scientifically?
Whatever. Any explanation.
No, it's not whatever. We're talking about scientific evidence, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And he's laughing because he doesn't know what it is.
No. I'm asking you a question as an independent person. Why is that tower look higher at 3 o'clock in the afternoon than it did at 11 o'clock this morning, Daddy?
Refraction.
Pardon?
Oh,
refraction.
Yes.
So
Correct answer. Wow.
Sure. Refraction, definitely, but you can't. It can be elevated or lowered. Or stretched or shortened. Okay.
As I demonstrated, yes.
Due to different levels of refraction.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything.
We agree on that.
It could be anything. Yeah, it could be any of those. Or all of them.